Yo, what's cooking, chat? We got in here. Yo, what's up, Sonny? What's up, Chris? You appreciate the 39 months there, Sack. Congrats on the top 16. Control the sport in Knoxville, of course. Yo, what's up, Jake? Time, what's up, Golden? 2 days in a row. Let's go. Congratulations on that. Yo, what's up, Derek? Yo, what's up, Gassy? All right. So today we're going to continue our um we're continuing our Bochum. How do you say it? Bochum. VOD review. Continuing that. I pull it up. Actually, I don't have it pulled up right now. Let me find it real fast. It's on Limitless. We didn't get through too many rounds yesterday. It was double round. We only got through 3 rounds yesterday, so we got a lot to watch still. I don't know if I'm gonna VOD review Knoxville. I mentioned that yesterday. I don't know if I'm gonna VOD review Knoxville. Gosh. Wait, where did the... Is it just gone? Is the broadcast gone? It's no longer there. Under recent broadcast, it's no longer there. It's just missing. Yo, appreciate the 14-month threes of their shiny maple. It's just gone on their Twitch channel. Well, I guess we're not going to continue our VOD review then. I guess we can just jump into day. We'll just have to jump into day 2 then, I guess. Day 1 is just not there anymore on their Twitch channel. It's not on their YouTube channel. They do have a YouTube, but it's not on the YouTube channel either. I'm going to go to every major event. That's the plan. I mean, in North America, I guess. I'm not going to Perth regionals this weekend or anything like that. They have highlights? Oh, okay. Let me peep that then. Do they have the highlights of the rounds? Oh, okay. I think you're actually right. Yeah. Okay, no, they still have the rest of the rounds here. So we're going into round 4. There's Liverpool. Round 1, day 1. You appreciate the 60-month resub there, Munchlax. Do they not have a round 4? Or am I tripping? They don't have round 4. They have 3A and 3B. They don't have round 4, though. They have 5, 6, 7, 8. Hang on, I'm going to open up all the rounds right now. 9. Round what's it called is just missing. Yeah, round 4 is just missing. They just don't have a round 4. They did do 2 round 3 rounds, but it would make sense for them to have a round 4. Have you seen the standard game yet? Yeah, we watched the standard game. Okay, let me click view all. Did they just not stream round 4? It's just not here. I'm gonna dig a little bit deeper. See if it's hidden away. But it seems like it's just not here. I think they just didn't stream round 4. Round 2, day 1. Round 1, day 1. Round 5. Bochum. Yeah, they just don't have round 4. I was just gonna jump right into round 5 then. I don't think we streamed that as it was right after lunch. Interesting. All right, let's get into it then. All right, I think I figured it out. We should be good to go. Let me just switch over. There was some bad timing. Okay, that's reasonable. That's fine. Wait, why wasn't this thing popping up yesterday? This little thing wasn't popping up yesterday. Weird. This thing's nice to be able to find where we're going to the VOD. Oh, interesting. All right, give me 1 second, chat. Does anyone in chat know? Is there going to be a stream for Perth Regionals? Wait, isn't Perth this weekend? Or am I trolling? Perth is this weekend, right? Hey, let me check. March 4th, 5th, right? Yeah, that's this weekend. I just haven't seen anyone talking about it on Twitter, so I thought it was like maybe not happening. I'm gonna go ahead and put out a tweet to see if I can get any info on whether or not it's being streamed this weekend. If it's being streamed, that'd be sick, because then I could like we could watch party it. But otherwise, I guess we're just gonna be chilling. Maybe I'll actually play some Pokemon this weekend. There are a couple decks I want to try out. Actually, one of the decks I want to try out is Ty's deck. It's a weird one. It's definitely a weird one. All right, well, we got Ty. Ty, I feel like is the what is the word I'm looking for? Like as far as like results go for simply just playing your favorite deck, like Ty is like the top of the top, like best performing players who do that, who just always like play the deck that they want to play no matter what, and then do well with it. Ty is like that player for sure. And then we got Sen with Reggie's. Sen, a very good player as well. This time they got some thicker tape, and it looks like better established on the board state. The camera still feels a little bit off, but they did fix the tape this round. Nice to see. So Ty's going first. So Ty is playing like an Arceus, I don't know, Arceus box type deck. Rogue Warrior. No, I wouldn't really say that. Like Ty doesn't even, well, most of Ty's decks that Ty plays are Rogue. I feel like Ty just kind of like likes to, like, they have a deck that they just like to play or like to make work, and they just kind of play it. So Arceus deck here for Ty versus Sen with the it's a Piers. Sen had to pick it up. Sen saw it, was like, wait, what? Double take. And Ty actually going for the Crobat here. Had the Arceus plus the attach, but I do like this dig for the Crobat here from Ty, because Ty didn't have an out to Path to the Peak. So if Sen had thrown out a Path, which Reggie's does play, then Ty could have just been draw passing till they lost, basically. So I like the aggressive play there from Ty. found an air balloon, found a battle VIP pass. So definitely finding the goods off of that Crobat. And probably just going to look to set up double flying Pikachu, to be honest. I think it's like probably what you just do in this matchup is you just set up 2 flying Pikachus off of the attack with the Arceus. I don't even know if Ty even plays. I'm trying to see if Ty actually... I think Ty did make day 2, so I'm going to go ahead and pull up their list. Or I should be able to pull up their list. I know Sen made top 8, actually, I think. So can definitely pull up Sen's list. And then Ty did make day 2 as well. Okay. Look at these lists real fast. Hang on, I'm going to go ahead and pause the stream. We'll take a look at this in a second. Let's go ahead and pull up the list real fast so you all can see them as well. Oh, that did not work as planned. Okay, let's try this again. Boom, there we go. Perfect. Okay. So this is Ty's Arceus Flying Pikachu Duraludon deck with Mew. With some Mews in there as well. So Mews for, I guess, like added consistency. It does help you find like a couple cards, I guess, in the deck. Not really blown away by the addition of the Mews, to be honest. It is like a 1 prizer you can put in the active. I guess. Yeah, I'm not really blown away by the Mews in the list, but Arc Flying P with the Duraludon. So I assume the Duraludon is like your main win con up against Lugia. This deck honestly does not look like it has a great Lugia matchup. I'm going to be honest. I don't think your Lugia matchup is great with this deck. But I can see it getting there. Your Mew matchup is good. Your Lost Box matchup is good. Your Reggie matchup should also be pretty good. And then this is Sen's Reggie list. I don't think anything too special here. Has the Cape for the mirror match. Can be like situationally good against other stuff as well. Cape can actually be theoretically good sometimes up against Arceus. So you can Cape your Gigas, and then it has 200 HP, so Arceus actually can't KO it. Theoretically, you can Cape one of your Reggies as well, and then the Flying Pikachu can't want to KO it, so that could come into play as well here. But this should be a pretty straightforward dub for Ty, to be honest, based on the list. Sen doesn't really play an out to... Once Flying Pikachu starts swinging, is set up and starts swinging, there's like nothing that Sen really plays to kind of answer it, so... It'd be tough to get the dub for sure. All right. Get back into it. So Ty having a really good start as well. Gets to the Mew. Scoop up net off the Mew use. And then, yeah, has the energy on the Arceus, a Flying Pikachu on the bench. Probably does want to set up 2 Flying Pikachus ideally, but also plays the Parasol. So if you Parasol a Flying Pikachu, you can't even get Regice to begin with. So, Sen does play the boss. I don't know if the boss is going to be enough, but the boss is like something for sure. Boss plus targeted Bolt from the Regieleki could be enough here for Sen. It's gonna be it's gonna be tough. Oh, and that draw there from Sen is subpar. A lot of speed. I actually, I guess you do want to check and choose first because you might have to capture here from Sen. What was the take there that Sen took that though? That's interesting. And then goes with the Speed Lightning. I'm curious to know what the take there was from Sen. This is not looking good for a turn 2 attack here, though, from Sen. That was like a pretty mediocre draw. And might even have to get Reggie Drago here to just, like, survive. Checking the Reggies real fast. Seeing which Reggies are prized. There is a Lecky and an Ice prize. It is the Sonar Lecky as well, which is probably the best Lecky in this matchup. Especially because I don't even think Ty plays Manaphy. Let me see. Yeah, no Manaphy from Ty, so it definitely is the best Lecky. So it has to be the Drago here. Yeah, dead hand from Sen. Saw the hand there. It was a steal. Checking support account, it looks like, or Gust effects in general here from Sen. Also prized a Serena, so it's gonna be hard to chase prize cards. So it's like a decent amount of prize cards on Ty's bench right now. Like there's the Crobat, the Arceus, and the Duraludon, to be honest. So there is a decent amount of prize cards on the bench here for Ty. So a combination of bad Lecky plus Gusts could be enough to actually get Sen 6 prize cards, to be honest. That might be enough to get there. And on Ty's side, it doesn't really play like any heavy Disruption has 2 Marnies, but no Roxanne or anything for the late game. So, yeah. All right, just 20 damage to the Mew. Back over to Ty. Should easily be able to pull off an attack here with the Arceus. Interesting, actually, Ty doesn't play Pumpkaboo. Does play a Vacuum and 2 Stadiums. But yeah, an early path from Sen. Maybe not in this game. This game seems a little bit gone here. I think Ty's in a pretty good spot. I don't even know if Sen is going to be able to actually get a knockout this turn. Or like get a knockout on this next turn. I would actually even like to see Ty... I would like to see Ty actually grab Boss here, I think, and Boss KO the Drago. If Ty has... No, Ty actually burned both Boss on turn 1, actually, I think. I don't think that's possible, actually. I take it back. I would like to see Ty do that. I don't think it's possible for Ty to do that, though. So that was what we'd like to see Ty do. I don't think it's possible, though. Ty does have the Collapse Stadium in hand, though, so we could see Ty remove the Crobat from the field this turn, which would be an interesting choice to go with. I think got a Colress off of the Arceus there, so just wants to keep digging for more cards and more options. Makes sense. And they got the Escape Rope off the Mew, so they're taking a knockout this turn for sure. The boss play that I mentioned is not an option, but yeah, I'm pretty sure Ty doesn't have that as an option as well, though. There's the Escape Rope, there's the double turbo, and then here's the swing, knock out the active, and then load the Flying Pikachu. I think Ty probably checking just in case whether or not they probably want to play the Ultra Ball right now to get a Flying Pikachu to protect it from getting Gus KO'd. But based on Sen's hand size plus discard pile, I don't think it's ever happening here. And then Ty also does play a Volo. In a Sharon's Care a little bit less relevant, but the Volo could like discard like the Crobat. What does Volo do again? Just discards a V Pokemon, right? Bench Pokemon V, yeah. So you could discard like the Crobat or the Duraludon at some point and get that out of play. Yeah. Triple Energy, the Pikachu's ready to go. A Metal, a Fighting, and a Lightning to the peak. Yeah, this list is just kind of crazy from Ty, to be honest. The list is definitely wild. All right, there's a swing. I don't think Sen's going to get a KO here. That'd be my guess. That's what Sen's going to reach for. But Sen's hand already kind of sucks. Oh, actually, was that a top? No, it's a top deck boss. That's like one of the worst top decks you could actually get here, because now it's really hard to want to use the research. Speed Lightning to the Lecky. I think that makes the most sense. Could have gone Capture into Drago for a couple, but I think it makes sense to go with the speed here. Here's an Ordinary Rod for the Registeel. Rod for 1, not great, but it's not that big of a deal. And then we'll see the Drago for 1 here. And then, yeah, I mean, Sen would need like I don't know about a miracle to get an attack off this turn, but would need a lot. Benches a second Drago as well, so it's not looking good. All right, here we go. Draw 2. Draw Supporter? No. Draw Supporter. I think if I was Sen here, I would consider conceding and going to the next game just to kind of save time. I don't hate a concession here from Sen. There's a Gus on the Crobat. I don't even know if that's worth it, to be honest. Because now, like, you don't have that Gus for later to actually draw prize cards around the Flying Pikachu. And now this turn, Ty should just go into the Flying Pikachu. Just attack. You want to attack the Flying Pikachu as much as possible. You could run to the Arceus for like one more turn as Ty, and then attack with Arceus. That would be like reasonable still, I guess. Like, you could attack with Arceus one more turn here as Ty to set up the second Flying Pikachu. Ty does play a 2/2. Neither are prized. And there's the concede from Sen. Okay. So Sen picks it up. As I was saying, I think Sen should probably concede, save time for game 2, game 3. I think it'd be too far behind at this point. Yeah, Ty could run to the Flying Pikachu this turn. Then maybe you go to the Arceus next turn. Back into the Flying Pikachu after that. I think you're going to be too far ahead as Ty at that point. Still have a Collapse Stadium and a Temple of Sinnoh to work with as well that Sen would have to deal with. So I like the concession here from Sen. Save time for game 2, game 3. You're playing Reggie. It's kind of slow. And go. And that's like, I talk about that all the time. Like, your goal... Like, Sen knows that their goal is to win the match, not to win that specific game of Pokemon. So I like Sen being, what do you want to call it? Like, time conscious and being like, well, if my goal is to win the match, I should probably concede here. If my goal was to win this game specifically, you should obviously stick it out. But if your goal is to win the match, you have to, like, value, do I have a high chance of winning this match if I stick this game out? Or if I concede so I have more time for the future games? And I agree with the concession there from Sen. I think is correct. Now we'll see Sen going first, which is definitely going to be a big shift in the tempo or momentum of this game for sure. Ty does open the Mew, which is a really good opening for Ty, because Ty will probably only ever put down, and the hand from Ty looks really good as well. There's a Battle VIP pass in there. I like the way it looks so funny when Sen like puts the Reggies up like that. It makes it look funny. His whole deck is just like a big fan or something. He's so lucky and gonna be looking for. I mean, to be honest, and Sen will probably be looking to attack with Lucky next turn, set up a little bit of damage on the bench Pokemon, something like that. But the Muse Art's really good for Ty here because it'll throw Sen's prize trade off of KOing a 1-prize Pokemon and then trying to KO 3 2-prize Pokemon. Choice Belt comes down to the Gigas, which makes sense because you want to be able to KO the Flying Pikachu with the Gigas. Some Trekking Shoes off of the Regidrago. I think maybe saw 2 Trekking Shoes there. I could be wrong. And then pass over to Ty. All right. Like I said, pretty good start here for Ty. Battle VIP pass coming out. Could even see like second Mew come down right now because Ty does have the Air Balloon in hand. Does have the Air Balloon in hand. We could see the back-to-back Mews. And then Ty would be able to get like one of the Mews out of play theoretically. Ty does play 2 Scoop Up Net. There's no Radiant Pokemon in Ty's deck either. No Gardevoir. Deems the Gardevoir like not worth, I guess. Although Gardevoir seems kind of cool to stop. Gardevoir seems kind of cool because it stops your Flying Pikachu from getting 1-hit KO'd by Lugia, right? I guess they could have their 4th powerful. It makes it harder. Oh, Ty actually discarding one of the Flying Pikachu. That's interesting. I don't like that. Why don't we want to set up both Flying Pikachus here? One of the VMAXs is prized, but I don't know. Ooh, actually, we're getting the turn 1 Trinity charge here from Ty. The Luminion for the Piers. The Luminion for the Piers, for the Crobat, and the Double Turbo. But at the sacrifice of a Flying Pikachu? Man, I just don't like seeing the Flying Peaks at the discard pile like that. That feels disrespectful. All right, Mew coming in. I mean, 1 Flying Pikachu with a Parasol is going to do a lot of work here for Ty. And maybe that is all you need, to be honest. With the Parasol, I think maybe that's all you need, to be honest. It's just 1 Flying Pikachu with a Parasol. Sen really doesn't have a way to get over that Flying Pikachu, to be honest. So maybe that probably is just the correct line here from Ty. It's just like 1 Flying Pikachu. The only way Sen could like punish the discard of that Flying Pikachu right now would be if Sen has Gust KO Flying Pikachu off the bench. No Crobat use there from Ty, but I think Ty does have Collapsed in hand, so would be able to bump a Path to the Peak if it came into play. And then just kind of dig for one of the 2, or one of the 1, I guess 1 is prize, the Flying Pikachu VMAX in the deck. So, yeah, looking pretty good here from Ty. The Pikachu with the Parasol puts in work in this matchup for sure, and Ty's already set up for like a turn 2 Peak Parasol off the rip here. Not looking good for Sen. I don't think Sen is gonna have a Gust option this turn. Goes for a Marnie. All right. Definitely needs to find a path to the peak here. Needs path at least. Would love to actually attack this turn, but Sen's hand sucks. And this is why you should definitely play. Like, this is why research is so important in the Reggie deck. Playing Marnie sucks compared to playing research in Reggies. That's why I cringe every time I see 3 research in a Reggie deck. Always play 4 research in Reggies. It's just, you get attacking. What are you doing? All right. Pretty good draw so far from Ty. Did they Ultra Ball their only energy, though? Oh, but has the Flying Pikachu, so can just immediately retreat. I thought we were going to see the attack with Arceus here from Ty, but it's like, no, I'm just going to retreat and attack with the Flying Pikachu. I think that's fine. And if they check their prize cards thoroughly, they know they have like a Double Turbo and a Marnie in the prize cards, which could lead to, you know, another way to retreat something. Like the one play I could see here from Sen is to try and trap the Arceus from the bench in the active. It's like the one play I think Sen could make here. That's like the only play I could see Sen making here, to be honest. All the plays kind of suck. Yeah, gotta go with research here. Rod's back in the Drago. Hey, because he Sen's a little bit frustrated with the scenario. Just kind of a bad start. This always kind of sucks as well. These kind of game scenarios. It's like you're probably gonna lose anyways as Sen, but you like your deck doesn't even let you, like the way you kind of draw in the game. You don't even get like a chance to potentially you know, open up opportunities for your opponent to misplay or try and capitalize on a weird scenario. Maybe, you know, your opponent makes a mistake and you can capitalize on it. Like, Sen's not even getting those options. Sen is just sitting here, literally just having no options, no turn to attack, nothing like that. So these kind of game scenarios suck. Like, you're already in a bad matchup. It's like, at least let me play the game. At least let me be in a bad matchup, but let me play the game, you know? Let me lose, but let me draw like a couple prize cards and make some decisions instead of just going draw pass into a bad matchup. Those kind of always suck. I guess it sucks to draw pass into a good matchup as well, to be honest. It sucks no matter what, to be honest, just kind of not do anything. If you're gonna lose, you're gonna lose, which is like fine. But it's nice to be able to at least do something while you lose instead of just losing. All right, Drago grab from Sen. Yeah, the only play I can see here from Sen is Gust up the Arceus and then Gust up 1-hit KO the Flying Pikachu. So I do see a route here for Sen. That I feel like Ty did kind of leave open a little bit by retreating the Arceus last turn. But I don't know what the other cards in Ty's hand were, so it's possible Ty still had a way to retreat anyways, and at that point it doesn't really matter. I think it's all Ty needs to worry about. There's a boss, and yeah, just knock out Drago and go for. Oh, I think Ty has a collapse in hand, so Ty can use Starbirth, I think, out of the current hand, just Starbirth to like go find anything that they would need. All right, Sen throws up the Lecky, has a cape for it, so it does survive a hit from the Flying Pikachu, like I mentioned. No, oh no, there's a Gust effect. We do see the Serena in there. So we can see Sen go Gust Arceus. This is what I want to see Sen do. I want to see Sen go Gust Arceus and then recover the Serena, I think. Yo, appreciate the 2113 sub there, Victor. Yeah, that's what I want to see Sen do here. I want to see Sen go Serena up the Arceus and then use the Lecky, use the Sonar to recover the Gust effect in the Serena and just keep bringing up Arceus or Luminion over and over again. But I think Sen is about to use Research here, which I don't like. Because you do need to trap the Arceus in the active at some point, so you may as well start this turn, and then if it gets stuck, then you can research next turn. But there's the research from Sen. So yeah, I think Sen definitely should have used Serena here instead of... Sen definitely should have used Serena here instead of the research, and then just recovered it. And then just kind of tried to... Like, you got to trap the Arceus in the active first, and then you have to re-gust up the Pikachu and knock it out with the Regigigas. So I don't like that play there from Sen. I think it's a mistake for sure. Should have just done it that turn, I think. Because you already need to like start to build up to that play to begin with. And then hopefully Sen still builds up into it at this point. Like, I'm sure, I mean, yeah, it's the only line of play Sen has, so hopefully Sen sees that as the line. Almost has the full Reggie squad set up as well. Did prize, this is like kind of awkward for Sen, did prize 2 scoop up nets and benched Good Lucky at some point as well. Now we see the Sonar happening. Thinking about what to grab. Like I said, I think Serena is always the grab here. I could maybe an Ordinary Rod. I don't think there's a net in the discard pile. Otherwise, the Lucky would have been picked up a little while ago. So I could see a net getting picked up if there is one. Thinking about Marnie. But you got to start gusting. You just want to gust and gust and gust and gust. And if you get Marnie, you want more outs to draw back into your gust. Takes the Marnie, though. Probably because they already have the gust in hand. But I'm not a huge fan of that. There we go. There is the collapse. But this is actually kind of good for Sen because you can get rid of the Good Lucky here. As Sen here. I don't know why you wouldn't. Oh, actually, Ty does play a Lost Vacuum, though. And actually, Ty might be going for the Lost Vacuum here off of this search. And they should also probably grab a way to make sure they can move their Pokemon. So Ty being aggressive here, I think, gonna go for the Lost Vacuum. So it's like a super... Like, it's like not unnecessary, I would say. You don't have to do this here as Ty, I feel like. I feel like you're in a really good spot. But I think it's like fine to do it as well. I don't know. I'm a little undecided. I don't know if it's worth it or not. But yeah, you just want to grab, I would say grab Lost Vacuum plus a way to move. Make sure you can move your Pokemon. So that way if Sen goes Gust your Arceus next turn, you can make sure it can move and doesn't get stuck for a couple turns. You could lose because of that. I'm not sure what just got played there. Oh, Escape Rope. Okay, so going with Escape Rope, not the Lost Vacuum. I kind of like the Lost Vacuum play, to be honest. What is Sen going to send up? You should probably just send up the Regice here as Sen, I think. I think Regice makes the most sense here. Send up the Drago, though. But the Regirock is prized. Oh, Regirock is such a bad send up here from Sen. Regirock is prized. And Sen did check their prize cards. This is like a big mistake here from Sen. Unless they have Heavy Ball in hand, but I'm pretty sure they don't. There's a Vacuum off of the Mew. I wonder why Ty put so little priority on knocking out the Lecky. Like, it's the question of Escape Rope versus Vacuum there from Ty. And went for the Escape Rope instead of the Vacuum, which is interesting. There's the energy to the Arceus, so now it can pivot. The Luminion can't pivot currently, but all you need is an energy to pivot it. And there's the knockout. That's why I said, like, I would have liked to have seen Sen start to spam Gusts on the Arceus. To kind of force switch cards out of Ty. Maybe you catch them. Okay, there's a replacement of the Collapsed. Another Ordinary Rod. I mean, the Regirock, I guess, is coming back. So it's not terrible. I think that's a third Ordinary Rod for Sen. And I think Sen probably only plays the 3, right? Yeah, only 3 Ordinary Rod for Sen. So Sen's just out of Ordinary Rod now, which I guess could be a factor as well. Once again, I mean, Sen's not in a good spot. Sen is not in a good spot. Here comes a Marnie. Once again, we're not gusting this turn, though. So it's going to be the same thing. Ty's just going to attack. And now, once again, Sen has to find a Gust effect. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what Sen's doing here. Thinking about not benching Registeel is interesting. I don't know why you would ever not bench the Registeel. Speed to active first. That makes sense, of course. There's the Heavy Ball. So the Rock is prized. There's the Steel. Finally, Sen is finally going to get all the Reggies in play. As long as Sen remembers that the Regirock is prized. You definitely want to keep the Quick Ball and play the Heavy Ball here. But the way, but when Sen sent up the Regirock, it made me think that Sen did not remember that Regirock is prized. Yeah, going for the quick ball here. I think is definitely a mistake when you could have heavy balled. Balled the Lecky as well. So now you're down at Lecky. I don't know if that matters too much, to be honest. I don't know if anything's gonna matter in this game. But now once again, Sen has to find a Gust effect to reset this flying Pikachu. Instead of just using the Gust, they've had 2 turns in a row now where Sen has had a Gust effect in hand and just like not played it. Which, like, once again, I'm pretty sure Sen should just be playing the Gust effect. And Sonar. There is a Serena in the discard pile, though. So this will work out, actually, that Sen didn't take the Serena before. But the more time you wait to use the Gust effect, the more likely it is that Ty will be able to set up their board state to not care about getting gusted. So, like, now the Arceus has an energy. Now if Ty finds an energy, Ty can put an energy on the Luminion or just hold one in hand. And once again, make it so that Sen can't Gust trap anything in the active. So, like, the longer this game goes without Sen using a Gust effect, the easier it is for Ty to have an answer to the Gust effect. And here comes another hit. Not getting the KO. I was actually curious that Ty didn't use the Vacuum on the last turn when they saw it, to be honest. I guess you could save it to get rid of Path to the Peak plus use Crobat in the same turn, but I feel like the Cape is the only real threat at this point. I guess you could save it to potentially get rid of a Choice Belt off the Gigas from KO when you're flying Pikachu. But if you're winning the game 1 turn slower, that could be the difference as well between winning or losing. Yeah. All right, retreat to the Drago. Sen digging hard. I assume for the Gust effect. Has 2 in the deck. The boss's prize, but there's 2 Serena. There's the Serena. So we should see Serena on Luminion here, and then pray that Ty does not have a way to move the Luminion. I think that's just the play here from Sen. I guess also if you punch the Lecky like you did as Ty here, you can, like, get rid of the Cape later with your Vacuum, and that's, like, fine. All right, Serena on Luminion. You could even punch it here, actually. Actually, I like this punch as well. 160. You don't KO it. It's trapped in the active. Ty does have a basic Metal Energy in hand, though. So Luminion will be going back to the bench. And now we'll have to see Sen do it once again, where Sen brings up the Luminion and then hopes Ty does not have a way to retreat it. And there's the punch for the knockout. And Ty is down to 2 prize cards now. There's the draw off the gift. Does see, okay. Maybe Sen can put this together here. Does see a Serena. So once again, can Serena up the Luminion. Once again, I think Sen was a little bit slow. I think Sen gave up a ton of prize cards, like, while building up towards this. Could have been more aggressive with the Gusting, like we saw, like, 3 turns ago now, right? Where, like, Sen had Serena, and there was an Arceus on the bench with no double turbo at that time. There was still, like, access to the V-Star power. So it was never looking good for Sen, but I think Sen could have been more aggressive with the Gust shenanigans, for sure. Definitely an opportunity to. The net reset. Huh. I thought we would have seen Sen use Serena, then use Sonar again to get Serena. Because you need Serena up the Luminion, and then you also need Serena up the Pikachu back. So now Sen's just... Oh, but reset it so it can't get vacuumed, I guess. I guess that makes sense. You appreciate the 41 months there, Flea. Recovers Serena. Okay, so if Ty has a way to retreat here, I'm pretty sure Ty just wins. There's a way to retreat. And... knockout, go down to 1 prize card. Yeah, well, no, I guess it's not. You know, yeah, with the prize card, it's 100% win here for Ty. And Flying Peak's gonna take out Reggie one more time. So we could see the Serena on the Luminion. Do see that. Pass, and then there's another energy here for Ty, and it goes down. Yeah, so Sen knew the strategy at least towards the end of the game, figured it out. Maybe knew it in the beginning, but I think Ty should have just been, or Sen should have just been more aggressive with that strategy a little bit earlier. Yeah, should have just been a little bit more aggressive a little bit earlier. All right, round 6. Yeah, should have been a little bit more aggressive a little bit earlier. Embarrassing? What was embarrassing about that? If you think that was embarrassing, you just don't understand the Pokemon TCG. Like, a bad matchup is a bad matchup. Just because you drew 0 prize cards doesn't mean you played bad. You appreciate the 35-month resub there, CFS. There's nothing to be embarrassed about if you draw 0 prize cards because yeah, nothing to be embarrassed about if you just get a bad matchup or can't put anything together in a game. Just happens. Round 6, we got 2 5-0s in Brennan. Boss stalling, assuming an Arceus deck has no retreat options, is scary. I mean, I wouldn't say it's Woody. I don't know. Yeah, he's just playing to his outs. Yeah, like he's just playing to his outs. Like that's his out to win. What else do you want him to do? Like, do you want him to attempt to attack the flying Pikachu? Like, there's no in the Pokemon TCG. There's no what is it? Yeah, either make the just attack and see if he notices. Yeah. Yeah, he's just playing to his outs there. There's either in Pokemon TCG there's either the correct play or a misplay, but there's no in between. And although I think Sen misplayed by not using what's it called, Serena sooner. What do you think about Arceus flying? What do you call Arceus flying pig? Arceus flying Pikachu in this meta? I don't think it's great because I don't think your Lugia matchup is great. Yeah, because I just don't think your Lugia matchup as a flying Pikachu deck is just not great for the most part. I think Lugia flying Pikachu has some merit, but I haven't really like dived into that deck too much to see how I really feel about it, to be honest. But like Ty's deck, I don't know, Ty's deck does not seem like it has that good of a Lugia matchup, to be honest. Which you want to have a pretty good Lugia matchup most of the time, because it is such a popular deck. So I guess it like Ty's deck would be okay if yeah, because like one Duraludon with a what's it called, just like not that big of a, not that good Duraludon with a Parasol. I don't know though, but I guess you could like go like turn 2 Arceus boss KO. I mean, it might work out. It might work out. I don't know. Yeah, flying Pikachu's just like not. It's just your Lugia matchups are not that great, assuming everyone plays correctly and has Dunsparce. But some people don't have Dunsparce, so that like if there's like a lower count of Dunsparce, then it is a little bit better, of course. When's the next event going to be? Next weekend in Vancouver. Well, actually, no. There's a major tournament this weekend in Perth in Australia, but it's like not being streamed or anything. So we can always all we can do is sit and wait for the results. Arc beats a lot of stuff other than yeah. I mean, you're like your Reggie matchup, your Lost Box matchup. Those are like pretty good. But yeah, your Lugia matchup does not seem good. Yeah, it's just not good. Lost Box versus, I believe it is Palkia Zapdos here for Mateus. Mateus won a regional with this deck, right? This is the exact same Mateus, I want to say. We can even see, I'm going to go ahead and assume that both of these players made day 2. So it's Lost Ray here for Brennan. Appreciate the 5-month resub there. Small farm animal. Looks like Mateus did not make day 2. Brennan did make day 2, though. I'll pull up Brennan's Ray build. Pretty basic, pretty straightforward. Has the boss in there, which is a card we've been seeing some people give up recently. Ray versus Mirage Gate here. Yeah, you don't need that many Mirage Gates in this matchup. Brennan should try and get down. Raikou with attachment is like super important as soon as possible, so you can actually build up into the attack. Goes for the Comfey though. Getting to 4 in the Lost Zone is also a pretty big deal. Losing your trading cord is also a pretty big deal, so I wonder what the trade-off was there. But having the option to attack with I was actually interested. Brennan had a Ray in the hand, and so I had to get rid of a Ray. I'm not sure I like that. Could have seen a couple more cards this turn. Had the Guru. Decided to not bench the Guru, nor did they quick ball. Brennan also did not quick ball for a Cram, which I don't like. It's possible Brennan didn't know what they were up against, though. I think Brennan also had Air Balloon in hand. I might be mistaken by that, but Mateus has a really good start here as well. Going for the Crobat, gets rid of the Raikou. You do want to try and go triple Vikavolt. Actually, I don't know if Mateus actually plays triple Vikavolt. Might only play the 2. Ideally, you want to go triple Vikavolt. Attaches, and then here we go. Draw 4. There's the energy search for the water. So looking really good for Mateus. Good quick ball as well. Needs to find a cross switcher now. That's like the card that Mateus needs to find. Plays the Pumpkaboo. You usually don't see the Pumpkaboo in this deck, I feel like. Here comes the Greninja for 2. Does draw, so literally just draws the nuts. Okay. So gets the Palkia, gets a Mew, has double cross switcher in hand. Looking pretty good. And probably going to double cross switcher up the Raikou, I would imagine. You're only hitting for 50 damage here as Mateus. Doesn't have room for the Zapdos. I don't know if Mateus plays the Zapdos, though, to be honest. I assume you do, because it's so important in this matchup. But then it would be interesting that they didn't get the Zapdos, to be honest. They're the cross switchers. Get to the active. Yeah, goes after the Raikou. Hits for 50. We'll be able to go 50-50 plus Goon Ping if they can find a net. So that's pretty good. Brennan didn't draw very much there. Does have the Colress, though. So it has some energy as well. Oof, that's a tough call. Probably want to go with the energy and the Colress. Gives up a Lightning. Okay, I don't hate it. You just need to try and set up a Raikou here as Brennan, though. So there's the attachment. What else? I want to see what else is in their hand. I'm very curious. Just to pass over. I think Mateus actually has like nothing to work with here. There's just a punch again. Yeah, so actually there's literally nothing for Mateus to work with here. Another Colress coming in from Brennan. There's a Greninja. There's an Energy. So did not have Air Balloon in hand. I assume does not play 2 Air Balloon. So yeah, just could have played the Quick Ball before getting item locked. Also putting Manaphy on the bench is pretty good here. Putting Manaphy on the bench means it's something you can send up that can't get trapped in the active through the Zapdos Zigzagoon combo from Mateus. So benching Manaphy here wouldn't have been terrible, but favors the energy attachment to the Ray instead. There's the Escape Rope from Mateus. Brennan going to go with a Comfey send up. There's no Zapdos set up here from Mateus, so I don't think it's too scary here. So just Escape Rope into Marnie here from Mateus. So could possibly whiff a Scoop Up Net here, but hasn't played one yet. So I'm assuming the Scoop Up Net whiff is like almost impossible here from Mateus. I don't mind the sequence here because it seems pretty much impossible. I think there might even be one in the hand already. I'm not sure. Cards Mew, draws another one, another Trekking Shoes. There's an Air Balloon, so that would be able to move the active Mew no matter what. You would like to net into Zapdos, though. Once again, if Mateus plays... I don't actually know if Mateus plays the Zapdos. Probably assumed it was Lugia. That's fair. But also, I'm sure Brennan knows Mateus won a regional recently with Palkia Vikavolt. So probably had an idea it could be Palkia Vikavolt, I'm sure. So there's the swing into the Comfey. Here comes some Comfeys. I think it was a Psychic Energy there from Brennan. We are getting pretty close to 10 in the Lost Zone, though, so Sableye is going to be online soon, actually. There's a Cram and a Lightning. So the Raikou's going to be online soon as well. Yeah, this is actually looking pretty good for Brennan here. What are we at? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're at 9 in the Lost Zone here for Brennan. The question is, where do you go from here? What attacker do you try and set up? Goes for the attach to the Raikou, so he's going to be looking for the Metal Energy next turn. Did prize 1 Metal. They do only play 2 Metal. There's the pass. Energy Search. I expect Mateus is actually still available to use the Palkia, though, to use Greninja for 2 prize cards, though. So that's actually going to be a pretty big swing at some point. The Greninja to get KO, Sableye plus Comfey maybe or something like that. And this Vikavoult's not getting 1-hit KO'd on next turn, probably. So you have like another turn with that from Mateus. I'm actually curious to see what Brennan actually sends up here after this Comfey goes down. If they have the Metal Energy in hand, I'm assuming they're attacking with Raikou, but... Scooping out on the Pumpkin. Is it to make room to put something on the bench? Goon Ping goes for the damage on the Raikou, so trying to get something off the prize cards. Only finds a Lost Vacuum. Net on the Goon again. So back to the hand. Has heavy ball in hand as well. I guess you don't have to use that. You could just wait. You could just chill. So it's just going to be Vital Vault, Punchy Active. Yeah, there we go. Punchy Active. Gets a Speed Lightning for next turn for the next Vital Vault. That's pretty good. Okay, now Brennan has to decide what to send up here. Goes with the Raikou. I mean, if you have the energy, if you have the Metal Energy in hand here, as Brennan, I think you're always shipping this. Oh, had the Raihan. Okay. So Grass to Ray, and then search the deck for the Metal. So the Raikou is ready to go. So what do you hit here as Brennan? You're definitely hitting the active, of course. And then what do you hit from there? Do you hit the Crobat? That puts a lot of damage in play, to be honest, to work with. So I don't hate punching Crobat here. And I feel like it's pretty safe to assume that Mateus might have to break Item Lock next turn. So here we go. 120 the active. 120 to Crobat is the most efficient for the prize exchange. But it is, like, not threatening the follow-up attackers. But it is the most efficient for the prize exchange. Because then you're only 6 damage away from 2 prize cards on that. And now you're 90 damage away from 2 prize cards on the active. So it's the most efficient for prize racing. But you're not, like, limiting Mateus' options by taking about more utility cards. And Mateus is going to break Item Lock here to KO this Raikou. 1, 2. With the attach on the active, that pretty much telegraphs it. Melanie to the Palkia. This will put Mateus down to 3 prize cards remaining. I guess it's possible Mateus still could look for the attack with the Greninja this turn. We'll also have to find the Palkia V-Star. Does have a massive hand. Does have a ridiculously big hand. Has cross switches as well. Could try and trap something in the active here, but then you just like risk. Oh, is going for interesting. So maybe the Speed Lightning to the Vital Vault was just to get the extra draw, but could have benched the other Vital Vault and got the draw there and got the energy and play on something else. Because it looks like we are going to go with the Item Lock here from Mateus, unless I'm tripping. Nope, just gets 100 damage in play. I don't mind this. I think this kind of makes sense. Like this sets up for a Goon Ping on the next turn. Now Brennan could attack with the Cramorant, or Brennan could retreat, which I like here. I like the retreat here. You want to attack with the Raikou. The Raikou is set up ready to go. That's so much more damage to attack with the Raikou than it is to attack with a Cram. Get the knock on the active. Now, the question is, where does this other 120 go? If you put it on the Greninja to go, like, KO... If you put it on Greninja, you go KO Crobat, KO Greninja, KO Mew. But then you risk the Greninja getting scoop up netted. If you put it on the Palkia, I think you're set up pretty well. Putting it on the Crobat feels a little weak because that can get cleaned up with a Sableye later. But does go for the Crobat knockout. Okay. Now if Mateus does go for a 2-prize attacker this turn... It will make things a little bit awkward for Mateus. But I think Mateus is going to go for attack with Greninja here. So what we should see from Mateus here is attack with Greninja, scoop up net the Mew. Yeah, attack with Greninja, scoop up net the Mew. And then there's not 2 1-prizers in play for Brennan to take advantage of. There's a Goon Ping on... Yeah, you do leave... Oh, wait, is there not going to be 2 scoop nets here for Mateus, though? There might not be. There's the attach. Because now, actually, Brennan could win with another Raikou attack here. KO Greninja, KO Mew. I didn't expect... Yeah, I don't know if I like that play here from Mateus to not scoop up net the Mew. Because now... Wait, now you just lose. Oh, yeah. Yeah, definitely a huge misplay there from Mateus. I was like, I'm pretty sure you just lose to Raikou now. I thought Raikou was getting KO'd for some reason. But Raikou wasn't even getting KO'd. So, huge mistake from Mateus. Mateus tunnel visioned. See, and Mateus actually, I think, had this game. I think Mateus had game here. Because you don't need to net the Goon out of play. Yeah, Mateus just tunnel vision. Mateus is, like, playing so fast, I feel like, too. Like, I have this on 1.5 times speed, but I feel like Mateus is playing super fast. Like, unnecessarily fast. Let's see how this turn develops again. The Ultra Ball comes down. You get the Palkia V. And then all Mateus has to do is, like, well, I don't know why Mateus is so concerned with KOing the Cramorant here. Like, Mateus is like, oh, I have to KO the Cramorant this turn. When you don't have to here, as Mateus. You don't have to KO the Cramorant here. Gets the net. Could just net the Mew. Push Greninja. Draw 2 prize cards. But then benches the Goon. And then has to net the Goon. And then here comes the V-Star power. Load up the Greninja. But if Mateus just goes net the Mew. Greninja for 2. Then I don't think there's a win condition for Brennan through a boss's orders on the Palkia, but it might be tough to get to. I don't know what Brennan's handed. Actually, the boss maybe hit the lost zone earlier. I forget. Greninja for 2. And I think Brennan's even confused. Brennan's like, okay, I'll just knock out those 2. And then Mateus is like, oh yeah, I messed up. Yeah, so that was... Oh, I guess the escape rope would be an option there as well for Brennan. If Brennan just has escape rope plus Ray to KO the Palkia, that also works. So, yeah, I definitely a mistake there for Mateus. But actually, to be honest, it wasn't looking that good for... I don't even think it was looking that good for Mateus one way or the other. Because I'm sure Brennan had an escape rope or 2 left. But you aren't allowing them to promote Comfy there because you're knocking out the Comfy. You're not knocking out the active, and then they promote Comfy after that. So... I think he would have been in a fine spot there as Brennan, even if Mateus hadn't messed up like that. But we move on to game 2. I'm curious to see if Mateus chooses to go first or second. I'm actually very curious what Mateus thinks is correct in this matchup, first versus second. If you go first, I mean, you have like a little bit more to work with as far as you're not pressured to like get off a turn 1 attack or anything, but it opens up the ability for Brennan to get the turn 1 attack as well as play a Colress before they get item locked. Actually, I'm not sure who chose to go first in the last game as well. Prize cards for Brennan. Manaphy is prized. But there's 2 Manaphy in the list here. Okay, so Mateus did choose to go second, which I think is correct for Vikavolt. I think I would choose to go second personally as well. That's what I would choose. Metal Energy and Quick Ball. I feel like the Quick Ball has to be the take here. Brennan agrees. Just would kind of suck if you prize your other metal, I guess. Quick Ball option. I think there's a gate in the hand. I think I'd get rid of the gate here. The gate's not that good. It's like you have plenty. Like you have 4 gates, and the turn that you'll be able to use the gate. The escape rope is also probably equally as meh. And Brennan does play 3 escape ropes, so there's another escape rope in the deck. But I think I still would have gotten rid of the gate there. To be honest, I think I'll get rid of the gate. Like if you can use 1 or 2 gates in this matchup, you probably have just won the game. So, yeah. Bray and boss Palkia anyway, so I think it was over already. I mean, you have to find the boss. You don't just assume that. If you just assume your opponent has everything, then you should just concede as immediately when you sit down to play against your opponent. Yeah, if you're just gonna assume your opponent has everything, then you should just concede. You should literally immediately when you sit down across from your opponent, you should just concede because they have everything. At least make them have the boss. Or the rope play. The rope play was probably what was going to happen there. But, yeah. The first step you should do is not make the mistake. Mateus was definitely just like in the zone there. Thought they like had like... Yeah, it just feels like they're playing so fast. I don't know. That's what it feels like. Like zoned out on that one. I don't know. We'll see how this next game goes. Or this turn goes. Digging a lot here with the Greninja. Was that a 3rd Greninja use, or am I tripping? I might be tripping on that. This card's Dominion, not able to, has everything they need if they can find a Vikavolt, but they just can't find a Vikavolt. That's what Mateus is missing here. It's just literally just a Vikavolt. They have Melanie, they have Speed Lightning. Now Vikavolt should be going first because they get an extra attachment. Still item lock turn 2 and aren't as reliant on hitting the Melanie combo. I mean, that's true. That's definitely true, Gassy. That's 100% true, Gassy, for sure. But I don't know. Like, giving your opponent the extra, like, Colress worth of items. I'd have to play the matchup more personally, but giving them the extra Colress worth of items and stuff feels bad. So, yeah, pretty rocky start there for Mateus. And now over to Brennan, who opens up with a Colress. I don't think it gets better than that. Has a Ray in hand, has Manaphy, has an Escape Rope. Escape Rope's pretty meh here, but Escape Rope could lead to like a Goon KO with Cram here, which wouldn't be terrible. Gets rid of Manaphy and the Comfy. Does play 2 Manaphy, but the second Manaphy is prized. I don't know if Brennan knows that or not. Easy pick there. Actually, the way this is developing, I don't know if Brennan's even going to attack. We'll see. There's a Greninja use. Is there even a Cram Punch to be had here from Brennan? Okay, we're not done yet. Gonna get to 6 on this Comfy, and then maybe 7 on the next. Rod versus Guru. The Rod seems decent to grab here. Goes with the Guru, though. I don't know what's exactly in the discard pile. There's at least one energy, right? Comfy, Escape Rope. Yeah, there's the Goon send up. But even getting a KO on this Goon, I think, is pretty good, to be honest. If we can see the KO here. Oh, takes the Mirage Gate over the Quick Ball, but can use the Mirage Gate as well. We're at 7 in the loss zone here for Brennan. So Brennan's cooking. There's the gate. Has second metal plus grass. So the Raikou can get loaded up here. Or not grass, lightning. Metal lightning here. Raikou's ready to go. Does Brennan have a way to get in the active, though, is the question. I don't know. I think they still can retreat. Yeah, okay, we're retreating. We're just swinging. Yeah, just doing damage like this is, like, big in this matchup. Because, like, is Mateus going to really item lock you next turn after you do this? I don't think so. If Brennan could also Mirage Gate this turn to the Rayquaza, I think that'd be worth it as well. Because you can't really ignore the Raikou as Mateus. Has a Recycler. Thinking about playing the Recycler. I feel like you don't need to play the Recycler right now as Brennan. Because, like, once again, Mateus can't ignore your Raikou. Knockout. And then 120 more. Definitely not on the Greninja. Palkia versus Raikou. I like the Raikou, I think. I think I like the Raikou as well. This puts things in a pretty bad spot here for Mateus, to be honest. Like, what do you even do here? I don't even know what you do here, to be honest. I don't know what you do. It's like, goes to get a Vikavolt, but do you want to attack with Vikavolt this turn? Oh, you could trap the Ray, though. That might have been a mistake there from Brennan. Potentially. Has the speed lining, so maybe that's why the priority on the Vikavolt went there. We could see double cross switcher on the Rayquaza here, though. I actually don't think Mateus plays. See some energy on the Greninja. I think we're just gonna go Palkia knockout here, which is not good. Like, this is not what Mateus wants to be doing, but it's the only thing Mateus has got. Knockout on the Raikou. Will Brennan be able to hit with Rayquaza this turn, or even hit with? You know, to be honest, hitting with Raikou here is probably just better, right? I would like to see the hit with the Raikou here from Brennan. You hit the active for 240 damage, and then you KO the Raikou off the bench. So Raikou would be pretty sick here. To be honest, also just like a Rayquaza hit for a lot of damage would also be pretty good, so. There's a Colress. I see one gate. I see Training Court. There's another Ray and a Raihan. Wait, that's only 4 cards. Oh, we already lost on the Battle VIP Pass. Probably get rid of the Ray, right? Yeah, Ray makes the most sense to me. I don't know if Brennan has a way to retreat yet, so that's what we're kind of waiting on. Cram versus Quick Ball. Quick Ball for the Raikou. Could. Cram's going to be an efficient attacker, though, as the game progresses still, so I don't hate the Cram grab. And yeah, the Lost One's pretty efficient as well. Goon, Comfy, Manaphy. Getting a count in here from Brennan. Not quite. No, we are at 10, so Sableye could be an option here. Thinking about using Primate Wisdom just to see an extra card. Looks like that is what Brennan's going to go for. So I think the switch card is yet to be found. But could have used a Mirage Gate before using this Primate Wisdom, but maybe doesn't want to commit the gates yet. But you definitely want to commit a gate before you get item locked again, I feel like, as Brennan. So no matter what, I feel like you're committing the gates. But maybe all the energy's in the discard pile anyways to begin with, so you have to recycle her anyways. We'll see. The recycler is happening. We are recycling. I think the Ray Punch is about to come through here. I think we have double gate in the hand for Brennan, so we're just going to see double gate to retreat the Comfy and just hit for 240 damage on the active. It's a little bit, the price trade is a little bit awkward for Brennan, though, from there. Like, the Sableye can KO Palkia, can KO Raikou. But even if you KO both of those, you go down to 1 prize card left, and you have to get that 1 prize card. And there's only a Greninja on board as a 1 prize Pokemon. If Mateus does bench Goon or Comfy, those will become better targets, but... Quick Ball. Oh, okay, we got the Raikou back. Oh, no, maybe we saw an ordinary rod get used as well. Okay, so should be possible for Brennan to attack with the Raikou. And like I said, I like the Raikou attack here. I think Raikou attack here is super good. You could even punch. This is probably not correct, but you could punch the Greninja of Mateus. And that would make it awkward for Mateus to then not scoop up net the Greninja, right? It would kind of like... That's the question of like prize race versus, you know, limiting your opponent's options. Brennan's looking at the lightning and the fighting. Ooh, fighting to right. Oh, so we have a switch card in hand here for Brennan as well. Unless Brennan's just passing. So yeah, well, I mean, if Brennan punches the Greninja here. Or no, not to the right. Oh no, to the right. Okay. To the Ray, to not Ray, to Ray. Okay, goes with it on the Ray. So I assume that means there's a switch card in hand. Okay, there's a fighting to retreat. Good, good, good. Yeah, now the question, because you could, like, punching, I don't hate punching Greninja here, to be honest, from Brennan. It would be an interesting play, for sure, to punch the Greninja, because it would force Mateus to either leave it in play with 1 HP, setting up for Brennan's prize trade, or netting it, meaning it loses the energy and you can't use it efficiently to draw 2 prize cards at a later point in the game. But we see Mateus, or we see Brennan just go for the prize, being aggressive about the prize race and KO the Raikou. I don't know if punching Greninja is like correct. It's just like an interesting play that could have happened for sure. We could have even seen Brennan punch the Vikavolt as well. Like the Raikou, you just don't care about the Raikou at all, to be honest, as Brennan. Maybe actually I don't even hate that, to be honest. I don't hate punching the Vikavolt instead as Brennan. Punching Vikavolt instead as Brennan might have been the play. Because like the Raikou is just always there to kind of get KO'd by a Sableye later on. And Training Court does stick for Brennan, which is huge. I don't know if Mateus plays an out. Does play the Pumpkaboo. You don't really want to put that in play unless you're netting it. There's probably a decent chance that they play a vacuum, though. It would be good for Brennan to probably find a Manaphy at this point, for sure. I would recommend Brennan find a Manaphy. Goes with the Comfey first, even though they had access to Greninja, which is interesting. And they have Training Court in play. Gate versus Net. Prioritizes Gate. Makes sense. Have Raihan and Raikou. Ooh, you can attack with Raikou again here, possibly. Actually, if you can attack with Raikou here again, I think you just win. I think the game is just over. Ras. Oh, is there a metal, though? Is eyeing up a Psychic instead? Ooh, is this a mess up from Brennan? There's no metal in the deck. No, but you could go Raihan plus attach metal for turn, so it should be fine. Yeah, it should be fine here for Brennan. Metal to the Raikou. And you could even get a switch card here, actually, and then that way you can... Think about grabbing the boss instead. You could grab a switch card here, so that way you could attach to the Rayquaza for turn. I almost like that a little bit more. I was thinking about like grabbing Colress instead, though. I think grabbing a switch card there would be good, though. But it's possible Brennan already has a switch card in hand. Like if you grab the switch, I think there's a switch card in the deck there. If you grab the switch card here as Brennan switch card to the Raikou, and then you attach to the Rayquaza, that seems pretty good to me. I think goes with the boss grab instead. I guess Brennan could have won this turn with a boss play. Has the net, though. Okay, so already had a switch card. So and now we can also attach to the Rayquaza. So, yeah, pretty insane turn still from... Oh, recovers the fighting energy, though. We haven't attached yet for turn as Brennan, have we? Okay, so Brennan's doing it a little bit differently. Prioritizing, making sure that all the Pokemon can move instead. I guess that makes sense. The Raikou's going to punch here from Brennan, and then you just win with Cram if you to KO the Vikavolt. So, no, that does make sense there from Brennan then. That makes sense. And now your win con is just KO Vikavolt. Mateus does send up the Greninja. Is going to knock out... It's not even that good to target. You could have to knock out Comfey and then also knock out the active Raikou with Goon Net Goon. We need to see Goon Net Goon here. Goon Net Goon here from Mateus. And then... You still have a damaged Vikavolt. And there's just a concede. I'm actually not surprised that I concede in the end. Yeah. It goes down. And that's why I actually like... Man, I don't know. I still don't know. Do you want to go first or do you want to go second? Like, yeah, that was pretty bad there for... That was pretty bad there for Mateus, right? Mateus chose to go second in this game with the turn 1 attack. I would just have to test the matchup more, to be honest, personally. In my experience, though, it's felt better as Lost Box to go second than to go first. So that's like another thing I'm kind of going off of a little bit. Because you just need to get stuff in play to give yourself options as Lost Box. And if you get to play that Colress to like see an extra Battle VIP pass, to get down like double Cram... or start to build up your energy on your Pokemon, or even get off turn 1 Mirage Gate, potentially. Of course, that's something you're not really kind of betting on. It just feels like it gives you a bigger advantage. And it seems like Mateus agrees that going second is correct in this matchup for both players. I'm not sure who won the coin flip and what they chose, but I'm also not sure if the players knew what the other player was playing. So you appreciate the raid there, Mr. Dog PTCG. All right, let's go to the next round. Was that round 6? Go to round 7. Lost in round 7, going second both games, and whiffing Water Energy both games, which just lost me the series. Were you playing Vikavolt Punch? Like, had Mateus gone first? I mean, that's a little bit, that's anecdotal though, right, Gassy? Like, we want to know on average what's better, not just in that game. But I see what you're saying. I would have to just, like, play the matchup. I'd have to play the matchup more. I think if you played, like, a higher supported disruption count as well as the Vikavolt player, like, 1 Judge, 1 Marnie, or 2 Judge, 2 Marnie, whatever. Because that way, if you go first, you can go, like, you know, attach to Vikavolt, turn 2 Marnie or Judge plus attack, right? So that's also, like, a play you can do. And that's what I feel like is happening most of the time whenever I end up going first as Vikavolt into the matchup. Is like that's what I play for. Is like turn 1, depending on how good their first turn is, of course, right? If they have a bad turn 1, then I don't really care what they do. Interesting though. It definitely would be a matchup I'd want to test, to be honest. Test more of. Against Control in round 8. Yeah, that's not a good matchup. I think Cremasoli made day 2. So let me pull up Cremasoli's list real fast. Cremasoli made day 2 with the Goo. And Ethan Wild also made day 2 with the Mew. Goo and the Mew. Mr. Energy is a Lugia deck play. They play usually 16 energy cards. They play 2 double turbo, so like a total of 18 energy. I want to play Hinge if you're breaking item lock. I mean, if they get to sit there and chain like 3 Colossus in a row and then attack with Sableye pretty early, that can be pretty scary. It can definitely be pretty scary. What was I saying though? That does depend on like how many net Comfy chain they get off on their the first turn though, where they don't get item locked. I feel like Cremasoli usually plays like all the weird stuff, right? I feel like Cremasoli's been playing like it's kind of like tier 2 good decks as of late. Like there's been a lack of Cremasoli sauce as of late. Zam feels like the only good lost box against Vika. I wouldn't say that. I think lost box in general is like fine. Like if you can get to a Raikou as the Ray build or something like that. Like if you play like the Ray build that has like the triple Raihan, like you can pretty easily get to a Raikou. Like if you just like play Moffat's list or whatever. That's effectively what we just saw Brennan playing, was basically Moffat's list. Like triple Raihan, like you're gonna get to a once you start attacking with Raikou, you put on so much pressure they have to break item lock, and then from there I think you can take over. Turbo Lost Box. Yeah, I mean if you want to play Turbo Lost Box. I don't think Turbo Lost Box is a deck though. It is, but like it's not, you know. All right, let's take a look at these lists first before we get into the game. Cremasoli with the Goodra, the double Roxanne build. I love that. Battle VIP pass over Quick Balls and no Luminion. No Quick Balls, no Luminion. And 4 Pokegear, actually. Okay, so that's a difference maker right there. 4 Pokegear. So Cremasoli is trying to see Colress. I actually kind of like this build, to be honest. I actually like this build a lot. Got a choice belt in there as well. Not trying to get Dragonited. We got Ethan with the Mew build. Pretty vanilla. I don't see anything too crazy going on here. It's a pretty vanilla Mew here. Pretty vanilla cross switcher Mew. Nothing wild, despite their name being Ethan Wild. Let's go ahead and let's get into the games. Looks like we got Mew going first. That's a pretty big deal. Definitely an advantage. I think even has... No, I'm trolling. I thought they had double cross switcher in hand. Let's see, did they play the Pal Pad? No Pal Pad. So did they quick ball away Roxanne off the rip here? Roxanne's pretty good in this matchup. The prize cards for Alessandro are not very good. Double Battle VIP Pass, double Colress. Ultra Ball as well here coming in from Ethan. So is giving up on the Roxanne there. So no Roxanne for Ethan. Also prize 2 Mew. They also prize 2 Mew V themselves. And 2 Pets at the peak. Which means they won't be able to stop an aggressive... Gee, this could get weird. They won't be able to stop an aggressive Drapion from Alessandro. That's a good draw into the Battle VIP Pass, though. Another Genesect, another Mew, I'm sure, are on the way. Yeah, and then we'll probably see a retreat to Mew and pass from Ethan. And then hopefully Alessandro can find basic Pokemon. 2 Battle VIP Pass prize, though. 2 Colts as well. But they got the 4 Pokegear. The Pokegear are kind of cool, though, actually. I kind of like that from Alessandro. It makes me want to try Goodra again. I always go back to Goodra. And then I'm always disappointed. Final draw. Oh, no, one more Genesect draw here from Ethan. So Ethan leaving the last bench space open. I'm not sure I like that. If Ethan had checked their prize cards, I think they probably would have put the Oricorio down there. I would bet that Ethan would have put the Oricorio down there. Not sure, though. Oh, yeah, only 3 Mirage Gate here from Alessandro. I mean, you don't need a ton of Mirage Gates in the deck, but he's going to put the... Definitely going to need the ones you see now, though. But no basic Pokemon. Does have the opening Colress here from Alessandro, but no basic Pokemon in the Colress. Nor was there a Battle VIP Pass, I don't think. They're going to give up Escape Rope versus Net. Gives up the Rope. Definitely worse than Net overall. In this situation, I don't think Alessandro plans to attack turn 1, except maybe with a Cram into a Mew, which is whatever. But there we go. Battle VIP Pass is on the way. So we'll probably see Greninja grabbed here, plus a Comfey maybe to start off with, or we could just see a Goodra grab alongside a Comfey. The Drapion is not prized for Alessandro, so Alessandro could go for an aggressive Drapion play here. I don't think that's ever the route to take. But we'll see what Alessandro thinks. Yeah, Goodra, Comfey. No Greninja, actually. But might have a Capture Energy in hand to go put that on the Goodra and then go find the Greninja. Of course, you do need to build up your Lost Zone. That is very important. But also getting the Greninja draw power is also super important. So we'll see. Just a switch into the Comfey. And Comfey here, definitely hoping for some basic Pokemon here. Basic Pokemon, Battle VIP Pass, Capture Energy. Might even still have a Capture in hand, and Alessandro might just be waiting to play the Capture until after trying to get a different basic here. Gives up on a Goodra V-Star. Sometimes can be a little hassle to find, but usually not a huge deal. What does Alessandro do from there? Water to Goo. Is it a pass after that? That is not a very powerful start, and this leaves it open for Ethan to definitely go KO the Goodra on the next turn. Really put a hurt in on Alessandro. Oh, and that's a really good top deck there from Ethan as well. Got the Force Seal Stone. So it's looking really good for Ethan here. Gonna go chase the Goodra here. Like I said, I think last turn Ethan should have just put down the Oricorio and drawn cards. I think if Ethan had checked their prize cards, and seen 2 Mew prize, I think you always bench Oricorio there. There might be a reason to not bench Oricorio as far as like the way the prizes line up in this matchup pretty consistently, but I feel like there isn't, to be honest. Chromatic Tails. I think Oricorio should just hit the bench here. V-Star power coming in. Gonna go get another cross switcher before they play the Judge. I think this is probably fine. I kind of would like to have seen Ethan just draw maybe with one more Genesect there. And this is where Ethan really wants to go like double cross switcher the Goodra. And then also put Pat to the peak in play to stop the potential of the Drapion. But unfortunately for Ethan, both their paths are prized. So there we go. Double cross switcher on the Goo. And now Judge is going to hit. And once again, not benching the Oricorio. I would like to see the Oricorio bench, I think. I'm pretty sure I would just like to see the Oricorio on the bench here. Or would have liked to have seen it. I don't think there's a reason to like not bench it. And like I said, does Ethan know there's 2 Mew prize? I'm not sure. Maybe Ethan did check the prize cards, know there's 2 Mew prize, and is still not benching the Oricorio. Be interesting. All right, see how the judge fares for both players. Or are they holding out for like the 4th Genesect? They could also be holding out for that. I think they have it in hand and are not playing it. So I feel like Ethan is holding out for another Mew. That just is not going to happen. Okay. Knockout. That was a weird interaction for them. They both kind of stopped. No path for Ethan, which means the Drapion is a possibility here for Alessandro. Does find the Greninja finally. Gonna do some Comfy action. I think as Alessandro here, you kind of have to go with the Drapion. I guess you could wait a turn. Like Alessandro could Drapion next turn plus bench a Goodra V, and that wouldn't be terrible. It's Colress. But then you don't want to bench a Goodra V here as Alessandro. You want to wait. So you could do that. You could just like punch with Cram for turn and then see what Ethan does around that play. So if you could just punch for Cram here with Cram here as Alessandro, and then next turn go Goodra, Drapion, knockout of VMAX. I'd be curious to see if Alessandro does take that route, how that kind of develops. And there is like a situation, okay, but we're just going in with the Drapion. All right, we're just going in. And there's the capture. This is going to go ahead and grab the Goodra V. So Goodra is going to get set up. Drapion's in play. Now I'm going to go over to Ethan. Now Ethan wants to Lost City KO the Drapion. Play from Ethan on this turn is going to be Lost City, KO Drapion, and ideally Roxanne, or would have been ideally to Roxanne. But Ethan did play their Roxanne on the first turn of the game, or did discard it on the first turn of the game. So there's no Roxanne for Ethan anymore. Retreat, Drapion, punch, knockout. Yep. Now over to Ethan. Mew. And we're looking at KO Drapion plus Lost City. Otherwise, you risk just getting Ordinary Rod. Return. And once again, Ethan has been drawing like less cards. Like this is once again like this kind of all like snowballs. As soon as you decide to not bench a Pokemon for 1 draw with Genesect, it like builds up pretty fast the amount of cards you're not seeing. Like Ethan chose to not bench the Oricorio on turn 1. Then on turn 2, never filled up their bench with a 5th Fusion Strike Pokemon. So it all just kind of builds up turn after turn. Like the amount of cards that you could have seen as Ethan that you're now not seeing, and taking away the potential options on your current turn and future turns by seeing that many less cards. Like it's possible if Ethan had just like slammed down the Oricorio as soon as they had seen it, that they could still have 4 Sealstone this turn and make this whole turn that much easier and so on, right? So definitely interesting. Like it just kind of builds up. Well, there's like a better word for it than build up, but maybe someone in chat will let me know what it is. Okay, Retreat Genesect, play a switch. Double Turbo to a Genesect. This could actually get a little weird for Ethan because Alessandro does play. Actually, this is really weird for Ethan because Ethan's actually out of Mew Vs. So there's not 2 Mew Vs to kind of switch between here as Ethan. If it was possible, Ethan probably should have compounding errors. Yeah, it kind of compounds. That'd be a good way to put it. It kind of compounds and just kind of builds up. Ethan probably should have kept the switch in the hand, kept the switch in the deck to use to reset this Mew. Because without having 2 Mew VMAXs in play, it can be hard for this deck to actually reset your Mews back to back. Ooh, Echoing Horn here is super good though. Comes an Ultra Ball. Sort of Boss Judge here, I think. It's going to take a scan through. And is this going to be a realization of no Mew Vs? I think it is, yes. I think Ethan is having a realization that they prize double Mew V. Just go ahead and shuffles it up. All right. I could be wrong here. Maybe they already knew, but it felt like that was a realization of no Mew V. Okay, Genesect doesn't play the Echoing Horn, which is interesting because now that gives Alessandro a potential, gives Alessandro the potential to actually recover the Goodra V. Now, of course, if you put the Goodra V in play for Alessandro, then it's possible that Alessandro will be able to evolve it. But with 1 V-Star already lost zoned, and the Goodra deck doesn't play any way to find your V-Stars, you just have to naturally draw into them. I kind of like the aggressive Echoing Horn here from Ethan, I think. I think there is a Goodra in the discard pile right here as well. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure I'm right. So I like the aggressive Echoing Horn here for sure from Ethan. I think that you should be aggressive with the Echoing Horn. Because next turn, Alessandro's going to try an Ordinary Rod, the Drapion, to use it again. But it's possible. Well, there's just the hit. But it's possible Alessandro, even if they recover the Drapion, that they whiff. And there's Rod Capture from Alessandro. So they recover it, and they don't whiff. Yeah, once again, all that kind of, like, compounded. That's a good, yeah, the compounded. Like, Ethan saw that many less cards throughout the game by not putting down the Oricorio immediately. And, like, possibly if Ethan had just seen a couple more cards, maybe that leads to not using the Forest Seal Stone, which leads to having the Forest Seal Stone to find the Lost City that turn. That turn, you go Lost City, KO the Drapion, it goes to the Lost Zone. And then you could also, like, Echoing Horn, what's it called into play? Maybe. So yeah, I think it was played a little bit sloppy there from Ethan for sure. I think it was definitely played a little bit sloppy there from Ethan. But go to game 2. Ethan once again going first. Opens up with the Battle VIP pass, it looks like. This time only 1 Mew V prized. I'm sure Ethan will be happy to see that. Prize cards for Alessandro. Yeah, those are actually fine. I think both players' prize cards are, like, fine. It would be, I think Ethan would like to have access to the Judge. It would be nice to have the Choice Belt in, like, some of the earlier prize cards. The Choice Belt being at the end of the prize cards probably is not great. Having the extra Judge in the deck is nice as well to be able to Judge spam aggressively, but it's whatever. Nothing else there for Ethan, though. Just pass. So, Mew, Genesect, pass. Over to Alessandro. Alessandro could have, like, a ridiculous play here of, like, Boss. Doesn't have it. Could have had, like, Boss KO, the benched. It would have been pretty unlikely. Could have had the Boss KO on the benched Mew, though. Immediate ditch of the Roxanne there from Alessandro. Has double capture, I believe, in hand. Probably is going to loss on one of those in the end because it has Gate and Net as well, which are both pretty good cards. We'll see what Alessandro goes for. He's for the Gate, actually. Okay, so might have another Gate in hand, or might just be feeling confident. You do have a little bit more time because you have the Drapion to use as an attack for a turn at some point. You have a little bit more time to, like, get to your gates for sure. There's the Battle VIP pass, though, so we should see probably the Greninja. Maybe another Gudra or another Comfey. Actually, doesn't even go for the Greninja, so might not have the energy in hand to support the Greninja here. Does still have a capture energy in hand, though, so we could see capture for the Greninja still. And yeah, I think that's what Alessandro was realizing. Oh, wait, I'm not done here. I'm going to go ahead and cap. Yeah, I think that's literally... I was like, I think that's about what's about to happen here. He's about to be like, oh, wait, I have capture for my Greninja. Let me go do that. Why am I shuffling? Goes ahead and captures out the Greninja. This does mean that Alessandro gets 1 less flower selecting this turn, because instead of putting the capture on one of the Comfeys to retreat it, you're putting it on the Gudra. You'll appreciate the 31-3 sub there, Jake. So that is, like, -1 flower selecting here for Alessandro. And does have, like, a net escape rope. Could retreat. There's the net. So, yeah, this is, like, -1 flower selecting from Alessandro, though, to be honest. So I don't know if I love that attachment to the Gudra over holding it. Yeah, I like the neck wrap here. Just keep using Comfeys. Just thin out the deck. You know, try and get to your plays. There's no reason to not be more aggressive, to be super aggressive with your Comfeys here, I think, as Alessandro. Jeanette. Oh, okay. I was like, oh, did we forget? No, we're good. Gonna go ahead and take the knockout here. I like this KO here as well. Actually, this KO is like a really big KO here for Alessandro, because this means that now Alessandro can go Cram KO or Oricorio, Drapion KO, Mew V Max, and then Gudra KO a Genesect with a Boss or an Escape Rope or a Mew V, whatever. So this 1-2-3 lineup here, or 1-3-2 lineup, it seems like it'll be pretty good for Alessandro. Hand from Ethan has the V Max. What else do they have, though? Has a Path. Not looking good. And Technoblast for the KO. I think had a Boss in hand. I wouldn't have hated to see Gust on Gudra there, to be honest. Yeah, I wouldn't have hated to see Gust on Gudra there, to be honest. You appreciate the 33 months there, Ryan. Yeah, Gust on Gudra, I could have seen being a play there for sure. I mean, no play is great when you're, like, drawing this poorly, though, as Ethan. I guess one thing good for Ethan is they did get the Path. So it might be difficult. Maybe not. If Alessandro can find a Mirage Gate, yeah, a Mirage Gate and another Temple of Sinnoh, then despite the Path to the Peak and only 2 fusion Pokemon in play, Alessandro could knock out. Alessandro could still take the KO on this Mew VMAX. Or I guess you could go, like, double Gate. That's possible. There's a Gudra. Even hitting with Gudra here would be pretty insane, to be honest. So there's, like, a lot of things that Alessandro could do here. I see Switch. I see Escape Rope. Scoop up Net. So we're going to keep going here. 7 in the Lost Zone. So this is, like, a little bit risky here from Alessandro, because if you hit, like, double energy or something there, all of a sudden your Mirage Gate might be shut off. So I wouldn't have hated to see Alessandro just use the Gate first and commit to the Gudra attack. But I think was trying to find the Temple of Sinnoh to potentially use the Drapion to just win the game this turn. But either way, I think the Goodra attack is still likely here. I think it's still going to happen. No, it's just a pass. Was there no switch card in hand? Or does Cremasoli just not want to attack? That was actually interesting. That was an interesting pass there. I feel like KOing the Genesect here. I think it was an escape rope in the hand there for Alessandro. Maybe I'm trolling though. All right, Ethan's got some stuff to cook with. Actually, I think Ethan had stuff last turn as well and was maybe playing it a little bit slow on purpose. No, I don't think Ethan had really that much stuff to work with, actually. I take it back. Now it does have Forest Sealstone, another Genesect, has the Stadium Bump, the Lost City to remove the Path to the Peak. Doesn't need to reset their Mew. As Ethan here, you probably want to chase the Goodra V before it evolves. That's going to be the goal, but I think it's a pretty tall order for sure. First Genesect is just for 1. It is a quick ball, though. That's a pretty good find. So you need to find double cross switcher, plus a tablet, KO Goodra, and then ideally probably also judge Cremasoli and hope they can't pull off the Drapion play. I think that would be the line here from Ethan. We'll see, though. Here comes another Genesect. There's a boss, but you do have to reset the Mew. You could you could get a switch off of the Cram, or then if this fails, get a switch off of the... Okay, it did work. Oh, it's just gonna go for another Genesect though. Still has the Force Sealstone open though, so you can still go Force Sealstone for the switch. Go retreat, switch, boss. I don't think Ethan's played a supporter yet, so you can still make that happen. Another Genesect to draw with though. I like that. I think this is fine. For 3, quick ball can cram away the quick ball. Yeah, probably cram away quick ball. Ideally get another head so you don't have to use your Forest Sealstone. Hopefully Ethan remembers. Another heads. Okay. All right, we're cooking. Goes for a judge. I don't hate this. And then still has the Forest Sealstone on the other side to potentially set up a way to pull off some kind of attack here. Ideally, once again, double cross switcher, KO on the Goodra. KO on the active isn't terrible, but KO on the Goodra I think would be a little bit better. While you can get it, just make it easier before it evolves to a V-Star, and then it's a little bit harder to make work, harder to get the knockout. So, I mean, getting the KO on the Comfy is fine. As long as Ethan just has to remember that they used Technoblast last turn. I believe they used Technoblast last turn. I'm not trolling, right? Another Cram? Will it be another heads? Here we go. Is it 3 heads in a row for Ethan? Yes. Now, can't do the cross switcher play. Can't do the cross switcher. Goes for another Genesect, though. We're not done. But wait, there's more. Ethan will grab another Genesect off of the Cram. And we'll Genesect again here for 5 now, I believe. 3, 4. Got the switch as well. Did not get the play. I think actually Ethan was actually digging for the play to potentially KO the Goodra. Oh, it's just going to be a pass. Ooh, hold up. I don't think you can just pass here as Ethan. So Ethan goes pass. I don't like this. Like, the Goodra is just set up to knock out a Genesect, and then Cremasoli is just a Drapion away from winning the game on a Mew VMAX. I think what Ethan has to do here, I think Ethan still has the Roxanne. So what Ethan should do here is go knock out the Comfy, and then Cremasoli goes Drapion, and then you go Roxanne, knock out Drapion, and then try and KO one of the Goodras after that. I think this play from Ethan is... You're, like, theoretically not giving Cremasoli their best play of Drapion KO Mew VMAX, but I think at the cost of just, like, you're hurting your chance to win the game here, I think, as Ethan for sure. I think it's a throw from Ethan for sure. Just go with the retreat. Because you had the switch in hand there as Ethan, so you had to play. We'll see how good of a draw this is for Cremasoli, though. Gives up a Chorus. But if Cremasoli just has the attack with Goodra here, I think Cremasoli is chilling. Another Goodra. Now they're double V start up. Cremasoli have a Metal Energy and a way to move the active, though? That's the question. Yeah, I don't think that's a winning line there from Ethan. Oh boy, Drapion's being benched. Switch. Oh, Cremasoli with the boss. And this is also another play that could happen. Now, this play, I think depending on the circumstances from Ethan, I think it would be fine to just assume Cremasoli wouldn't draw this off the judge and just hope that Cremasoli doesn't get this play. Cremasoli did get it. But I think Cremasoli just hitting with Gudra into the active Genesect there was bad enough. This is also still pretty bad. In a Temple of Sinnoh to get rid of the Lost City. So it's another thing Ethan kind of needs to set up here is Ethan needs to find a Lost City, VMAX, Tablet, and just Roxanne is not as good anymore. Roxanne isn't as good here anymore for Ethan because you don't win on the next turn as Ethan. So that means Alessandro has a turn to recover. Yeah, this is not looking good. I think Ethan definitely made this one harder on themselves than they needed to, and now is going to have a real hard time making a comeback in this one. I would even go with Judge this turn and Roxanne next turn if I was Ethan. So I would look for Judge this turn plus Lost City, and it's a heads. Is there a Lost City in the deck? There is. So you should grab... No, not the Path! Unless... No, this is a big mistake from Ethan. The Lost City was in the deck, so all Ethan has to do here... I think the play from Ethan here this turn should be Judge plus Lost City away the Drapion. Judge plus Lost City away the Drapion. And then next turn, go for double Cross Switcher the Greninja plus Roxanne or a Comfy. And the following turn, go double Cross Switcher, triple Tablet plus a Choice Belt, double Tablet plus a Choice Belt, KO one of the Gudras. If you put Path to the Peak in play here, the Drapion just goes to the discard pile, which means it can be rotted back. I guess the reason to put Path in play would be to shut down Greninja more so than anything. But I'm not a big fan of that. I think you want to Lost City this Drapion. I think it gives... it leaves Alessandro with too many tools here. Does get the Roxanne. And like I said, I do kind of like the idea of playing the Roxanne a turn later. But I don't think Roxanne here is terrible, to be honest. Like, Roxanne this turn is okay. But I think you got to Lost City this Drapion. I don't know. I mean, maybe this will work out. Path plus Roxanne, KO the Drapion. Maybe Alessandro just doesn't draw anything off of that, and maybe you just win because Alessandro gets nothing, which is also possible, I guess. Maybe this is the correct line to take, and just hope that they get absolutely nothing. Because like, yeah, you can't use Greninja. You're getting Pathed. Judges, Roxanne's happening. You get 2 cards. Like, it's possible Alessandro just literally just draws nothing here. See though. But Alessandro just needs a Metal Energy. If Alessandro just starts hitting with Gudra, it puts Alessandro in a pretty good spot. So I think all Alessandro needs this turn is just literally a Metal Energy. And if you attack with Gudra this turn as Alessandro, I think you're in a pretty good spot. Comfy setup from Alessandro, though. See what they're cooking with. Into the Comfy. And it's also possible Alessandro literally wins this turn by recovering Drapion and getting another Temple of Sinnoh into play. Appreciate the tier 1 sub there, Roddy. With the option of KO Drape and then Horn, boss it. After Roxanne. Yeah, also you lose. Yeah, there's not getting taking a prize there as Ethan, I think, was like a pretty big misplay. Welcome to the Rat Pack. We're fresh out of... Oh, there it is. Metal plus Escape Rope. That's it. That'll do it for Alessandro. But yeah, I think Ethan dug themselves a little bit of a hole in this one overall, right? That not taking that earlier knockout when they could have was definitely a mistake. It was looking pretty tough, though. It was actually like... It was in a pretty tough spot from the beginning, especially with like that prize card that Alessandro picked up on the Oricorio knockout with the Cram. That was like that sets up your price, right? Like we see it here at the end, the escape rope play that I even mentioned at the beginning of the game. Like it allows you to go escape rope, force up a 2-prizer, get the knockout, and then just win the game. All right, we'll move on. Round 8. I want to be right back though, chat. I need to take a quick second. Who's on stream? Jack Old with Lugia, and then Jordy with, it looks like Vikavolt. I'll be right back, chat. I appreciate the 14 months there, Barry. All right, give me one more second, chat. I just gotta run to use the bathroom real fast. I gotta want to grab some snacks, but it is yeah, I'll be back. It is like so. It's not like hot. It's like warm. It's like super warm in my room. I don't know why. Okay. How cold is it outside? 57? I guess that's pretty warm. All right, what are we going into? Round 8? We're almost done with day 1. Let's go. Round 9. We'll probably get through most of day 2 today as well. I'll probably stop streaming around like 6. 2.5 hours. Yeah, we'll get through some of day 2 as well. We probably won't get through all of day 2, and then we'll do the rest of day 2 tomorrow. And then I'll probably try and play in Doom's tournament tomorrow. If Doom is running it tomorrow. Let me see. There's a lot of PTCG live tournaments. Doom tomorrow, March 3rd. Yeah, Doom is running the tournament tomorrow. Yeah, so I'll probably play in Doom's tournament tomorrow. I think that'll be the plan. Finish the rest of the VOD review and then play in Doom's tournament. I guess we'll keep up to date with like the Australian tournament as it happens, but it sucks there's not a stream for what's it called, Perth regionals. Yeah, it sucks there's not a stream, but whatever. It's 32 in Chicago with a winter storm watch. Actually, 32 here, man. I'd rather have it be 32 than 60. Actually, would I? Yeah, I probably would. Although I don't want the winter storm watch, to be honest. It's nice, like, living in California, you never have to be worried about missing a flight. Like, it'll just never happen. Like, because I travel so much for the Pokemon tournaments, like, that's one thing when I, like, lived in Boston. Never in Indiana, I guess, either, to be honest. But when I, like, lived in Boston, you potentially miss flights because of storms and stuff, but there's, like, no storm to be had. I guess there could always be, like, an earthquake. Are there earthquakes in NorCal, though? Like, where I am? Are there more SoCal? Is that a thing? 81 in Texas? Oof. If fire season was real bad? That's true, I guess. Never mind, I still could potentially miss it. I feel like there's a higher chance to miss it if you're in a snow state, though, than a sun state. All right, I had my yogurt. I got some advanced. Feeling good. Let's get into this next round. Gonna make the Tyranitar Lugia deck post? I mean, probably. Some kind of Lugia deck for sure, if that ends up being the way to go. Some more Vikavolt action in round 8 with Jordy up against Jack with the Lugia. We'll see what kind of Vikavolt it is. Is it the Path build or is it the Aerodactyl build? Jordy is going first here in game 1. Jack also opened the Snorlax, which actually the Snorlax is kind of cool because You can just kind of attach to it 2 turns in a row and start swinging as Jack potentially. Jack's opening hand looks like it's going to be a turn 1 Marnie, which is not great. Also, the Punkaboo would be going to the bottom of the deck based on the current hand from Jack. Now, one of these players, or one or both of these players made day 2, so I'm going to pull up their list real fast, see if there's anything spicy. Already made it. Did Jack? Jack made it as well. Okay. Let's see. Jordy is playing the Path build. Yeah, playing the Path build. Looks pretty similar to... yeah, Path build of Vikavolt. And does Jack have anything spicy? 2 Tool Jammer and a Collapse Stadium from Jack. I don't know if the Tool Jammers or the Collapse Stadium are going to matter like at all, to be honest. I don't think so anyways. Hold on, stream.
A good backdrop.
What do you guys think about the Scarlet Violet? What is it even called? Promotional banner? Scarlet Violet promotional banner. Is that Omni Bloke? No. Well, yeah, it's one of the Omni Blokes. It's not Joe though. All right, I'm back, chat. So Jack, use Luminian. Jordy is set up to attack with Vikavolt if they can get it in the active. But actually, I think Jordy maybe whiffed. Jordy's hand sucks. And it's just a pass. That's actually awful. But Jack didn't do anything. Except swing with Snorlax, maybe? Benches the Raikou. Discards or uses research here. Did it save the opportunity to use the Aurora to potentially discard a Archeops? But I think even just getting solo Archeops in the discard pile and using the Lugia V-Star would be the correct play here from Jack. So we'll see what Jack actually draws into. But I don't know about benching Raikou here, though, to be honest. I don't know if I like that bench space. I don't actually like that at all, to be honest. Because now you don't have room for Punkaboo. I definitely don't like the Raikou here from Jack. Not a fan. Not a fan. Does get 1 chops and could go get the Pumpkaboo, I guess. Let's see. What'd they grab? Oh, we can't see anything. I feel like this board state feels like too zoomed in. Sometimes I feel like the official stream is too zoomed out and you see too much, but I feel like this one's like too zoomed in. And it's like everything feels really cramped on like the edges. If they could just zoom out just a little bit so I could see a little bit more, that'd be nice. There's a Lugia V-Star, so they got it. I think they should just Summoning Star this turn. And there it is from Jack. Just for 1, but I think that's fine. Load up 2 energy on the Lugia. Maybe even the Raikou, to be honest. I wouldn't hate to see the Raikou load up, but probably just go with the Lugia here. Maybe he assumes Jordy's playing the Arrow version. But you didn't see the Dactyl come down turn 1. And the Zard is just coming out. Yeah, Jack's just playing everything. I don't mind it, though. I don't mind the Zard getting played here, to be honest. Lax is sleeping. Over to Jordy. It's a pretty fierce setup here from Jack. I actually... It's a pretty good setup here from Jack. I don't even know what you would do here as Jordy to get back into this one. You could KO the lone chops, actually. That's probably the play here from Jordy. So try and KO the Archeops with Raikou V this turn. Appreciate 39 months there, Wizarino. Yeah, if we're going to see a play here, that's the play from Jordy here for sure. If Jordy can get Raikou V, KO Archeops. You could KO with the Vikavolt. I guess that's also fine, to be honest. Just KO, basically KO the lone chops here is the play here from Jordy. Just make it happen. Don't let Jack build up too much energy in play. But is it just retreat to Vikavolt and attack? If that's the play here from Jordy, then I would say concede and go next. I would definitely say concede and go next. Oh my gosh, it's an attach retreat so they can Melanie. This is pretty abysmal. Yeah, I would just go next here. If you're punching songs for 50 this turn, I would go next. I think there's gonna be too much energy in play on Jack's side from one more use of Archeops to probably want to continue playing this match out. You could always run it. Like, it doesn't hurt too much, I guess. But if you're trying to win the game, you do want a little bit more time. Oh, this is a down pair as well for Jordy. I didn't realize that. Jack is 502. Jordy is 6-1. I mean, I hasn't really changed too much, to be honest. It hasn't changed too much. All right. Chops again. I would probably load up the Raikou if I was Jack here. I don't know. It just feels correct. I don't know if it actually is. 2 Auroras to the Raikou feels kind of good, though. See what Jack goes for there. Nope. We load up the Zard. That's fine, probably. We can't attack with the Zard this turn. I don't know. I don't even hate the load up with the Raikou, to be honest. I feel like there's more options. Because even now, if Jordy went Gust KO Archeops, I feel like Jordy wouldn't be in a terrible spot if Jordy had Gust KO Archeops here. Now, the one thing is Jordy doesn't play Sky Sealstone, so the prize trade would be hard for Jordy to come back into, to be honest. Because of that, I feel like. If Jordy has Gust here, Gust the Lugia, does that... See, I don't know. I feel like going after the Archeops makes so much sense here. Bumps the path. Okay. Well, that feels weird to me as well. For an energy search, probably has Greninja in hand. That would be my guess. There has to be a Greninja in hand here from Jordy. Fails the energy search. Okay. If you're using Pumpkin here, I just feel like there has to be... We have to be using something here, right? I'm going to be really disappointed here if Jordy just attacks. Oh, maybe using Crobat. Crobat for 2? 3? Okay. Gets another path to the peak, gets Greninja. I don't know why yeah, they kind of used everything they need to do this turn. I don't know why Jordy's being all of a sudden so aggressive after having the whole play. Like, had the attachment for turn. Like, Jordy went attach for turn. Boss up the Lugia. Like, Jordy did everything that they needed to this turn, I feel like. I don't know why Jordy would then all of a sudden feel so stressed to bump a path to just replace a path. Like, Jordy literally gained nothing else by bumping the path this turn. Besides Greninja, I guess, to draw 2 cards. But didn't even have that in hand. Like, I don't know. It didn't feel correct to me. Especially because you're... Well, no. We got items now here for Jack. Your Vikavolt not going to survive for sure. Jack could have... Choice Belt. Or... Actually, in this situation, Tool Jammer. Yeah, Jack could have Tool Jammer here. One is prized, but one is still in the deck. Once again, I didn't... Yeah. I mean, I think this is, like, fine the way it's developing for Jack still. I think Jordy should have KO'd the Archeops there, though. If you KO Archeops as Jordy, the Charizard can't take a one-hit KO immediately, especially if Path is in play. Yeah, I think it was a mistake there for Jordy to not KO. I think if Jordy KOs Archeops, Jordy just wins. But now Jack can go, like, get Pumpkaboo, bump the Stadium, to punch really hard with Charizard. Find the... I want to see the Raikou get loaded up still once again. Finally, we see that happen here for Jack. So I think Jack should get Pumpkaboo to bump the path. Remove that. And then attack with the Charizard a little bit more efficiently. There we go. We see that happening. Doesn't have the Tool Jammer this turn, but could find it on a later turn and then put it in play. The Vikavolt gets knocked out, and then you just, like, retreat the Pokemon with the Jammer to something else, potentially. Or you could attack with it again to the next thing that gets sent up, whatever. No draw supported from Jack, though, so I didn't dig any deeper. But yeah, I like the energy efficiency from Jack, using the Pumpkaboo to actually bump the Stadium. And then can, like, can also clean up this Vikavolt with the Raikou as well. Yeah, so that's why I think, like, Jordy should have gone for the knockout. That's why I think Jordy should have gone for the knockout on the Archeops, because now I think, like, all these constant uses of the Archeops will mean that Jack's just always going to win the prize trade, I feel like, eventually. Like, it's just going to end up with Jack always winning the prize trade, I feel like. I feel like you don't lose the prize trade here as Jack. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there is a way for Jordy to catch back up. If Jordy goes knock out the active here, and if Jack can go attack with Luminion and just send Luminion back to the deck for the knockout, that puts Jack in a pretty good spot. If Jack finds a Tool Jammer here as well, I think if Jack finds a Tool Jammer, that puts Jack in an insanely good spot. So we'll see. 1, 2, 3, 4. want to see a little bit more of the player's hands. So I can start thinking about plays or ways that they could play out the hand. Looks like Jordy's basically committed, though, to the KO on the active. No Raikou yet. I think Jordy would definitely like to have seen a Raikou over a Vikavolt here. I think we just kind of entered like the swing back and forth territory. Where like I feel like it is possible for... Ooh, so no Luminion sent up there from Jack is interesting to get that off the board. Because it is possible for Jordy to now go theoretically KO Pumpkaboo and then Gust KO Luminion, right? So Jack not sending up the Luminion is actually interesting there. I'm trying to get that off the board because it would take the knockout this turn. We'll take the knockout on the Vikavolt this turn. So definitely an interesting choice from Jack to not push Luminion. Maybe he doesn't have an energy in hand, though, to actually make the combo work. Jack is sitting out here. Probably wants to find... Oh, had the collapse as well. Okay. Boss on the Greninja. Okay. Luminion for boss. Removing the Greninja from play. I almost wonder if like Mew is of higher value there, to be honest. This also doesn't set up. Now loads up the Luminion. It's actually kind of weird though, because Jack doesn't actually have any way to get like take any one-hit KOs. And now Jack has a 0-card hand. Knockout Greninja. Knockout. Okay, but no, but Jack is going down to 2 prize cards left. But Jack does not have a way to... Jack is out of ways to one-hit KO, I'm pretty sure. Well, no, I'm pretty sure Jack can't... Well, they could one-hit KO Crobat, I guess, with Snorlax. Okay, that is a way. That is a way. You appreciate the 18 months there, Harrison. And the 3 months there. Hey, Johnny. Quick ball. Has the Melanie here for Jordy. So could go... Double cross switcher up the Pumpkaboo. Yeah. Double cross switcher up the Pumpkaboo. Or double cross switcher up the Archeops and then knock out the Archeops with the Raikou this turn. Then you could get KO'd by Snorlax, though, with another powerful energy. Again, another powerful on the Snorlax would actually KO you. But, yeah, Jordy's going for it. But then you get KO'd by Snorlax with a powerful. I don't know if Jordy realizes that. Has the play as well. I don't know why is Jordy all of a sudden going with the Raikou play so aggressively now? You could have gone with Vikavolt this turn, Raikou next turn, but it might have been too hard to pull off those back-to-back. No, but you could have gone Vikavolt this turn. If it doesn't get KO, then you just Vikavolt KO Luminion, right? But actually, it looks like Jordy just has to KO the active. Does not have the option to gust anything. Okay. So Snorlax comes up, and then Snorlax is just going to knock out the Raikou. Okay, so never mind. Jordy just never had a play. Jordy just never had a play to do anything besides KO the active. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if Jordy could have played in a way that allowed them to dig. I don't know if Jordy had the option to like maybe play it a little bit differently to try and find cross switchers. Definitely had one cross switcher in hand. I think a double cross switcher play there is definitely the move. All right, so Jordy choosing to go first again in game 2. Heavy ball off the rip is pretty good. Gets a Vikavolt out of there, which is what you want. You want Vikavolt early. Let's see what the rest of the hand is. All right, so let's see what the prize cards are. Let's see what the hand is. Prize cards. One cross switcher prize. Air balloons prize. Nothing really important. On Jack's side, double draw supporters prized, which I think is a decent deal when you're getting item locked. So yeah, the draw supporters being prized could be a pretty big deal. Looking pretty good for Jordy though. Has a quick ball now. Could play it. I feel like Jordy could wait on playing the quick ball though to go find Luminion next turn to find Judge. Let's take a look at Jordy's list. Jordy does play the Judge. It's not prize. Instead finds the Greninja, but only has lightning and energy in the hand. So Jordy has to like get rid of a basic lightning here to use the Greninja this turn, which I guess is okay, but it doesn't feel ideal. But it doesn't seem like there was a better. It doesn't seem like there was a better thing to discard there, I guess, with the quick ball. There's the judge. Not gonna grab that. Oh, so Battle VIP Pass versus Forest Sealstone here for Jordy. I mean, if you grab Battle VIP Pass, you're probably gonna get a Raikou. That's really all it grabs. I think you go with I think you go with the Forest Sealstone here. I think that makes the most sense. I think it would have been most nice to grab the judge there potentially. You don't guaranteed want to judge Jack, but it kind of depends how Jack's turn goes. But yeah, I definitely like the Forest Sealstone grab here. You don't know for sure that Jack doesn't play Vacuum, but actually, I don't even think that Jordy saw. I don't even think that Jordy saw a single one of the Tool Jammers, to be honest. All right, capture from Jack off the rip here. Jack's goal is going to be to get... Jack does not play Dunsparce either. That's actually a pretty big deal. Less of a deal because there's no Sky Sealstone in the list here for Jordy, but quick energy check from Jack. And then might go for the Guru into Research. I actually don't even know what Jack's going to line up here, to be honest. You kind of also have to get a second Lugia. So maybe you just grab second Lugia here. And then the question is Marnie versus Research for Jack. Goes for the Lugia. Yeah, now the question is Marnie versus Research. You go for the Marnie. See less cards. Less potential to get the Archeops in the discard pile. But you do put 3. Is it like 3 or 4 energy in Jack's hand right now that you get to put back in the deck? If you go for the Research, you lose all the energy, lose the Luminion. But you have a high chance of getting the Chomps in the discard. I think you probably go for the Research. I think you're going to be pretty aggressive in this matchup, to be honest, as Lugia. So, not that it's a bad matchup. It's a pretty close matchup. Goes for the Marnie, though. Conserves a lot of energy, but if you're that much less set up, what are you actually accomplishing? See how good the draw is. Any chops? Hey, okay. Oh, wow. This hand is actually absurd. Oh, but I don't like the quick ball discard here. Yeah, I like that. I like that. The quick ball becomes Pumpkaboo. So what Jack should do here is Ultra Ball, get Archeops, quick ball away the Archeops, get Pumpkaboo, hold the Pumpkaboo, and then pass. And then Jack is just sitting on Pumpkaboo Research. And the next turn can go Pumpkaboo away the Stadium, Research, hopefully find a V-Star. That's going to be still a hopefully, though, because it's definitely possible for Jack to whiff. I think that's probably the play here from Jack. You could hold the quick ball, but if you hold the quick ball, you can't use it next turn because you're going to get item locked. So, yeah, from Jack here, I would like to see the quick ball. No, I just quick ball for Pumpkin there I feel like is better. Like, how are you going to find the Pumpkin next turn? I feel like it's going to be impossible. But goes... I don't like that. Yeah, goes with the Read the Win. Over to Jordy now. We've seen this judge like 3 times now. We've seen the judge like 3 times. We can't get it, though. If only... Dude, I'm mad. Do you remember... Yeah, did people remember Jirachi? What an insane card. Stellar Wish was absurd. Absurd. Imagine if we had Scuba Net plus Stellar Wish. Wait, did we ever have Scuba Net plus Stellar Wish? No shot, right? Wait, did we? No, I don't think so. Wait. I don't remember. All right. Vikavolt coming up here for Jordy. I don't know if we have a path, though. We do still have the Forest Sealstone. Net. We did? Well, we did? Oh, my gosh. Oh, yeah, we did. We did, didn't we? Ridiculous. Minion coming down. There's the judge play. I don't even think the judge is that good here, though, from Jordy. I actually think this judge isn't that good. I think you should save the judge here from Jordy. Because, I mean, Jack just used Read the Wind. I think Jack's hand is 4 cards. 3 of them are random cards from Read the Wind. So effectively a 4-card random hand. You probably know there's like a draw supporter in there from how Jack played the hand. So I guess you're going from a draw supporter to no draw supporter. But I actually don't even think that this judge right here from Jordy is that good. I think it's actually a misplay here from Jordy to play the judge here. Did I win PC2 with Netjirachi? I maybe did, to be honest. Yeah, I don't think that was that good of a play there from Jordy to play the judge. I think it was okay. It might be correct, to be honest. I'm definitely down to admit that it actually might be just correct. Here comes the path grab from Jordy. So this is what you're looking for. You got the turn 2 attack, path. They did judge. I don't know. Judge seemed meh. It was like, okay. I guess you kind of knew there was a supporter in Jack's hand. So now there could not be a supporter. Maybe that's worth it at that point. There's not that many supporters left in Jack's deck. There's like already 2 in the discard pile. We know there's 2 prized, or there's 1 in the discard pile actually. Yeah, I don't know. All right, here we go. Back over to Jack. Jack's hand absolutely sucks. Has an energy for a bench Lugia. I would bench the Charizard here as Jack as well. Yeah, I would bench the Charizard here because your active could get KO'd. Well, then do you just want to read the wind anyways? I don't know. I think I'd bench Charizard. Yeah, I think I would bench a Charizard just to like give you just to have it in play and then like decide what you're doing from there. Oh, no KO in the active though. No Zapdos hit from Jordy. Okay, now I'd like to see the Charizard benched. Now more than ever. The time to bench Charizard is right now. I would attach to the Lugia still, though, I think, because if you get double turbo plus a V-Star off this next read the wind. Yeah, see, I think the energy should have gone to Lugia, because if you got double turbo V-Star off the next read to the wind, or read the wind, then you could take the knockout on the active. Still nothing in the hand here, really, for Jack. It does have the V-Star, though. I'm kind of rooting for the double turbo top deck here, to be honest. I want to see Jack get punished for not attaching to the Lugia V. Like, set up Lugia V, top deck double turbo. Now the question is, yeah, what do you set up here from Jack? You could set up the Charizard. It's pretty weak to set up Charizard. Do you have to hope to top deck here? Yeah, just hope for the best and hope to top deck. Sometimes that is correct. The Charizard would buy you a little bit of time, though, to be honest. But the thing is, if you send up the Lugia here and you don't do anything with it, you're just going to get knocked out, and then it doesn't matter. So it goes with the Zard send up. Top deck's another powerful. Just going to be a pass again. Attach to the bench and pass again. Once again. I was like thinking of what I was trying to say. Once again from Jack, we're going to see the pass. Has a boss. You could boss up the Raikou, I guess. Maybe Jordy can't move it. Jordy hasn't done a whole ton the last couple turns, so I'll go for the Greninja Gust. Oh, this is bad. Because you can just retreat the Greninja with a net. Whereas you can move a Greninja with a net. You can't move a Luminian or a Raikou with a net. So that's a mistake there from Jack, for sure. I don't like that play. Maybe Jack was thinking, but you could Melanie to the Raikou or the Luminian. So I guess it depends on how many of each have been used. Yeah, because you can Melanie to Raikou or Luminian. You can't Melanie to Greninja. So it depends how many nets are gone versus how many Melanies are gone. Yeah, I guess that's actually reasonable. Did Jordy actually whiff? There's no shot. No, okay. I was like, there's no way. All right, retreat again. Back to item lock, I think. Or do we have the KO on the Lugia? No, I don't think we ever have the KO on the Lugia off the bench here, even with the Raikou. Wait, could we have had it, though? If Jordy had 2 cross switchers in hand, Jordy could have just used Vikavolt to KO the Lugia V-Star off the bench. Which is what they probably should have done if they had that play. All right, pass again. Back over to Jordy. How much does Charizard have? Does Charizard have 160 HP? I'm pretty sure it does. How do I not know that? How do I not know how much HP Charizard has? It's 160 because it has 180 with heat, though. And heat's plus 20. That's how I figure out how much base HP Charizard has. Ooh, the double turbo is in hand for Jack, but does decide to scoop in the end. Only 13 minutes left. It is going to be hard for either player to win the game with 13 minutes, I feel like, to be honest. That could be a tough call. We'll see. We will have Jack finally. Actually, this is like also another thing I'm not sure about in this matchup. Do you want to go first or do you want to go second in this matchup? I actually don't know. I'm actually not sure about going first or second in this matchup, to be honest. I appreciate the 17-month resub there, damn Adam. It looks like Jack has option to go first. So this does mean you get access to less items, theoretically, because you don't get to play a draw supporter to find more items. As Jack, but I don't like discarding the Marnie there, though, over discarding one of the energy, though. That's actually just a misplay from Jack. And then uses the Luminian? I don't like this. To put a research in the hand, I don't like this at all from Jack. Wait, is it that bad? If you get item locked, Jack really wants to research next turn, I guess. I don't like discarding the Marnie there, because if Jordy does go for a turn 1 judge by accident, not by accident, because they have to, then you'll be down a draw supporter. But you'd rather have a draw supporter than an energy in your deck right now. It's definitely a misplay here from Jack. 3 Melanie and Greninja prize, though, from Jordy. I just looked at the prize cards. Those are some bad prize cards. Still pretty reasonable for Jordy to pull off a turn 1 attack, though, to be honest, through the Luminian. Yeah, I'm not sure about going first or second in this game, to be honest. Because now Jack gets to play less item cards because they don't get to do what's it called. But then you do force Jordy to, that's true. If you go first, they can't disrupt your hand and item lock. That is true. That is true. I don't know if that makes it work. It's hard to have like a really good hand though. It's hard to have like a really good hand. And when you're going first, excuse me. It's hard to have like a really good hand when you're going first. Or it feels like that anyways. Feels like it's hard to have a really good hand when you're going first. Could be wrong, but. Alright, Crobat grab from Jordy. I'm not sure if they have water in the discard. If they have water in the discard pile, I feel like they should have just gone for the Melody here. Ooh, the net reset just to put it back down feels bad. Their hand must be pretty bad if they're going for the Crobat. Apparently it's still not good. Jordy's shaking their head. Jordy is looking like they think they're cooked. Is there no water in the discard pile right now? There might not be. If there's a water in the discard pile this whole time, they use Crobat instead of Luminion. I'll be annoyed. Just quick ball for Zap. Okay. That's not good. Not a good sign. Luminion. Dude, has there been a water in the discard pile this whole time? There's no way. For the judge. Okay, there hasn't. Oh, and the pass. So this isn't terrible for Jordy. This is kind of the Mew strategy in this matchup. Is just judge path when you go second. Hope they whiff. Yeah, judge path. Hope they whiff. Pumpkin. I think Jack only has one. What's it called in this card pile as well? Pumpkin plus stuff. And Jack might only have one chops in the discard pile as well right now. The draw is a research. I think Jack should just slam research here. I would even attach active. You shouldn't attach active here either. Because you want to save the Aurora attachment to potentially discard another chops. And you do have to just ditch the Charizard here, unfortunately, because you need room for Pumpkin and double chops. The second Luminion on the bench just still feels weird to me, to be honest. Okay, I think we got there for Jack. Unfortunately, the board state is going to be weird. It's going to be like Luminion, Pumpkin. It's going to be a weird board state. Luminion, Pumpkin. Yeah, it's just going to be weird. It's going to be weird. Yo, appreciate the 65-month resub there, gamer. Comes the Ultra Ball. Get the chops. I assume get the chops. Counting energy right now from Jack. Make sure everything's there. Just trying to line it up. Does need to play pretty quickly if they actually want enough time to actually close this out as well. Oh, they can get like a... There's a V-Star in the hand, right? There's V-Star Pumpkin, I think, it's the last two cards. Goes for a Snorlax grab. Is that the best lineup? I have no clue. Bump, V-Star. So pretty good draw there from Jack. The double chops out now. And yeah, Jack's going to be aggressive here and knock out the Vikavolt. We could see Jordy respond with... We could see Jordy respond with the Raikou. I wonder if you wanted to maybe hold one of these powerfuls as Jack. I think you should definitely set up a pivot here as Jack with the other Archeops. Because you want the potential for the Snorlax to take a knockout on the next turn on the Raikou. Because the best response here from Jordy in this situation is Raikou. 2 minutes, 50 seconds left. Will it just be a tie? There's not a whole ton of time left. What is a play from Jordy? Yeah, I think Jordy's only play here would be Raikou for the knockout. And then hope from there. Sealstone. Off the Mew, which of course can become anything. So reasonable shot for a Raikou play here from Jordy. No water in the discard pile yet still, though, I guess. Might make it tough to actually pull that off. There it is, though. Have we seen a... There's a water. Okay. Jordy cooking. The Mew grab. V-Star coming in. Looks like it has to probably be for the Melanie. Not sure, though. 1 minute left. It is possible for Jack. Yeah, it is possible for Jack to win. I think Jack maybe did misplay with that powerful energy attachment, though. And not setting up a pivot, either. Because you didn't need the second powerful on the Lugia to take the knockout on the Vikavolt. You just need one. I think Jack maybe... I don't know if Jack's... It's going to be possible for Jack to get the KO on this Raikou. Because the Charizard's also gone. There's the knockout. Let's see if Jack can get the knockout. 15 seconds. Actually, it matters for what gets sent up here. Okay, sends up the Luminion and does draw. So Jack will be turn 0. If Jordy had been turn 0, Jordy would have had out to win the game. Jack can always attack with a Luminion, though, to take a 2-prizer out of play to severely limit Jordy's potential to win the game. Jack sweating. Yeah, I don't know if Jack can get the KO on this Raikou now, though. I think Jack messed up, though, with their energy attachments last turn. We'll see. We'll see. I don't know if they have an energy in the hand. That's what they would need. You'll appreciate the 15 months there, Echo. Yeah, Jack might just have to settle to use Luminion. But yeah, last turn, Jack could have kept one more powerful in the deck. There is a powerful in the deck. Jack could have also created a pivot, though. And that was like the big mistake I think that Jack made, was Jack didn't create a pivot when they could have. Because Jack could have... didn't use the second Archeops, I believe. So could have used second Archeops to put one energy in play. Hold on. Maybe Jack's cooking. Okay. Does throw 2 to the Snorlax. So this makes you think that Jack does have a way to actually make this work. There's a Marnie. Okay, okay. Does need to draw into an energy now, though. I don't know if you should have used the first Archeops to begin with. Now if you whiff... Okay, did hit the energy. But I think probably shouldn't have used any Archeops, right? I don't think there's ever a reason to use either Archeops before. Now the question is, where did the last 2 prize cards from Jack come from? I don't know if Jack has a way to get the last 2 prize cards, to be honest. You could use Raikou to KO Mew and Zapdos. That's like the only thing I can think about that would work. I think. I don't know if there's enough Auroras left to do that. There's also Stoutland, and there is a powerful prize, so that could be an option as well. So you probably want 2, yeah, 2 energy here to the Luminion, so you can retreat it twice, once this turn, once next turn. I guess it's also possible Jordy can't get the KO on the Snorlax, and your Snorlax wakes up and you just have a Gust effect to win the game. Here we go. Retreat from the Luminion. The Lax is going to get the 2. Heads. Tails. The Lax is sleeping. If it does wake up going into Jack's turn and Jack does have a Boss or Serena, Jack could KO the Crobat, though. But if not, this is looking like it's going to be a tie. Actually, Jack did get the second powerful off the prize cards, though. So if it does, Jack could also Birdkeeper. I think Jack does play the Birdkeeper. Jack could Birdkeeper, reset, and then second powerful KO Vikavolt if Jordy attacks with Vikavolt. But I don't see a reason for Jordy to not just leave a 1 prizer on the active either, though. Yeah, I don't see a reason. That's a great emote. I don't see a reason. We'll see. I think Jordy can just leave a Mew in the active, and then it'll end up in a tie. Turn 0 for Jack, turn 1 for Jordy, turn 2 for Jack coming up. There we go. Melanie to the Vikavolt. Yeah, as long as Jordy just doesn't put the Vikavolt in the active. Jordy should be chilling. There's a Greninja grab. Jordy's like playing... I almost feel like Jordy's playing like they have a win condition. I don't see it. Whatever the win condition is, I have no clue what it is. Greninja for 2. Yeah, whatever Jordy's win condition is, I have no clue what it is. I think if Jordy just... Oh! Dude, they do retreat to the Viking Vault. I think if they just passed with the Mew in the active, they always win. Here we go. Tails. Okay, tails. But do they have the Bird Keeper? Jack for the Bird Keeper? Don't think Jack's got it. So it looks like it's going to be a tie here. Here we go. Archeops. I think Jack plays the Bird Keeper, right? Yeah, they do. Why did Jordy attack? I mean, it stops the possibility of escape rope or switch, I guess. But yeah, there was no reason for Jordy to attack there. That was definitely a mistake for Jordy to even put that in the active. There was no reason for Jordy to attack at all. Yeah, I can't think of why. Yeah, there's just no reason. Makes no sense. There's no reason. There was no reason. All right, let's get it round 9. The viewers a good show. Yeah, keep it suspenseful. The potential for lax was there. All right, we got our last one. Raz still on the Lugia. I guess you can't. I mean, you can't. It's hard to like. If you play Lugia and then you top 8'd your last 2 major tournaments, you appreciate 29 months there, Villa. If you top 8'd your last 2 major tournaments, how would you not play Lugia again, right? It makes sense. Hard to go against the BDIF. That chicken and beer place at Knox was bussin'. Yeah, it was pretty good. I think the best food I had at Knoxville for sure. All right, we got Raz still in the Lugia versus Tom. I'm not gonna try and pronounce the full last name there. Tom Van. I'm gonna try Geenhoven. Is that how you say it? With some build of Lost Box. The question is, what build of Lost Box? Raz is going first. The opening hand's kind of mid, to be honest. Double powerful in the opening hand is not great. Could start to move them out of the hand, though, with Guru. So we could see Raz grab Guru here, Primate Wisdom 1 powerful into the deck, play the Quick Ball, and try and get the powerfuls back into the deck. Now, there's a powerful prize, so I don't know if Raz needs to, like, get too hooked on the idea of trying to pull off the quad powerful Stoutland, because it's not going to be possible until, like, late game, and at that point, it might not matter. It looks like neither. Yeah. So yeah, I don't think Raz needs to get too hooked on that. On trying to get. Yeah, so we're going to see the Guru play here to try and filter these energies back into the deck. And then probably try and find some Archeops, of course. There we go. Primate Wisdom, powerful on top. Play the Quick Ball. I think that was even an Evolution Incense, maybe. Has Manaphy in hand as well, which will be a pretty good card to have access to, potentially. Quick Ball's a Lugia V. Okay. I don't even know what you'd grab here as Raz, to be honest. I don't know how well Raz knows the matchup either, so just goes for the Yveltal to just thin it out of the deck, it looks like. And we can't talk too much about what... So Tom is definitely playing... Tom is not playing... Well, actually, do we know anything about what Tom is playing? We don't actually know anything, to be honest. Well, Tom has... No, we actually just don't know. It's not Ray, because it has Capture Energy. We know that. Actually, there's a... No. It's not Ray. We know that because Tom has... There's a Capture Energy. There's no Capture Energy in Ray. We can probably make that assumption. Yo, appreciate the tier 1 sub there. Rez. Welcome to the Rat Pack. We're all out of dice. We got plenty of... storage containers. Yeah, I think we can safely assume it's not Ray. Lost Ray. Probably close. I saw Lightning in the hand, so it's probably close to something like... There might have been Metal. Oh, there's Metal as well, so it's probably something close to what... something close to what Pedro played. For sure. Ooh. Damn, Tom's kind of clean with the prize checking here, too. That's like super... He's super clean with it. Dragonite, Metal Energy. I can't tell what the other card in the Lost Zone is. It kind of looks like Snorlax, but I actually can't tell what that is behind the Metal Energy. Tom being efficient with the prize checking. Super important in the Lost Box deck. I feel like this might be the deck that is like most important to prize check this thoroughly, to be honest. It's important in general, but energy, Pokemon, like all those things matter. Your one of Pokemon matter in situations. Your energy count when you're using Mirage Gates matters so much. Like, it just matters, you know? It just matters. Oh, it's the amazing Kyogre build. Let's go. Unfortunately, in this matchup, that's not as relevant. The amazing Kyogre is not as relevant, but still super sick to see. For sure. I wonder if Tom has like the full amazing Kyogre package of boss and canceling Cologne. So you can like do the, again, the mirror match, you can do the full combo of amazing Kyogre, boss, canceling Cologne. It's a lot. It's a lot, but it is possible. Comfy and Greninja grabbed here for Tom. Probably see that concealed cards here. For you. Another Battle VIP pass, I think. I mean, I can't imagine what else this would be. Prioritize the Manaphy and the Guru. Super clean setup from Tom so far. Still looking for that hit with the Cram, though. Still looking for the Cram hit, though. Still looking for that Cram hit. We'll see if they can find it. I played the wrong Kyogre at Nox. Apparently, man. You can do some crazy stuff with that Kyogre, to be honest. You can do some crazy stuff with that Kyogre. You just, like, start putting damage in play, and then all of a sudden you do that, put 80 to everything, and then it's just, like... can snowball. Well, this is not looking great for Tom's chances of a Cram hit, to be honest. We'll get to the 4 in the Lost Zone, but the hard retreat immediately usually means that you're digging for the switch card to get to the last piece of the Cram hit. Colress bites the dust. Ooh, even Tom doesn't seem like super sure about that one. Is there going to be... That's a huge hand. Does Tom really not have a way to hit with Cram? Has the Cram, we know that. Tom stays crammy. Wisdom on the way. I think Tom whiffed the turn 1 hit. That's pretty unfortunate. Now the question is, what do you bench? I would like to see Tom bench another Comfy here, maybe. Yeah, if Tom had another Comfy in hand there, I would have hated to see a Comfy hit the bench. Because if Raz has Marnie this turn... yeah. Now Raz can look for that Stouty, though. I'm sure Raz is thinking about using Stoutland here for sure. It's like, oh, well, okay. Well, the Comfy's in the active. I have 2 powerful, at least in the deck. Actually has 3. So Raz can go for... I think Raz has a capture in the hand as well. Just goes for the full-on research, though. I like that as well, though, because you want to keep the option of Aurora plus Archeops around. But I think Raz's hand just sucks. Yeah, that's a nothing hand. There is literally nothing in that hand. It's just Pokemon and a research, I think. No Archeops, though. No good Pokemon. I think we're looking at a Read the Wind. Is it just going to be a Read the Wind here? Oh, wait, we got some Wisdom first. Hold up, hold up. It's a little risky for Raz to leave this Lugia in the active here, I think. Oh, it's the Read the Wind. That's a little risky. Lone Lugia. Tom does play Lightning Attackers. Which ones? Probably the Raikou. Probably the Raikou. There's a Colress to start off with. So we're going to go up to 6 in the Lost Zone here for Tom. Tom should be able to KO this Lugia. I'm going to go ahead and bet that Tom KOs the Lugia this turn. I think Tom's cooking. Move my cam so you guys can see Tom. There's nowhere for me to move my camera. There's no good place for me to put my... This is the best place for me to put my cam. Otherwise, I would. Comfy for 2. Ooh, the capture becomes the Raikou, though. All right, cook him, Tom. This is it. It's all you. Raikou or Zeraora. They're not prize, and we know you play Lightning Energy. You can't fool us. I think it's a quick ball. And Tom is cooking. Knock out the lone Lugia of Raz. That'll put Tom super far ahead. Did lose the Dragonite. Usually when you get into this kind of prize trade with the Raikou like this, the Dragonite's like a decent follow-up because you can just go like big hitter for big hitter back-to-back. And like the Dragonite can like hit into another Lugia or something. You can always like recover the Raikou to do that as well, though. So losing the Dragonite's not the end of the world, but And there's 7. Here comes the Mirage Gate. Tom's putting on the pressure. There we go. Lighting water. Looking good. Should Raz concede here? I think Raz should probably concede here. Like, the chance that you win this game specifically is super low at this point. Tom has a super developed board. I don't think the Lost Zone hits have hurt Tom too much as well in this scenario. So Tom's at least going to be 3 prize cards ahead here probably before Raz even considers attacking. And if Tom ever has, like, Boss to respond KO AzulGG, like, I think this is a scenario where you should just concede as Raz. And save time for game 2, game 3. There we go. I love that scoop from Raz there. I think that's super. That's like, look, it's like proof of, like, you know, high level. Raz is a high level player, you know, great player, and, you know, reads the situation well. Scoops right there. That's like a perfect time to scoop. Can you win? Sure. Do you increase your chances to win the series by conceding? Definitely. So I love the scoop there from Raz. Analyzes it and it's like, how am I ever winning this game here? Like, that's where you could, like, take a second, you know, peep their Lost Zone and be like, okay, have they overextended at all in the Lost Zone? It's like, not really. Okay, I think I'm just gonna concede here. Like, I love that scoop from Raz there. That's perfect. Love to see it. I want to go back a little bit. I kind of want to see the opening. I think it's just okay. We'll just start here. Raz with the Evolution Incense for Chops. Another Evolution Incense for another Chops. Actually, like, kind of talking about that a little bit more. I've seen, like, a couple times recently in, like, YouTube comments or on Twitter where people are like, well, if you ever have a chance to win a game, you should stick out the game. But that's just, like, not true. You should come to the determination of what your goal in the set is first. If your goal is to win the set, there definitely is times where it's correct to concede a game to maximize your percent chance to actually win a match versus win the game. So yeah, Raz playing super fast there. I think double chops are in the discard pile, which is not something actually Raz has to stress. And oh my gosh, Tom's hand sucks. But comfy use, you never know when you're gonna get bailed out by a Battle VIP Pass or a Colress. Let's see what Tom finds. I can't tell, man. I want to be able to see these Lost Zone stuff. It's going to be one of these games or one of these openings for Tom where you kind of sit there and you're just like full on dirtling. Just switching between a comfy and a non-comfy to try and dig. Just got a bunch of nets in hand. These are the worst Lost Zone games. Lost Zone. Here we go again. Quick ball's happening. Okay, so Tom's making some stuff work here. The Raikou was also prized for Raz. So in these kind of slower starts, usually as well, for Tom, you usually have to give up something, whether it be the Guru or the Manaphy. Usually you're missing out on something initially as Tom. So it'll probably be a Manaphy here. But thankfully for Tom, or luckily for Tom, I should say, Raz did prize the Raikou. So it's not going to be too big of a hit for Tom to kind of have to give up on that in this scenario, to be honest. Not going to be too big of a hit. Not going to be too big of a hit at all. All right, Tom's taking account here and going for another comfy, it looks like. I think definitely has a net in the hand. This is actually like an interesting... I don't know if there's energy in Tom's hand. It's actually like an interesting choice here when you're thinking about going for second comfy or Greninja. It usually depends on how good your hand is. If your hand has like no good cards that combo with anything, then you usually want to go for the Greninja draw, because then if you get 2 good cards, you have two good cards to work together. If you have some good cards that work with something, then you usually want to go for the comfy, because then if you just get 1 good card, you can make that good card work with your other good cards. It kind of depends on how many good cards you have. Also into water. Here comes the Colress. Okay, Tom's pulling it back together. Rough start, but it's coming together here for Tom. Quick check. What is Tom gonna grab? A comfy and a capture energy. That seems pretty reasonable. Capture's pretty good though in the early game though. I'm curious to see what Tom grabbed over the capture. The comfy, of course. Oh, looks like another capture energy. Can't complain about that. I think we're at 4 here for Tom. So we can see the cap to the active. And the safest thing to grab here is Manaphy. But the Guru does protect a Chorus. The Greninja is also very good to play around getting Marnied as well. Tom goes for the Greninja. It's also possible it would be hard for Raz to pull off the Raikou play on the next turn, potentially. It's possible that Raz can't make the Raikou play work, but push for the Greninja play, just going to keep digging, it looks like. For Tom. Here comes the Greninja use. Draw 2. I don't mind this line from Tom, to be honest, and just kind of hope your opponent doesn't Marnie you, hopefully, or ideally, and then also just doesn't have access to the Raikou play on the next turn. And we get the Cram hit for the 110. Not bad. I don't hate it. What's Raz cooking with? Capture here from Raz. And this capture means Raz is not attacking with Raikou or Stoutland off the rip here. No Raikou, no Stoutland attacks from Raz. Gets the Guru. We'll probably just see Raz retreat to Luminion, attack with Luminion, and then send up Guru afterwards. I think this is a research here for Raz. Could be a Marnie. We'll see. It is the Marnie. So this is actually going to hurt Tom. Tom did not get the Guru to put a Birdkeeper or the Colress on top of the deck. Also, Guru is just kind of +1 card you could potentially see as well. So like the Guru is just kind of good to have in play. Did get the Greninja though. Greninja is also good at seeing cards as well though. So you know, it's a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Let's see if Raz actually found a V-Star. Here comes a Quick Ball. Gosh. Lugia V. I'm curious to see if Raz benches it or not. I'm going to try and set up another Lugia V-Star here for Raz. Or not. I'm definitely curious to see if this gets benched. Looking back at the hand for Raz. The Wisdom is happening. Lugia does get benched. Oh, is it a whiff from Raz? It is a whiff. There's no V-Star. Double chops in the discard pile on turn 1. No V-Star turn 2. That's pretty unfortunate. The Cram is going to get a ton of value here for Tom. It's looking real good for Tom now. Yeah, it's looking real good for Tom here. Just needs to swing for a turn, to be honest. You don't really need to do too much else. You do need to start to set up for future turns, but yeah, you really just need to swing here. All right, conceal cards to start with. Manaphy would be pretty good to get down here for Tom. That should definitely be a priority from Tom. Of course, Tom doesn't know that Raz's Raikou is prized, but you definitely want to play around that pretty aggressively. So, oof, and the Chorus. Chill out, Tom. Can Tom be stopped? I don't know if Tom can be stopped. This is looking really good for Tom. Heavy Ball and Cram bite the dust. No basic Pokemon prized. Second Cram, to be honest, second Cram's pretty good. You don't sleep on second Cram. In a lot of matchups. Lugia matchup and also the Mirror matchup. Especially once you're ahead. Sometimes if you hit a slow turn in the middle of the game, you can just kind of chill and Cram. Gets the Manaphy as well. Yeah, don't sleep on second Cram. Second Cram shouldn't always be biting the dust, but pretty often you find it in the Lost Zone. You can always rod for the first Cram as well back at some point. All right, Tom's deep in thought once again. What do you got for us, Tom? Energy setup on the Comfy. You love to see it. Raz, I think most recently in the at OCS he did play triple Marnie, so definitely possible that Raz has the triple Marnie. Okay, here we go from Raz. Irida. Gonna see a Luminion grab as well as an Evolution Incense. And Raz will finally be cooking. Get the Luminion back to the deck, and then probably push up the Guru. So this would actually be like a turn where like hitting with Cram into Guru wouldn't be terrible. It's not great. Like this turn from Tom, you'd ideally like to use Greninja to hit 2 of Raz's Archeops. A little bit of a tall order from Tom. It is possible. I'd say it's a little bit of a tall order though. Okay, no Luminion grab. Oh, second Luminion's prize for Raz. Unlucky. And Manaphy was in the hand, so that's actually kind of unfortunate as well. No value, no extra value. So this is definitely a turn where Raz wants to. As Raz here, you want to bench Manaphy. It's actually, like, I'm not 100% sold on one way. I think you want to bench Manaphy as Raz for sure. Yeah, you want to bench Manaphy. Because if you don't bench Manaphy, then Tom's going to go Greninja, snipe both of your Archeops, and then next turn Sableye KO both your Archeops. I don't know. I guess I could see an argument for not benching the Manaphy because then it becomes an easy prize card for the Sableye. But something that can become, like, a lot harder to work for at this point anyways to begin with. So, yeah, as Raz here, I think you want to go with I think you want to bench the Manaphy here. That's usually like the play I always look for in this situation. Because a lot of Lugia players don't think about it as well as the Greninja snipe double Archeops. And it puts a ton of pressure on the Lugia player. Like, okay, if you ever want a Stoutland, you literally have to do it right now. Or you don't get to do it for the rest of the game. And they have to have the Stoutland. The way to retreat the Guru usually, because they're going to go with this Luminium play here. So they're going to send up the Guru. And then you also need the boss as well, which is like the biggest thing. But I'd be curious to see if Raz chooses not to bench the Manaphy. Okay, does bench the Manaphy. Okay, with a Speed Lightning. Okay, I think they're confused if if Raz attached for turn or not. There's the KO. And actually, Raz sends up an Archeops. Holy smokes. Whoa. Okay, I don't know if I like this. Wait. Huh. That is an interesting choice there from Raz. The Archeops send up. This does force, if Tom wants to have like a good turn this turn. Dude, man, this is weird. The Speed Lightning on the Manaphy is also a little weird. It makes Manaphy or pivot. I mean, I think what Raz is thinking here is like Zamazenta's not going to happen. Maybe. But if Tom has Zam KO Archeops, you respond with Lugia, and then Tom responds with Raikou. So Tom is looking for, like 100% Tom is looking for the Zamazenta play here. Zam, knock out this Archeops is 100% what Tom is looking for here. That was a little bit of a shock. That was a little bit of a shock for me, to be honest, from Raz. I did not expect that. I'm curious to see how this plays out now. Already, Tom is getting aggressive with the Ordinary Rod, so I feel like Tom already has the play that they know that they want to go for here. They're using the Ordinary Rod. I feel like they have to already have the play. Oh, there is a medal in the Lost Zone as well, and there's one prized. Can Tom actually attack with Zamazenta? I think one of the first two cards in the Lost Zone was a Metal Energy. Uh-oh. But to be honest, a Dragonite hit here I don't think would be terrible either, right? Dragonite knockout isn't terrible here. One metal. Is there two metal? Can't see. Keep going. No, keep looking. Tom thinking about the Raikou play. You could go, as Tom here, you could go Raikou knockout. It would be a little bit awkward to run into a Charizard at that point. But if you go Raikou knockout Archeops, just going for a Cram. Okay, so not that big of a play at all coming in from Tom here. Cram Punch, the Archeops does set up for Sableye KO, Archeops KO Manaphy later, though, for 2 prize cards. So it's not like a terrible... That's still a 2-for-2 trade there from Tom. And it does pressure one of the Archeops, which is like the biggest deal. So still not terrible for Tom, I feel like. Ooh. Sequencing Greninja last, though. Hate to see it. No, wait, but there was a medal in the active? Ooh. The retreat, another comfy use. Feels like Tom definitely settled for the Cram attack this turn, though. This is another thing with not having Guru in play. Ooh, the Dragonite goes. This is another thing with not having the... Oh my gosh, another Colress. Tom does not whiff the Colresses. There's another thing with not having the Guru in play. You can't filter your Lost Zones with Primate Wisdoms to like guarantee get rid of dead cards. A water. Ooh. It should be fine, though. I don't know if we're ever using Greninja in this game. The water's not going to be a huge deal. Just running out of energy in general can be a concern, but... Ooh, 2 water. Okay, that's a lot of water gone. What did Tom get? Raikou, Sableye, Boss. Those are good cards, though. I think Tom might be at 10 here, actually, now. Yeah. Oh, that quick ball for the Cram feels really bad now that we're attacking with Sableye. Cram on the bench here is just not good. I don't know if you'd bench anything else in the hand. Well, maybe it makes Cram not as bad, to be honest. All right, 7 to the Manaphy. But now where does the rest go, to be honest? I don't know if I like this attack from Tom. I feel like Tom maybe should have attacked with Cram and then attacked with Sableye. Yeah, I don't know if I like this attack from Tom, to be honest. I like the 4 on the active chops, though. Yeah, it almost feels like Cram into Sableye was like a better line to take. Because now this Archeops in the active is going to move, and the only way to access it again is with a Sableye. So it's back-to-back Sableyes as opposed to Cram Sableye. And you're not actually limiting Raz's access to Archeops on this turn. Now, if you're KOing an Archeops to make this play work somehow, that'd be different because you'd be going -1 Archeops. But I think it's actually a misplay from Tom here, I think we should have seen the Cram first. It also makes things a little bit more awkward for Raz. So if Raz prized a powerful energy, then the Stoutland can't get the KO. And actually, in this hand, Raz did have double powerful in the hand. I think we still could have got the 4 powerful here, though, for Raz. That's definitely possible. And now we can see the Luminion. I like the Luminion for, I assume Raz is going to go ahead and grab Marnie. Yeah, whenever you attack with Stoutland in these mid-game scenarios, you want to combo with a Marnie. And there's no, yeah, Tom has no, and Tom could have also, with that quick ball, instead of getting Cram, Tom could have gotten, because Tom didn't attack with the Cram, Tom could have put the Zamazenta in play. Which I would have liked to have seen Tom put the Zamazenta in play, to be honest. Definitely would like to have seen Tom put Zamazenta in play. Here comes the Stoutland, and this is where Stoutland can do a ton of work. The Marnie just hit. There's no response Pokemon in play. Down to 3 prize cards for Raz. Only 13 minutes left. Tom doing a quick discard check, but there's nothing really important gone for Raz here, to be honest. Yeah, this Stoutland could snowball here, for sure. This turn, though, Tom could just attack with Sableye. There is like a pretty reasonable attack where Tom just goes Sableye for the turn. You could actually go Sableye, knock out. I mean, you'd have to just go Sableye, knock out Chops, to be honest, and then look to KO the Stoutland on the next turn. So we could see that from Tom here, just a Sableye for the turn. And then either look for Boss Raikou to KO a 2-prizer, or if a 2-prizer stays in the active from Raz, you KO that next turn. But I'm sure Raz would try and attack with a non-2-prizer to not make that a possibility. Let's see what Tom's cooking with, though. Ideally, Sableye this turn. We'll see. Okay, net reset. Keep going. The Recycler hits. Okay. That's going to give a lot of options. I feel like if the Recycler is being played right now, Tom plans to use a Mirage Gate. I can't imagine using Recycler now without using a Mirage Gate. What's cooking, Tom? Tom could also attack with Greninja this turn, and then it would force Raz to have a boss. And if Raz doesn't have a boss, then you could go like Greninja, punch Stoutland, plus punch Archeops, I guess. Oh, but we're down 2 waters in the Lost Zone, though, actually. So I don't think Tom can actually make that play happen. Raz's bench is full, so actually Raikou does knock out the active here, and then you could look for Sableye KO Archeops. All right, that's still an option here for Tom as well. No, Tom's definitely cooking here. A lot of energy was put in the deck, which is a little bit weird. We're switching. Tom does not seem pleased with the Lost Zone there. 9 minutes left. Another energy hits the Lost Zone there, I think. I don't think Tom has much here. Maybe he doesn't even have that Sableye knockout that I was talking about. There's the Zam. No way Tom has it, though, right? Okay. Oh, the Birdkeeper for 3. Metal and Mirage Gate are the 2 that are needed. Wait, I saw the Tom was shaking their head like, okay. Oh my gosh, and then the pass. All right. Boss on Manaphy from Raz. Stoutland's going to draw 2. Here comes some Chops for some energy. No, just can take the knockout. Never mind. Okay, Tom should concede. All right, scoop it up, Tom. Let's go to game 3. You need that time. Stop playing cards. Yeah, just like how it was. Oh, the Mirage Gate was the next card. So close. So close from Tom. All right, pack it, Tom. We're going next. There's no win condition left. There's 0 win condition. Is there 0 win conditions left? Hold up. Oh, there's not 0 win conditions left. Tom could get Raikou, Sky Sealstone, Boss for 3 on the Lugia. Hold up. Tom is still cooking. Let Tom cook. It's not over yet. Let Tom cook. Mirage Gate should get played right now. There we go. Going back in. We have another energy, though. Deciding which one to take. Okay. Sky Sealstone plus Boss is Tom's out here. Has Guru in the hand. Okay, Tom can actually cook this. Hold up. Ian has that fleet-footed. All right, Greninja for 2. Sky Sealstone's in the hand, actually. Another Mirage Gate. Is there a net behind the Kyogre? I feel like there was. I may be trolling. Tom can almost... Wait, can Tom just see the whole deck? Actually, I feel like... Should Tom have left the energy in there? Maybe not, maybe not. Yeah, I forgot about the Sky Sealstone play here from Tom. Okay, Comfy number 1. Oh, one of them's not boss. If there was boss, the game would be over. Is that it? Is Tom cooked? I thought Tom had a net in hand. Maybe I'm trolling on that, though. Ooh, can't even KO the active with the Raikou. Stupid V-Guard energy. Tom's quickly thinking through it. I thought Tom had a net in hand. Maybe not, though. Maybe not. See, this Cram clogging up the bench, though. We could have seen a Primate Wisdom for 1 more. Ooh, just a Chorus. I think Tom just wondering what goes to the Lost Zone here. You put 2 in the Lost Zone, or do you take 2? I think you take 3, and then you have to take 3 first, and then the other 2 go to the Lost Zone. I believe. I'm not 100% sure. All right, I don't think Tom's gotten out here. Ordinary Rod is coming down. I think Tom's trying to attack with Zamazenta for the turn. But then Raz will just win, I believe. I really believe Raz has enough energy left to just win with Lugia. I don't know what Tom grabbed there. It's like Sableye plus Psychic Energy. Retreat. Oh, wait, Tom has... Oh, wait, didn't Tom have Fleet-Footed? Oh, Tom had Fleet-Footed! No! Tom undercooked, bro. I think Tom is realizing that Tom had Fleet-Footed. Yeah, Tom forgot about Fleet-Footed. No! Tom undercooked it there. Had 1 more card to be drawn to look for the play, because this play never matters. Oh, I completely forgot about the Fleet-Footed myself. You appreciate the 11 months there. Coltrane. Punch doesn't matter. Attach. Knockout. Yes, Tom realized. Forgot about the Fleet-Footed. No! Oh, that's rough. That's rough there. Yeah, Tom forgot. I thought Tom had it. I did think Tom had a net in the hand. I guess I was wrong on that. All right, game 3 with 4 minutes left. If we ain't donking, we ain't getting dubs. Let's see what happens. I should do how much? We're like nearing the end of the thing. Okay. Tom will be going first, and the VOD ends there. So I assume this ends in a tie, because neither of them made day 2. Neither of them are in day 2, so I assume this just ends in a tie here. We'll take it. This matchup really needs an hour 30 minutes for all 3 games. Yeah, you're not playing all 3 games. If someone isn't conceding in a game pretty early on, you're definitely not playing all 3. That is for sure. Dude, Tom undercooked, bro. At first, I thought Tom was cooked, and then we just had to let Tom cook, and then Tom undercooked. Damn, it be like that sometimes, though. It be like that sometimes. All right, let's get into the first round of day 2. What time is it? Almost 5? Yeah, we can do like a couple rounds of day 2. I'll have time for a couple rounds. We got time for a couple rounds. Why doesn't the largest one not simply the other 5? Wait, what do you mean, Charizard? All right, let me bring you guys back in. All right, so we can look at all the lists in day 2. Why isn't the meme largest one not simply the other 5? Oh. You're struggling, bro. Hold up. Oh, that's not what I meant to do at all. Okay, that's better. All right, let me find both these players real fast. Mao and all right, so it looks like David has a pretty. I guess I want to say this is like super vanilla Reggie list, but it's the Escape Rope plus Boss, and then Cape of Toughness. Yeah, nothing too crazy. Got the Cape, Escape Rope Boss. I want to say this is like standard, but like nothing too crazy. So it has some outs to like Ice Cube and stuff. Tricks, not super straightforward Reggie. And then the Lugia list from Tamao. Got the Birdkeeper, got the Snorlax, 2 Vac, 1 Choice Belt, and then we're looking at 15 energy. 15 energy plus the Snorlax is actually, I feel like that's not super common. Usually when you have 15 energy, you also have the... So double Vacuum is pretty good in the Reggie matchup because it means you might not have to put down Pumpku to bump a path, and instead you might just draw into the Vacuum. So in this matchup, talk about it real fast, I guess... it mostly comes down to how well the Lugia player draws, to be honest. The Reggie players usually attack in turn 2 with something. They're kind of cooking from there. But to be like prize efficient in the matchup, the Lugia player needs to like attack with their Lugias multiple times. But if you attack with Lugia V-Star, then David's going to attack with Regice. And it's going to be, okay, Regice hits me. Well, now you have to retreat your Lugia to something else to attack again. So ideally, as the Lugia player, your board wants to be double Lugia, Manaphy, Dunsparce, double Archeops. That wants to be your 6 Pokemon in play. You can actually play with 1 Archeops in this matchup just fine. As long as it doesn't get boss KO'd super early, but it almost never will, so it doesn't really matter. But you can play to like 1 Lugia, double Archeops, let one of your Archeops get KO'd once you attack with it, and then go into the double Lugia play. But you basically want to attack with Lugia V, they Regice it, then you evolve it, you get rid of the Regice effect, and then you attack with it into the V-Star. Or you like switch into a different Lugia and kind of go from there. The Snorlax can be like a decent attacker in the matchup as well, but generally if you're going like 1 prizer after 1 prizer after 1 prizer, there's like a possibility you actually just like run out of energy. Like if you attack with Snorlax and an Archeops and then a Lugia gets knocked out, like it could theoretically run out of energy. And you always have the potential of Charizard as like a late game closer for 1 energy though at the end of the game as well. So you don't really want to actually be attacking with 1 prize Pokemon in the matchup. You want to attack with Lugias, force them to hit KO you by having Dunsparce and Manaphy in play. And then kind of make sure you attack with Lugia V over V-Star, and then you evolve your Vs to the V-Star when they attack you with Regice and kind of go from there like that. So that's kind of the general game plan. Let's get into it. See who's going first. Dunsparce start from Tamao is fine because they are going first. They'll probably be able to move. It has the Vacuum in the hand as well, which is a super big deal here, to be honest, for Tamao. And like I said, you don't actually, as Tamao, you don't actually need to go double Archeops in this matchup. You can go single Archeops, and it's just kind of fine. Energy count real fast, and then check the Pokemon. Manaphy is prized, unfortunately, for Tamao. The reason the Manaphy being prized is important is because then that allows the Reggie player to either use bad Lecky to KO your Dunsparce or attack twice with good Lecky to KO your Dunsparce. Just like either way, your Dunsparce can get KO'd pretty reasonably. And then David is 1-hit KOing your Lugias potentially with the Lecky. So, yeah, kind of an unfortunate prize card there for Tamao. Not the end of the world, but not great. But having the Vacuum in the opening hand is really good. So, they have that going for them. Here comes a capture. You should just grab another Lugia here as Tamao, I think. I would just grab another Lugia here as Tamao. I would have maybe even put the capture on the Dunsparce. It's probably fine to do it like this. Goes for the Snorlax. Like I said, Snorlax is like okay in the matchup, but it just gets KO'd. So then you lose 3 energy, basically. Like, your Snorlax gets 1 hit KO'd, your Lugia V and V-Stars get 2 hit KO'd, so you get to keep more energy around more often. So I would have liked to have just seen another Lugia grab here from Tamao, to be honest. I don't actually like this Snorlax grab here. You're set up so well with his hand as Tamao as well, unless David has a Marnie to get rid of your Vacuum, which would be unfortunate, but... looking at the prize cards real fast, like I mentioned, the Mana Fee, 2 Draw Supporters prize for Tamao. Marnie in the last couple is not great, but it's not the end of the world. Couple Supporters prize from David as well. Both prizes, Serena and a Marnie, actually. But nothing too ridiculous in David's prizes either. As long as David can find like the first, the 1 Twin Energy that's in the deck pretty reasonably, then it's not a big deal that the other one is prized at all. Regice, Quick Ball. Might be able to pull off a turn 1 attack here. I don't know if David has a draw supporter in hand right now, but it's definitely possible. Has already attached the capture for turn, so it's going to make things a little bit more difficult. Usually when you can attach the Aurora for turn, that makes it a little bit easier to pull off that turn 1 attack. 2 off the Drago. Is there a supporter for David? There's a research. Well, David's kind of goes with the choice belt to the Reggie. I actually like it on the ice a little bit more, because the ice is the only thing you want to attack into the ice is the only thing you want to attack into the Lugia with. So I actually prefer the choice belt on the Regice a little bit more, because the Gigas you could use to KO the Snorlax or an Archeops or stuff like that. So I do prefer the choice belt on the Regice, because Regice, like, the only thing you want to attack with Regice is the only thing you want to attack with the choice belt into, usually if ever, is literally into Lugia, and the only thing you want to attack into a Lugia with is Regice. So I like the choice belts on the Regice over the Gigas, because Gigas sometimes you want to attack into other stuff with. It's still pretty often it stays the same, but so no path in play for Tamao to have to worry about, which is nice. Has a powerful on the to put on the active to retreat it. You do want to save some powerfuls for the potential of Archeops to attack with as well. Has Birdkeeper and Marnie. You probably go with Marnie here. Does have the Luminion, so you could go for a research here as well, which wouldn't be terrible. And then you could have vacuumed away the choice belt there as Tamao. And I don't hate that, to be honest. I also kind of like the energy attachment to the Dunsparce as well, because then you could just attack this turn for sure. But actually, that's a pretty good draw there from Tamao. So Tamao's still in business here for sure. Actually, it's a really, really good draw. Well, I guess you don't really want to attach to the act. You don't want to attach before you research, to be honest. I always like before the Marnie. Yeah, you definitely want to hold off and wait. We'll see the Evolution Incense here. Get an Archeops. So we'll get to get out the double Archeops here for Tamao. Like I said, this board set would be a little bit better if that Snorlax was just a V. The board set would be like a little bit better. But not by too much. We could still see the capture to the Dunsparce. Whoa. You got to get rid of the Aurora here, though. Or the, I don't know why is Tamao keeping the Aurora? That makes no sense to me. What do we ever need this Aurora for? Why do we ever keep the Aurora there? I guess you don't have to. But you could have captured to the Dunsparce. What is this? What is the point of keeping this Aurora around for? That was a bad play there from Tamao. You always put the capture on the active. Potentially get a Lugia V. You don't have to get a Lugia V, but you always put the capture on the active there. And discard the Aurora. Because now, depending on what you top deck, you might not... You're pretty much always, I guess. You're pretty much always getting rid of the... You're always playing the Aurora for your top deck, probably. Or a prize card. But you should just put the capture down first. Because then you could... Yeah, you should always attach a capture active here. Goes with the Snorlax attack here from Tamao. I really do not like this. I really do not like the Snorlax attack here from Tamao. You attack with Snorlax here. I mean, David's not set up yet. Yeah, David's not fully set up yet. So if you just stay asleep, you could get stuck for a turn as Tamao. And it gives like David one more turn to like set up to be able to start to trade into your Snorlax. I usually just attack with Lugia here as Tamao. Yeah. Also, the capture could have gotten another Lugia in play if you put the capture on the Dunsparce. You don't really want to put another Lugia in play when you don't have Mana Fee in play, but I really do not like the Snorlax attack here from Tamao. Tamao also forgot to draw a prize card, which you should probably do that. There's a path, and here comes an Ultra Ball. Maybe Tamao did wake up. Maybe Tamao just knew they were waking up, though. I guess that's possible. All right, Drago again from Tamao. Hopefully they don't play a Marnie before Tamao draws their prize card. Hopefully someone realizes that. Maybe Tamao's just going in hard mode. Just like, all right, I'll just draw one more prize card this game. I'm not going to draw the first prize card. I'll draw the next one after that. Oh, no. Here comes the Marnie. It's okay. The prize card would still go to the bottom of the deck. Now, when are they going to realize, though? That's going to be the question. Yeah, when is Tamao going to realize? When is someone going to realize that Tamao didn't draw a prize card? It's got to happen eventually, right? Did we just discover this? Did we discover that this happened? You appreciate the 25 month resub there, Nexum. All right, Reggie's loaded up for David. But is there an attack here for David? I don't know if there is. There's some energy in the discard pile, but with a twin bean prize, it's definitely tough to make it work. I think David's whiffing an attack here. We'll see. Yep, just loading 2 to the Lecky and pass. Loading any to the Lecky is a little bit weird there, but you can snipe the Dunsparce next turn, so it definitely makes sense. Our Tamao still has not drawn their prize card. Oh no! Here comes the Evolution Incense. It's just getting worse and worse. The more that this game develops, the worse that he forgot to draw the prize card is developing. Tamao did take a knockout last turn, right? I'm not trolling. No, I'm not trolling. Here comes the chops. Snorlax can swing again, luckily for Tamao. Oh, and now they realize. But it should be fine, technically, because it should just be shuffled in the deck. The card should just be shuffled in the deck, because it would have been on the bottom of the deck. And then Tamao drew off the Marnie, drew for turn, played Evolution Incense. So the card would have been just shuffled in the deck at this point. It actually doesn't affect anything, to be honest. The fact that Tamao forgot to draw the prize card affects nothing. We'll see what David says. Or see what the judge says, not David. David usually judges events, so I was thinking of David as the judge, but we'll see what the judges rule. It shouldn't be a double prize penalty, because it doesn't create a broken game state at all, and I don't think really changes anything. It'll be a warning, and if Tamao does it again, I think it should probably be a prize penalty at that point. I think that would be fair. Yeah, David is definitely not judging this one. Definitely playing. It's so hard for me to get to the point where... Okay, we're back here. We're just gonna start here again. So I don't know if a prize penalty was issued or not. It's hard. I don't know if there's like something on screen that they would put up. I assume there is, but yeah, Tamao has their prize card. Now it just gets shuffled back into the deck. Looks like one energy was loaded up on Archeops. Has a second Lugia in hand. I would love to see Tamao bench his second Lugia. Well, maybe not. No, I would actually like to see Tamao bench his second Lugia, I think, here. Maybe not anymore, actually. Things get a little bit weird now. And now David is going to go into the Lecky. It is possible that David can keep the Snorlax trapped in the active for multiple turns. Because what we'll see happen is David is going to snipe KO Dunsparce, and then possibly next turn could just go snipe punch an Archeops, and then snipe KO the Archeops, and just kind of keep going from there. We see even David overloading the energy on this Lecky, and there's a Tails. So it's possible that David can't even attack again next turn if they didn't attach again to the active. And now Tamao's only way to move the active... This is why attacking with Snorlax is just like not that good. Unless you have Manaphy down as well, because then they can't snipe around it for the turn. But it also just buys David more time. But also, like, this means, like, the way this kind of set up is now Tamao lost the value of attacking with Lugia while Dunsparce is in play. Now Tamao, whenever Tamao attacks with Lugia, there's no Dunsparce in play. So if Tamao had attacked with Lugia instead of Snorlax like they did, they have Dunsparce in play, which means David has to be like, well, I don't have the ability to one-hit KO your Lugia, and it's your attacker. That kind of sucks. I have to two-shot your Lugia. But now Tamao never gets that value. Tamao never gets the value of Lugia with Dunsparce in play because they chose to attack with Snorlax first for some reason, and now it's just kind of off. I actually don't hate the Snorlax setup from Tamao initially because of the lack of Manaphy, to be honest, but you still should attack with Lugia first. As long as you have the Dunsparce in play, you should attack with Lugia while it's in play for you to be able to abuse. I think Tamao or David would have gone down the same line, but Snorlax does wake up this turn, so now David's definitely going to be wanting to just like knock out the Snorlax. And here comes another Marnie. And yeah, we should be seeing David go for knockout on Snorlax this turn with anything, just something. Or at least, I think David would like to be able to attack with the Lecky and snipe an Archeops and then clean that up later with a good Lecky at some point. Might be a tall order. The way David's playing, I don't think David has an attack. Yep, it's just just recover a quick ball. Okay, so not good. Quick ball coming down from Tamao. See what they grab. Could be, I don't know. It looks like they're eyeing up Pumpkin. You don't really need to Pumpkin this turn. Give up another Lugia V as well. I think they grab the Pumpkin. They grab the Pumpkin. A lot of how you want to go into like one Archeops or two Archeops as well depends on if the Reggie player gets like a one prize cheese knockout or not. before you attack with Lugia first. Like if they just like KO like a Yveltal that's interactive or something, then it's fine to go with like one Archeops because you don't want to attack with an Archeops and then give them the prize trade. Just another lax swing from Tamao. Tails off the rip. We could see if David feels like they're really far behind here, which to be honest, they're pretty far behind here. We could see David just try and cheese and hope this Snorlax stays asleep forever. But Tamao does have Pumpkaboo Luminion in hand. So unless David has a Marnie, they will have the Birdkeeper next turn. And they could always wake up as well. So you never know when that's just going to happen anyways. But it's looking pretty rough here for David, to be honest. Just too few attacks over too many turns. And it's looking pretty bad. All right, there's a good Lecky from David. Another quick ball. Finally, the squad is getting set up here. There's the Regigigas. I think David might still be short one Aurora, though, so I don't even think David can attack with the Regirock right now. I'm not sure. A gift to the Gigas, and then there's a research. So I assume there's two Aurora in the discard pile. If David attaches the gift there, I assume there's two Aurora in the discard pile. Otherwise, you want to leave open the option to attach the Aurora from hand. Choice ball to the Lecky. There's no better place to put it. I almost feel like David should just concede, to be honest. Because, like, there's two Chops on the field for Tamao. So Tamao's just going to go Chops, 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 Lugia, game over. So I wouldn't hate to see David just concede here. There's no reason another two-prize Pokemon should ever enter Tamao's field. And honestly, you could anyways. No, well, Serena plus Boss. Yeah, so Tamao should just win here. Chops, Chops, Lugia, game over. No, don't send him to Lugia. Well, no, it's actually the same thing. So Tamao could also go Lugia, Chops, Chops. I like the idea of saving the Lugia for the end, though. Does it matter? I don't know if it matters. Lugia, Chops, Chops. The only thing you have to be careful of with the Chops, though, is... The one thing you have to be careful of with the Chops... Wait, where did David's choice belt go? I think David chose to not attach it, actually. I thought they attached it. The one thing you have to be careful of with the with the... if you... Chops potentially can't KO Regigigas. You need double powerful for a Chops to KO Regigigas. But Tamao still has Charizard. So Charizard plus Pumpkaboo or a Vacuum would also like be able to get like that last knockout. Like you put some powerfuls on a Chops and then get that Chops ready to KO Regigigas. You should be good. Powerful to the other Chops. Uh-oh. Tamao splitting up the powerfuls. I'll be careful with that. See, I think if Tamao just throws both powerfuls on one Chops here and then loads up the Lugia to be able to attack... Yeah. See, I like this. But I think you should just have both powerfuls on one Chops here as Tamao. Oh, unless Tamao has one powerful left, then I can make either Chops KO Gigas, which actually makes sense. And then Research loses the Pumpkaboo. Which you don't love to see that happen, but it should be fine. That is like your consistent way to bump the stadium, though, to set up for the Charizard potential play. You might not need it here, though, as Tamao, if you can just find Boss to get around the potential Regigigas. Because like, on this next turn, what's going to happen is... David basically has to attack with Good Lucky to get the one-hit KO, because if you don't attack for the one-hit KO, then Tamao gets another attack through the Lugia, which means Tamao always just wins the prize trade. So you have to go David, Good Lucky, knockout, go down to 2. Tamao goes attack with Chops, go down to 1, and then David has to go attack with Gigas, hope Tamao doesn't have double powerful for a Chops, or has the Charizard knockout, or doesn't have Boss around the Gigas. There's like a lot of things that could go wrong there, to be honest. Yeah, a lot of things that could go wrong. And I don't even know if David has a Marnie left to like disrupt the hand. So if David, or yeah, if Tamao just has it in hand, then I think Tamao just has game. We'll see. It's not looking good. It's not looking good for Tamao here. We'll see. Oh no, for David. Yeah, it's looking good for Tamao. I've done too much commentating. It's wearing on me. All right, David wasn't even happy about those draws there, so I can't imagine it's getting any better. Did David whiff the attack? Okay, hang on, we got some speed. Give it out to a rock. Another shoes. All right, David seemed happy about that one. All right, there's an Ultra Ball. All right, we're cooking. Unsure about what to give up, it looks like. Where'd the Path to the Peak go? Shouldn't there be a Path to the Peak in play, or to get vacuumed? Ooh, gonna get rid of the Boss. I don't love that. I feel like the Boss is a pretty good option to have around just in case. Yeah, I feel like the Boss is just a good thing to have around just in case. I don't know what the other cards in David's hand were, though, so it's hard to make a call on. Ooh, the cape on the Regigigas is actually huge. There's another Gigas. Oh, well, we're using research anyways here. Oh, I feel like the Marnie would have been better here, though, from David. And then you also get to keep the boss. I think that's actually a misplay from David to play the research here over playing the Marnie. Yeah, I don't like that sequence at all there from David. Hey, we go back and watch that again, to be honest. Let's usually go backwards and forwards. Okay, and we can look at this hand. Oh, let's study this thing for a second. So we have... Lugia's attack over the path. That makes way more sense. So we're Ultra Balling here as David to guarantee the attack. I think if David Ultra Balls away Research and Gigas, or Research and Net, I'm not sure which one. I'm not going to overthink that. Choice Belt active. The cape on the Gigas is huge. Path to the peak, play the Marnie, save the boss, I think is actually the best line of play here from David. Yeah, the cape of toughness is a big deal here, actually. So go Path, Marnie, Ultra Ball away, the Research. You could do Gigas Net, Net Research, Gigas Research. I'm not sure which one. You're not going to need another Gigas, though, because Tamau's going to knock out your active Lecky and then only have one prize card left. So you don't ever need this extra Gigas, I don't think, ever, as David here. So it should always be get rid of the Gigas in the Net or the Gigas in the Research. I don't know which one. I'm not going to overthink that part. Cape to the Gigas, Choice Belt to the active, play the Marnie, play the Path. So I don't like this sequence. I don't like how David played this, actually, at all. And then plays a Research instead. No, I'm not a big fan. Not a fan at all. Yeah. Because I don't know why David is like this. Tamau's got like a 9-card hand over there. Like, why are we valuing our card draw versus disrupting Tamau? Because you're playing towards the Gigas being your closer here. But what if Tamau just has Vacuum Charizard now because you didn't disrupt their hand? Then you just lose the Vacuum Charizard as David here, or you probably just lose the Vacuum Charizard as David here. Well, no, you just lose the Vacuum Charizard as David here. Yeah, should have gone with the Marnie. This was actually lining up to be okay, though, because of the cape on the Gigas, actually. Like, I didn't think about cape on Gigas, but that actually is, like, a huge deal here. David to have access to. The 4's knocked out. Now if Tamau can attack with, or get charged, like, now Tamau, it's easier for Tamau to get to the Charizard play. Potentially on the next turn. Or have a boss. Like, Tamau just gets to work with this whole hand for one more turn, which means you get to thin out the deck that much more. There's like so many things you get to do here as Tamau. And actually, no, Tamau even has the vacuum for the cape right now, which is like another thing you could have limited as David. Yep, goodbye cape. Yeah, definitely a poor sequence there from David. And coming back to bite him immediately, so love to see the punish happen, but would have been cool to see David take the other sequence there. Is there a powerful left? There might not be a powerful left here from Tamau. Should definitely see the quick ball to go get the Charizard from Tamau. Could even see the Ultra Ball first. Hold on to all the cards. Just going to play an Ultra Ball here. Going for Guru, actually, instead. Oh, Guru does make sense, though. If you can Primate Wisdom the boss on top of the deck, then, or just Steam +1 card, you know, after you Marnie is pretty good as well. Grabbing Charizard there seems like would have been okay as well, but yeah, all this stuff maybe wouldn't have been possible for Tamau if David had just played the Marnie. Then maybe Tamau just draws into like kind of a brick and just like only has the Archeops knockout and then go, and then that's where David makes the comeback with the Gigas plus Cape. There's the Marnie. I assume this Guru is on the bench. But the Guru is kind of floating as a second active Pokemon there. There's draw 4. Does have Vacuum plus Luminion. I think Vacuum on top here is pretty good. I think we should have Ultra Balled or Quick Balled. Oh, there's the Charizard. Never mind. All right, never mind. The Ultra Ball wasn't working there. But I think you should bench the Charizard here. Don't play the Evolution Incense. You just put Vacuum on top of your deck. Depending on how much energy is left, you should just bench the Charizard here as Tamau, though, I think. Okay, no Cape for David. I mean, just a powerful energy will do it for Tamau. I don't know if Tamau has a powerful energy left, though. Not sure. The Regigigas needs to be sent up here from David as well. But I don't even know where you go from there as David. I wonder if Boss Guru ever stops Tamau. I don't think so. There's a Lecky. I mean, yeah, I guess you could hope the last prize card is maybe powerful. I don't know if Tamau has another powerful left anyways, though, to be honest. All right. Loaded up. Knocked out. Okay, so the Charizard play is available. The potential... There's the powerful. Okay, powerful. Knockout. Tamau gets game 1. But I think there was definitely a possibility for David to have taken that if David had played the Marnie instead on that previous turn. Okay, setting up here. No Manaphy, no Dunning prized for Tamao. Heavy ball prize for David, but no Reggie, so it's not a big deal. A twin in the exact same spot as last game prize for David. Escape rope is also prized, but not a big deal. Okay, so nothing really big deal prize on either side. Guru you don't even really want in the matchup, so looking good. David is going first. Catch Aurora, discard Aurora, and pass. So not a good start here for David. Let's see if Tamao's got anything better. Hopefully, I'd like to see Tamao set up a little bit cleaner now. Like, oh, the Punkaboo start is actually really, I just realized that. Punkaboo start's really bad for Tamao. But it might not matter if you can find one of his vacuums. It won't be as big of a deal. Won't matter at all, to be honest. We'll see if they got it, though. I would have to draw that eventually. I mean, having the Punkaboo in the deck is just better, but it's not the end of the world because if you play double vacuum. If you play single vacuum, it can be pretty tough. Did they not grab anything? I think Tamao didn't grab anything. Tamao did shuffle up there, I think. So the ruling on that could have been Tamao doesn't actually get to get a Pokemon there. I'm pretty sure Tamao shuffled up there. But David didn't say anything. I don't think David cares. I think David understands it was a honest mistake. Obviously, Tamao meant to grab a Lugia. I don't know if they have a table judge or not, but the table judge could have said something if they wanted to as well. Seeing Aurora getting attached. And pass. So the hand is okay for Tamao. I thought there was a capture in Tamao's hand. That would have been pretty bad, to be honest. If if Tamao got called on that, Tamao would have had no Lugia in play and just a Pumpkaboo. That could have been pretty bad. David goes for the Marnie over the research. I don't know what the hand was that made David go for the Marnie over the research, but does go for it. Hand here from Tamao is pretty bad. Has double Ultra Ball, but the path is in play now, so double Ultra Ball could get Archeops into Lugia V-Star, but then you actually just don't have a way to use the V-Star, use Summoning Star, so no out for that. Okay, let's see what Tamao can cook. Top deck Archeops doesn't change anything either. Yeah, so nothing great to work with here for Tamao. Could see an Ultra Ball to shuffle the deck. I forget if there is a research. There's a Marnie on the bottom of the deck right now, so you definitely want to shuffle the deck here as Tamao. When the V-Star's off the bottom of the deck, it shuffles the Marnie that's on the bottom of the deck back into the deck. And then probably just pass. Oh no, you could capture. No, Guru's prize. You can't capture for Guru. Tamao's Guru's prize. You could capture for Manaphy, I guess, right now. To like thin out the deck. That would play into Escape Rope a little bit. But leaving your only one Lugia on the bench also plays into Escape Rope. David does not look like they're attacking next turn, so it's not that big of a deal, I don't think, for Tamao. Yeah, I don't think David's attacking next turn, so it's like that big of a deal. So I'd probably grab Manaphy here if I was Tamao. Looks like that is what Tamao is going to grab here. And, you know, if David has Escape Rope plus hit, whatever, they got it. Not that big of a deal. It's fine to play into it. We do know David's Escape Rope is prized, but Tamao does not know that. I don't even know if Tamao knows that David plays an Escape Rope, to be honest, so very possible they don't. And pass. Will David finally start cooking? The shoes say, I guess yes, they kept the card. So I think that means they probably have a draw supporter in hand. Here comes a quick ball. We might just see another Regigate here, though. That'd be kind of sad for David. Hopefully we see a little bit more from David this turn. Lucky grab. What else do they got? Speed for 2. Oh. It does not look like David was pleased with those cards. I think it's gonna, yep, Regigate. I think it's a Regigate here. All right, back over to Tamao. Yeah, dude, David is having, oh my gosh. He's not having a great time here. Do I think Kyogre is still good, or does it not beat the meta enough? It's fine. Tamao with the draw pass, though. That gives David some time. How much time does David need, though, to start attacking, though? How much time does David need to start attacking on turn 2? We had a capture and a quick ball in the hand there, I think, for David. So I think David has an attack here. Unless I was trolling. There might not have been a quick ball. There's definitely a capture in the hand, though, for David. Tamao kind of looking like Elon. Yo, Tamao do be kind of looking like Elon with a mask on at the very least. Goes with a capture from David. Is this going to be capture plus Regigate? No, it is a quick ball. Okay, let's go. David is cooking finally. No. David just grabbed a second Registeel. What is happening? Oh my gosh. Who let him cook, bro? Who let him cook? Oh my goodness. All right. Drago to the active. 1-2 off the Drago. Is there a rock? That is... Oh, there's a research, though. Hold up. We're still in there. David's not done yet. Dude, if there's no out to rock here... Oh my gosh. That is insane. All right, 11 minutes left, actually, as well. Tamao actually has something here, I think. Oh, just a Snorlax. Never mind. Not too much. And pass. Okay. Come on, David. You got this. Find yourself the Regirock. To be fair, no one expects... Yeah, that's true. No one does expect the double... Ooh, the cape to the Drago is not correct. I think the cape's always best on the Regigigas. Yeah, cape's best on Regigigas, I'm pretty sure for sure. Pretty much every time. After seeing that last play, how it played out, I'm pretty sure that can happen pretty often. There's a lot of Regis in the discard pile here, I think, for 3 Regis. I don't know how many ordinary routes are in the discard pile. No ordinary routes, so it's not that big of a deal. The rock is here. Let's go. Finally, David, a turn late, is finally cooking. Here we go. Drago swinging. The cape on the Drago I do not like, though, because the Lugia can still KO it. I think you want to save that for the late game to play with the Gigas around the Archeops. I think I like that a little bit more. There is a Lugia V-Star. For Tamao. Hit an Ultra Ball. Just going to go read the wind. Okay. Well, David's happy to see that. David can just retreat and attack with Lecky. 10 minutes left. Should have plenty of time for David to close this one out. To be honest, David's going to be super far ahead here. Yep. You got it, David. There we go. All right, there's the scoop. Okay, we're going to game 3. That was an interesting one. Going to game 3, though. They don't have much time left. Hold up. I see some of it. Okay. Opening hand for Tamao. Good options. Decent options. Prize cards. Double quick ball prize for David is not great, but they're in the middle, so if David can get an early start, then the quick ball's being prized isn't a big deal. Nothing super important prize on either side, to be honest. Going to see a cap to the Raikou. The Raikou start is interesting for Tamao because it's actually not terrible. Because especially because David opened good Lucky. The Raikou start is actually not bad. Quick ball away, a capture here from Tamao. Going to go ahead and grab themselves a Lugia. They also need to play this Ultra Ball at some point as well, though. So this is like where like the balance of prize checking, trying to play optimally versus being time efficient comes in. Like I actually don't like that Tamao's checking their prize cards here. I think Tamao should just be like quick ball, grab Lugia, bench Lugia, attach, capture, get Manaphy. I don't know, Manaphy something, whatever. Just go fast. Basically, you should just go fast here as Tamao. Boom, Lugia, bench Lugia, cool. Capture the Lugia, great. Grab myself a Dunsparce, cool. And then Luminion, grab a Research. Go ahead. And just pass. Like, you should just be playing as fast as possible here as Tamao. Because, like, your goal should be to win this game. A tie is, like, okay. It's not terrible for a tie here for either player because they could still go 4-0-1 to make top cut, probably. But, yeah. Does not play the Luminion there. That's definitely a big mistake there from Tamao. You should definitely play the Luminion here. I also don't like the quick ball play, to be honest, from Tamao. I think the capture should have gone on the Raikou, and you should have just captured for the Lugia. Yeah, I think Tamao's hand is actually dead because of the path now. I can't fully tell what's in Tamao's hand, but Tamao definitely overthought that for sure. Tamao might have a Serena in the hand. It looked like there was maybe a Serena in the hand. No, Tamao only plays one Serena, so it's not a Serena because the Serena is prized. I think Tamao should have just gone capture active, get Lugia, bench Lugia, Luminion for research pass, and just go. Like, gotta go. Save the quick ball to be ultra balled away to get a Archeops, and then Luminion research away the Archeops. Would have been the play here, I think, from Tamao. See, David's playing pretty fast. There's not a lot of time left. Turn 1 attack here would give, I believe, David a shot at winning this. Not a great shot, but at least some kind of chance. So right now, there's not a great chance for either player to win this game, to be honest. Let's see what David has, though. Okay. Drago to the active. Drago for 4. Drago for 3. There's an Ice and Aurora and something else. So not great here from David. Oh, it's a research. Okay, we're chilling. All right, we're cooking. David's going. Needs 2 Reggies and an Aurora energy. What's the move? Quick ball. Sort of a Marnie. Needs Gigas and Steel. I'm actually curious about the Reggie count from David. It's just 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 3. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 3. Okay, there's the Steel. There's a Speed. We're still cooking. Could see a turn 1 attack with the Lecky. There's the Gigas. Okay, we can accelerate energy, but is that going to get us to an attack? Accelerate 1 to Lucky and pass. Okay, nope. The answer is no. Over to Tamao. Did misplay last turn. Did not use the Luminion to play around Path to the Peak. So I think Tamao's going to be draw passing here. Over to the active. Retreat. We're going to see the Read the Wind. Oh my gosh. That's not very good. Read the Wind for 3. Wow, should have played the Luminium for the research. All right, does David actually have a way to attack? Oh, net. Okay. Go, David, go. Go. Oh, has to play a Marnie, but that's fine. As long as David finds that energy. You've got 1 minute left on the clock. I don't think David's going to have enough time to win this game. I do think that David would have won this game if they had more time. There's the attach. Here comes the attack. Knockout 40. 40 seconds left. Oh, no, there's a Dunsparce in play. I'm trolling. No knockout. Yikes. Just a punch. 3 seconds left. Double vacuum. The hand still sucks for Tamao. It is... I don't know if it is possible to win, actually, here as... I don't think it's possible. Well... Maybe it's possible for David to win. 3, 2, 1. Time. All right, time is called. Tamao is turn 0. 2 turns left for David. Oh, we still got a Read to Win to work with, actually. There's going to still be some card draw here. Yeah, I don't think there's enough time. David would have won this one for sure, but there's just not enough time. All right, turn 1. Yeah, not enough time, I don't think. Maybe. Wait, how many? So we're drawing 3 prize cards this turn as David. Nah, if Tamao just doesn't bench anything, there's no way that David ever wins. Wait, hold up. No, there's no way. There's no way. Time like this is so cringe. Time like this is pretty cringe, but you can always play faster. Like, I don't think there's ever existed a game of Pokemon, a set of Pokemon that I've played in, where when this happens to like one player or the other, me or my opponent, where it's like, well, they would have won if there was more time. That I think the 40 should go to the Raikou here. That the other person couldn't have done more, right? I think there always could have been, like, could have scooped sooner. You could have conceded sooner. You could have played better in one of the games. You could have played faster overall. Like, there's almost always, it's so hard to maximize efficiency to make sure you don't tie, that there's almost always something you could have done. It does suck when this happens, obviously, but there's definitely more stuff David could have done. You shouldn't have to, though. Pokemon wasn't designed to be played as best of 3. So, Pokemon wasn't designed... Pokemon wasn't designed... And yeah, there's the tie overall with David and Tamao. So, Pokemon wasn't... You can say Pokemon wasn't designed to be played in a best 2 out of 3, but that's only if you're assuming you're supposed to be able to finish 3 full games of Pokemon, right? Like... We currently play Pokemon in a best 2 out of 3. Is it on average possible to finish 3 full games of Pokemon where one player draws 6 prize cards and one player doesn't like completely bricked. Not too often. I do agree with you on that. Yeah, not too often. I do agree with you on that, but it doesn't mean you can't play it in a best 2 out of 3 format. You just have to apply a different skill set to knowing when to concede in best 2 out of 3. Knowing, just being efficient with your pace of play and playing faster, knowing when to concede, and knowing to make sure your opponent is also playing at an appropriate pace of play as well, right? So I think that's like reasonable. Like I don't think it makes Pokemon an unreasonable game to play in a best 2 out of 3. It's just like, yes, if you play 3 games of Pokemon where both players are actively doing something back and forth, you're probably not finishing 3 games in that game in probably a majority of matchups in Pokemon. I don't know, like a Lugia best 2 out of 3, you can probably finish 3 games. Lost Box best 2 out of 3, probably not finishing 3 games very often. Lost Box against most things, you're not finishing 3 games very often. Unless it's like Lost Box against Mew, then you're probably finishing 3 games. Usually if you're finishing 3 games in like a Lost Box mirror, one of the people had to draw probably pretty poorly in one of the games and concede early, or they just kind of got ran over really fast. But I don't think it's like definitely correct to say that the game shouldn't be played in best 2 out of 3. You just have to apply another skill set to managing your matches in a best 2 out of 3 that it would be nice to maybe not have to do, and it'd be nice if the game just kind of naturally finished. You could finish 3 games in 50 minutes, but I don't think it takes away from the overall like skill in the game or competitiveness of like the game or enjoyability of showing up to a regional and playing a best 2 out of 3 regional, to be honest. Coming from Yu-Gi-Oh, we play a match in 40. Coming from Yu-Gi-Oh, we play a match in 40 with a lot more action and interaction. You just have to learn how to play around the clock. I mean, don't Yu-Gi-Oh games like end in 2 turns though? Parts that get me about that statement is that your opponent should be playing at a appropriate pace when 80% of the players are casual. Yeah, but that's just the way it is. Like I've been saying this a lot to a lot of people. Like, people need to stop comparing Pokemon to other games, or like that statement right there. It's like the part that gets me about the statement is your opponent should be playing at appropriate pace like when 80% of people are casual. It's like if you want to not have any of those affect your tournaments in Pokemon, then you should just go play chess. Like I hear all the time how people like talk about like or use chess as a comparison for how Pokemon could be better or should be better or this or that. I was like, at the end of the day, just go play chess then. Like if you want to like ignore all, if you want to try and get away from all these factors that come with playing a card game like Pokemon or like Magic or like Yu-Gi-Oh, if you want to get away from all of these little things that people complain about all the time, then just go play chess. Like you just go play chess. Otherwise, but there's some things that are fair to complain about, but I feel like a lot of the complaints I hear is like a lot of complaints I hear a lot of time recently. It's just like, why? If you're complaining about this, you just shouldn't be playing the game. You should just be going and playing chess. I had someone tell me recently like that. I think it was Grant. He's like, Pokemon's not a real game. It's like all luck based and stuff like that. I was like, bro, like if you actually think like that mentally, then why aren't you just going to play chess? Just go play chess at that point. There's no reason to sit here and play Pokemon if you feel that way about the game. Then you should just go play chess. Like there's no reason to like play Pokemon if you feel that way about the game. Like there's a lot of complaints that I've heard recently about Pokemon. Like my response to them is just like, all right, then just go play chess. But if it's like, yeah, if you don't truly enjoy playing Pokemon for what it is, then you shouldn't be playing Pokemon. You should either go find a different game. But I think you're gonna find like similar things that you could complain about in like every game, to be honest. And the end result should be like, all right, if you find those things to be that tilting, then just go play chess. There's gonna be luck. There's gonna be RNG. Like that's just part of it. That's part of all of it. So if you don't like any of that, it's fine. But complaining about it all the time, there's just no complaining about it all the time is just weird. Just go play chess. Art chat. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna run to the bathroom. We're gonna get one more round in before I have to head off. I have to head off around 6 my time. So I'm gonna go run to the bathroom real fast, and then we'll get into this last round. What was this? This was round 10, so we'll get through round 11 today, and then we'll watch the next couple rounds. Yo, is that a Zacian? Yo, let's go. All right, I'm kind of hyped for this next round. Hold up. I've heard the name Luke Kirkham? I've heard that name before. Luke Kirkham. I've heard that name before, for sure. Yo, they're bringing the sauce. All right, I'm excited for this next round, chat. I'll be right back. All right. I also think if you don't have a great first two turns, the game is like over. I mean, you say that. I mean, the thing that happens is like there's enough. You have enough. Like the one thing that you can always look to like determine, okay, is there still enough skill in the game? We'll just look at the results, right? And not to hate on Joe Schmo, but if Randy Joe Schmo, like if every major tournament, 6 of the top 8 is just Randy Joe Schmoes, you'd be like, okay, maybe we're at a point where the game's a little bit too far gone as far as skill goes. But if you look at, just take the most recent tournament, right? If you look at the top 8 for Knoxville, almost every person in top 8, actually every person in top 8, I think probably the least known name in top 8 is Lance Bradshaw, but I know who Lance is. Lance is pretty good, right? But you look at the top 8, and it's like all players who have top 8'd this year, or are like, names you can recognize, right? And then you even go past top 8. 9th place is Ian Robb. 10th place is Connor Fitton. 13th place is Mahone. And then even like Isaiah or Tyson are names like I know. But like, yeah, if you just like look at that top 8, you're like, okay, these are all players. Like Andrew Hedrick, one of the best online players coming out of COVID. Wins back-to-back regionals. Obviously a very good player. Brandon Salazar's Nationals champion. Rahul, of course, has had many top 8s, another top 8. Moffitt has had their 4th top 8 this year. Piper, 2nd or 3rd top 8 this year. 2 wins. Grant Shen, one of the up-and-coming players, seniors to masters from last season, and now it's like 3rd top 8 this season. Lance Bradshaw, I feel like not as many people know Lance, but them being in top 8 is no surprise to me personally. And then Alex Szymanski being in top 8. Like, so if you can look at that, you can be like, oh, okay. There probably is still some amount of skill in the game, especially if you look at like the consistency of some players like Moffitt or Piper. You're like, okay, these players are consistently top 8ing. Like we can be like, okay, there is some level of skill still in the game, right? I think you can draw that conclusion, of course. And like, yeah, like I said, not to hate on Randy Joe Schmoes, but if like 6 of that top 8 was like Randy Joe Schmoes, like names you'd never seen before, then I think you could maybe be like, okay, maybe we are at that point, right? It's always good to see some Randy Joe Schmoes in the top 8, of course. Names you've never heard about or seen before. It's always cool to see that. But if it's making up a majority of top 8s consistently, that's when you maybe want to be like, okay, how much skill is in the current meta? Although I'm not gonna lie, I looked at the Bochum top 8, and I only recognized one name, which was Sen. The only name I recognized in top 8 from Bochum was Sen. But I'm not in the European scene as much, so I don't know, like, of course, everyone's going to recognize the big names, Tord, Pedro, Stefan. And that's mostly the people I know. I mean, I know, like, Raz. That's a name I'd recognize. Kim. But, of course, I'm not going to know, like, the really good European players who aren't, like, the big international household names, right? Like, I'm not going to know those names. Which I'm sure some of these people who are in top 8 are those names, besides, like, Sen for me personally, because I know the names. I've seen Sen place well before, so... But everyone else besides Sen, I have no idea who any of these people are who are in top 8 of Bochum. But I'm sure if you're in the European scene, everyone probably knows quite a few of these people, right? All right, let's get into this final round, though. Before I head off for the day. What am I looking at here? Let's find some lists. Yeah, let's do some list hunting real fast. Milo. And Luke. I appreciate the tier 1 sub there. Igniter. Went to the Rat Pack. Fresh out of orange juice. We got plenty of bottles. Okay, so I'm going to show off these lists for this one because, well, one of them is kind of crazy. One of them is just Lost Box. All right, so we got Miloslav with the Lost Box. We already had them on, I believe, one of the rounds in day 1. So Lost Box, nothing too special here. Lost Box, Pedro's Lost Box from OCIC, and then we've got Luke with the Spice, the Zacian V-Star. I mean, that's it. It's just Zacian V-Star. Zacian V-Star, there's a Zamazenta in here. The Lost Box matchup with this deck does not seem like it's going to be great, to be honest, because you don't really have... yeah, you got like a bunch of chumps, to be honest. There's nothing really that could pull you ahead or give you an advantage up against a Lost Box deck, to be honest. So I'm going to go ahead and guess that the matchup against Lost Box is not going to be great. The supporter count in this deck is interesting. 1 Birdkeeper, 2 Raihan, 2 Serena, 2 Marnie. The 2 Marnie is the biggest thing that stands out to me. Not a ton of hand disruption, and not a ton of ways to find it either. No Luminion or anything like that to find it up against a Lost Box player. So I'm going to go and say Miloslav has the advantage here, but we'll see. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and imagine this does not have a great Lost Box matchup, especially if you went up against like a Lost Ray. I think that, like, Miloslav's build is going to be a little bit more manageable for this deck, but even then, I imagine it's going to be pretty tough for Luke. Let's find out, though. Start this up. We do have Luke winning the coin flip, going first. I like the way that Milo... I feel like Milo doesn't cut people's decks very often. He just pushes it with his finger. Back to the other side. All right. I think it's a Battle VIP pass. No Battle VIP pass in this deck for Luke. So quick ball maybe here, gets the Zacian. I just can't imagine this being a good matchup for Luke. But I'm interested to see how the deck does, though, to be honest. I am interested to see how it does. Some Zams, some Zash. Oof. Nice. Intrepid Sword for 2. Let's see what Miloslav can put together here. Probably looking for the Battle VIP pass and capture. Pretty good pull there. Battle VIP pass, capture, heavy ball. I think actually Milo's going to be discarding the Battle VIP pass here. Over the capture? That's weird. Is there a Battle VIP pass in there? I think an Ordinary Rod's biting the dust here for Milo. No, the heavy ball and the cram are biting the dust here. Okay. Keeping the Battle VIP pass. Okay, that's why I was a little bit confused about that. But keep going for that side instead. What was the other card then? I think it was Ordinary Rod. And thankfully for Milo, nothing super important was prized. Keeping the cram there would have... I mean, not taking cram there was interesting, though, to be honest. Because if you prize your other cram... Yeah, not taking cram there was definitely interesting. I think they took capture energy over cram, which is actually like super interesting. Yo, appreciate the 5 gifted subs there. Edwin, welcome to the pack. Welcome back to the pack. Pounds of Xanax, David Allen, Arcanus, and Jonesy, and Curly72. Welcome all back to the pack. I appreciate that a ton, Edwin. Appreciate the support. Greninja grabbed as well. Wait, where'd the Greninja come from? Oh, the capture to the active. Okay. Maybe that's why Milo took the capture here, to like actually have a way to retreat. I don't know what the hand is fully for Milo, so that's possible. Okay, there we go. Sealed cards. Definitely still probably wants to pull off a turn 1 attack here with cram, but now we got to go ahead and find the cram. Kept Snorlax over something. It looks like it was a Comfey. Getting this turn 1 knockout here, I think, would be a pretty big, you know, a way to set up the initial tempo here for Miloslav. I think it'd be a really pretty good way to set up the initial tempo here. I think they got a tough one on this next one here. I'm not sure what they took. Does have a quick ball in hand, so they do have it. They are ready to cook here. They've got quick ball. They can get the cram. They already retreated, but I think they have a net. So we got the cram attack here on this first turn, which I think is a pretty big deal. I think that is a pretty big deal here. Actually, Cram in general is just a really good attacker in this matchup. Like, Cram into Zacian is like super good. It like sets up a 2-hit KO on it. Whether that be with the Raikou Sealstone or like going into a Zamazenta after that, or Snorlax. I think Milo might end up regretting lost owning that Cram, but it maybe actually had to happen to actually pull off the attack here overall. Also, I think Milo had the nets in hand, so I think it was a mistake for Milo to not net the Manaphy. I think Milo should have netted Manaphy. And then capture retreated the Comfey instead, which I think could have happened. Puts down the Zam as well. Because you don't really need mana. You don't need Manaphy in this matchup. Chooses to not bench a second Comfey, but then doesn't. That's actually interesting. Doesn't bench a second Comfey, but doesn't bench anything else either. And we see the Marnie, the aggressive Marnie here in the hand here for Luke. And has the double cross switcher on the lone Comfey. Okay, I kind of like this play as well. I think I like this play. Double cross switcher on the Comfy one. Yeah, I don't like the Milo not benching another Comfy. Like, you have two attackers in play in the Cram and the Zam. Double Comfy just kind of makes sense to put in play. I do like the chase on the Comfy here, though, I think, as Luke. I don't know, the Cram's just going to come back up and punch you, though, so I don't know how much I like it. But it might be hard for Milo to now get to 7 and kind of reset up from here. So I think I like it. I don't know how much I like it, though. It seems decent. Ooh, Ultra Ball's away the Collapse Stadium. I don't think I like that from Luke. I think Collapse Stadium would have been super good here from Luke to put in play to limit Miloslav's bench. I think it would have been super good for Luke to actually put the Collapse Stadium in play. I think that was a discard on the Collapse Stadium. Yeah, I think playing the Collapse Stadium there would have been insanely good. Take away the training court is like a big thing. And also limiting Miloslav's bench would have been huge as well. Now it's not looking as good. Chips the Cram. Was thinking about the Zam, it looked like, so that makes me think that Miloslav probably has a Colress in hand. That's going to be my guess. Be wrong. Does have a Metal Energy in hand. Hasn't used Greninja yet, so that's probably where we should start, I would assume. There we go. Greninja for 2. Can always recover it with the training core because it did get left in play. Yeah, I think Luke definitely should have collapsed away the training core. I think that would have been a pretty big deal for Miloslav to have to deal with, to be honest. Not fun. It does have a Raihan here. So we can Raihan to the Zamazenta, and then I think needs to probably just go grab a Colress. Maybe a Comfy? Probably a Colress, though. Is eyeing up the Colress. Put that in the hand for later. Has the Zam set up as to attack with next turn. And then just swings with Cram for turn. Yeah, Cram is actually like a super good attacker into Zacian, to be honest. Like a super efficient attacker. And could even like training court the energy back and attach to the Zam as well. Yeah, quick ball. Probably going to grab a Comfy now. Has to reset that up because I didn't bench it previously. Yeah, like I said, that was probably a mistake from Miloslav not benching the Comfy. The last hand, just leaving your bench space open like that. It didn't make a ton of sense in my head. Definitely did not make a ton of sense. Definitely did not make a ton of sense. You already had 2 attackers. You had 3 attackers in play, to be honest, as well. Because you could have attacked with Greninja as well. I actually think Miloslav has a net in hand. I would like to see Miloslav actually use Comfy this turn. Like, net up the Cram, set up the Comfy, use the Comfy, set up the Cram, attack with Cram. I think they have a net in hand. I'm actually not 100% sure. Ooh, benches the Raikou. Okay, and attaches to the Raikou. And then hits. Okay, so aggressive with the Raikou. It's a little bit risky. If Luke has a boss here, the boss KO Raikou is pretty good. I guess that means that the Zamazenta's not getting knocked out, I guess. But then Luke is ahead on the prize exchange. No boss in hand. There's a quick ball. I mean, it could be to get a Luminion, but Luke does not play Luminion. Actually, Luke doesn't play boss, but there's 2 Serena in the deck for Luke. Going back in again. Does play 2. No, actually only plays 1 Crobat. I thought it was 2 Crobat. It's 1 Crobat, 1 Drapion, 1 Zigzagoon. What does the Zigzagoon matter for? That'll matter for something. All right, Zam's getting set up. I think we're just swinging with the Zacian here. Here comes the second Marnie. So no more Marnies for Luke. I'm sure Miloslav is looking for the Sky Seal Stone for sure. A lot of energy acceleration. Air Balloon for the Mew as well. And then there we go. Smack the Cram. Does Miloslav find the Sky Seal Stone? If Miloslav finds Sky Seal Stone here, I think the game is pretty much over. The trade would become just like... I mean, you could even have Boss KO Crobat at that point as well for Miloslav. That's like another thing that the Collapse Stadium could have been good at doing as well here for Luke. Would have been to remove that Crobat off the bench. Sky Seal Stone isn't prized. I just don't know where it is in the deck. You could go with the Raikou here. The Raikou seems like a pretty good play. Gate or Psychic Energy? The Gate sets up the Zamazenta if you're trying to save the Raikou for later. I think you probably want to save the Raikou for later. I mean, using it now isn't terrible. I think you probably want to save it to try and use it with the Sky Sealstone, because you could just go like Raikou Boss plus Sky Sealstone to KO the Crobat to literally win the game. So, but I think Miloslav is gonna go in with the Raikou here. Yep, Raikou swinging, fleet-footed. Second Comfy now, and just gonna go for the KO. Okay, so it goes down to 3 prize cards remaining. Mew send up for Luke. I guess could Raikou match Luke's Zamazenta? How much HP does the thing have? It might have been tough, so maybe that's why Miloslav is keeping the Zam. So now Luke will go Zamazenta knockout. Miloslav goes Zamazenta knockout Zamazenta. But then doesn't Luke win the prize trade if Miloslav doesn't find like boss KO Crobat? I think Luke does win the prize trade in that scenario. Yeah, I think Luke would win the prize trade in that scenario. Zam's loaded up. I guess will Luke be able to set up the Zacian again actually after the Zamazenta is a question though. Maybe Luke should have actually set up the Zacian this turn and then gone with the Zam afterwards. Yeah, maybe Luke should have just gone with Zacian this turn. But I guess that does open the opportunity for Miloslav to go Zamazenta punch into recover Raikou, then Raikou Sealstone, knock out the Zacian to win the game. Or I guess you could even go as Miloslav, you could go Zamazenta punch into Sableye KO Zacian V-Star plus the Mew, but you'd have time to net, and there's 2 nets in the hand here for Luke, so you would be able to net it out of play. All right, there's a knockout. I wonder how often this deck for Luke is like getting off turn 1 double cross switch or KO with Brave Blade. Probably decently often, right? The deck's like pretty aggressive. It's like a Dialga deck without the Dialga. You just do a lot of damage with the Zacian. I feel like there should like be a... Yeah, I feel like there should just like be also a Echoing Horn in here. It feels like there should be an Echoing Horn in here for Lugia matchups, like force another 2 prizer in play. I don't know. Maybe even an EXP share as well. There's 2 Choice Belt in here. When did the Choice Belt... Well, I guess Choice Belt plus Zigzagoon can make things happen with Brave Blade. Interesting. All right. So Miloslav can't win this turn. Actually, no, Miloslav can't win this turn. Actually, the prize trade, like I said, the prize trade doesn't even look that good for Miloslav. You go down to 2 prize cards here. I guess if you get the boss, you can go Raikou. Can you KO the Crobat guaranteed though? I don't even know if you can KO the Crobat guaranteed here as Miloslav. I don't think you can KO the Crobat guaranteed because the Raikou's is only if Luke goes to like no bench Pokemon left. You're not even going to guarantee the knockout. The boss is in the hand here for Miloslav. You could go with... It is possible that Miloslav goes with... You could Sableye this turn. And then just put a bunch... You could go... Actually, no, wait. You could go Sableye this. You could go back-to-back Sableyes here as Miloslav, actually. You could go KO Mew plus 6 on Crobat. Back-to-back Sableyes would actually work here. I don't know if Miloslav has access to the Sableye play, though. You go Sableye, KO Mew, 6 on Crobat, and the next turn, Sableye, KO Crobat. Energy to Greninja. What about a Greninja? Oh, Greninja play here would also work, though, right? Greninja play here could also work. You could go Greninja, KO Mew, 90 on Crobat, and then KO Crobat next turn. I wonder if Miloslav sees that or has access to that play, though. That's definitely the play here for sure. I think Zamazenta KO the active is not very good. Oh, but Miloslav might... Well... Miloslav does have boss in hand. It's actually interesting how Miloslav is playing this. We could see a second gate here happening to get another water out of the deck, potentially. Goes for the Guru. I think had the Sableye play as well, to be honest. Because had the cap for the Sableye, which could have led to gate a Psychic onto the Sableye. I don't know, Miloslav's like doing a lot of things, but I don't know. They're like doing a lot of things, but I feel like attacking with Zamazenta here is just like not that good. But Miloslav did attach to Greninja and not to Primate Wisdom. So I assume there's another gate on the way to get that energy that was probably put on top of the deck, out of the deck. Yep, there we go. Wait, did Miloslav not shuffle there, though? They must have. Wait, hold up. No, they did shuffle. He tapped. Okay. Okay, now we go Metal. The Zam. Water to the Greninja. Okay, so we're attacking here with the Greninja here from Miloslav, which is what I want to see. KO the Mew. And then put 90 on the V-Star, I feel like. The Zacian V-Star. Now Greninja for 2. Okay. Or you could put 90. You should put 90 on the Crobat, so that way Sableye can KO the Crobat. I doubt Miloslav has any idea what Luke's list looked like, so you maybe want to play around like Roxanne or something. Okay. So we already used Greninja, right? Yeah, okay. Okay, we're doing it knockout and then 90 on Crobat. All right, perfect, cool. Yeah, I wasn't sure what we were going for off the rip here, but yeah, just fully going through the deck. Sableye wins the game. Boss wins the game. Yeah, those are the main things. Sableye and Boss win the game. It's actually getting closer than I thought it would, to be honest. I'm curious to see what Luke is even looking for here to give themselves a shot. They're out of Marnie. I mean, maybe just a way to knock out the Zamazenta is what Luke is thinking here. But that doesn't even seem that good, because then the Greninja could attack again, theoretically. I mean, Sableye could attack, like I mentioned. So I feel like nothing, yeah, almost nothing that Luke does here I think is going to make a major difference. I think it's going to be pretty much chalked. We'll see. Yeah, I don't think there's anything that Luke can do here to make a difference. We'll see. Does have the double cross switchers, though, actually. I mean, you can chase the Zam, but how much is it actually going to matter? I think it's the play you kind of have to go for here as Luke, though. Is chase the Zam and just hope that, you know... Wait, what else would you even go after here anyways? You may as well just chase the Zamazenta. You have 2 prize cards left as Luke anyways. So net on the Mew. Sure. Sends up the Zacian. Oh, goes for the knockout on the active instead. Okay. And there's the boss from Miloslav and the dub. That was closer than I thought it would be. Yeah, it was closer than I thought it would be. But Miloslav kind of trolled a little bit in the beginning with like not benching the second Comfey, which I think definitely slowed them down a bit. I don't think it would have been as slow to the play if they hadn't done that. All right, game 2. Luke gets to go first this time. Actually, no, Luke went first in game 1 as well. Grabs his Zamazenta. Double Color's prize for Miloslav. But one of them, they're both in like the first 4 prize cards, so it's not going to be too big of a deal. As long as Miloslav finds like that initial, just have to find the initial Colress. So they can find the initial Colress, they'll be cooking. How good of a turn is Luke going to have? The Zamazenta's in the hand, but I'm sure they're looking for... There's the Zacian. There's the... You definitely want to use Intrepid Sword on turn 1 here. There's the Zacian. We saw the Zacian, but unfortunately, you can't grab it off the Mew. So no Intrepid Sword on the first turn here, I don't think, for Luke. It's just going to be attached to the bench pass. That's rough. Yep, that's rough. Choice Belt as well. Why not? Get it on there. Oh, no, we're not done. I do like the Crobat here. Be aggressive. Try and find the Intrepid Sword. I think it's a big deal to try and hit some early energy attachments, some more options with the card draw as well. It is a whiff. Battle VIP pass off the rip for Miloslav. Open the Raikou, which isn't great. And maybe should have used Fleet-Footed first. It depends how many outs to basic Pokemon they have in their hand. But yeah, turn 1 Cram Attack here would be pretty good, to be honest. Whether that be to KO the Mew or like an Escape Rope hit. Escape Rope hit the Zam is not that good, to be honest. But it's not... terrible. You'd hit for 90 damage, and then you could go like Sableye, KO the Zam, KO a Mew later. So yeah, to be honest, it wouldn't be terrible from Miloslav to go for that. Grab Civil Comfey. Nothing important prize, like I said, as far as Pokemon goes, but there's 2 Colress prize, which is only important if Miloslav can't find a Colress to begin with. So it's only important that 2 Colress are prize if you can't find one to begin with. All right, now the Fleet-Footed comes out. Maybe try and increase the chances of seeing Colress as much as possible. I guess that's fair. You also want to find Greninja and stuff. The The Crobat setup is interesting there from Luke. Luke does play a Collapse Stadium, so even if it gets hit by a Cram, you could remove it eventually. Yo, what's up, Ben? You could remove the damage that the Cram does to it eventually, but you'd want to remove it pretty quickly. It is possible. Net here. Depending on how many nets Miloslav has, you could possibly not even need a Chorus to get off a Cram attack here. Sometimes you just see enough nets where you just chain enough Comfies where you're attacking with Cram on the first turn anyways. I'm curious as to what the choice was there. I know one of them was a Comfy, I think, which is interesting that they took the Comfy. If you have a ton of switch cards in hand, then sometimes going... No, but they have a net here. That's interesting that... I think it was a Comfy. Maybe it was a Sableye. It might have been a Sableye. Has at least an escape rope in hand. Another net. Okay, we're still cooking. Here we go again. We find the Cram hit. All right, another Battle VIP pass. All right, we're still cooking. That should be the Cram hit guaranteed. I think there's an escape rope in hand for Miloslav. And then probably grabbing Greninja as well to draw more cards. And I think we're at 4. Oh, yeah, we're at 4 in the Lost Zone. Maybe 5? I don't know if they've updated the thing in the bottom right. It's at least 4. There we go. Greninja and Cram. I would also like to know what's in the Lost Zone. I actually have no clue what's in the Lost Zone here. Yeah, just any kind of hit here with a Cram is like super good. Whether it be into the Zam, into the Mew. I guess into the Zam isn't as good because Luke does play Scoop Up Net. KO on the Mew is good. I think Punch Crobat is literally the best thing that Miloslav could hit here, though. Greninja for 2 first. Still no Chorus. Also, if Miloslav knows that there's Chorus's prize, then it wouldn't be terrible to try and get a KO here to get one of those out of the prize cards. It would also be reasonable, to be honest. Comfy benched. I think there's an escape rope in the hand for sure. Escape rope. Send up the Mew. The Mew is getting sent up. I think the Cram will just get sent up here from Miloslav. Oh, maybe still has some cards to use, though, actually. Okay, no, maybe not. Maybe not. I'm assuming like, Miloslav definitely wants to take this knockout. That's for sure. Oh, Luminian. Okay, so we're going to go get a Chorus. So this, yeah, we're not done yet. We're not done yet. Miloslav is actually going to get to turn 1 7 in the Lost Zone here. So could attack with Greninja, to be honest. I don't think Miloslav is attached for turn yet. I could be wrong on that, but I don't think they have. So it's possible Miloslav actually attacks with Greninja this turn, and we could see like a KO Mew plus 90 on Crobat, which I think would be pretty good, to be honest. Turn 1 attack with Raikou. I mean, there's like a lot of things you could do here, to be honest. Attack with Lumini would also be pretty decent as well to get that out of play, but maybe you do that on a later turn. Yeah, haven't attached yet. Attach retreat. All right, just going to take the swing with the Cram, take the prize card. Seems pretty good to me. Has a massive hand. And yeah, already 7 in the Lost Zone. Crobat up for Luke. Can Luke set up the Zam? Luke's initial opening hand was not great. I don't know if it's improved at all or not. Hopefully it's not just attached pass. That'd be unfortunate. Nope, has a Marnie. Okay, so we can at least Marnie here for Luke. Probably not going to get to an attack this turn, though. I wouldn't imagine Luke is actually going to attack this turn. We need to draw pretty well off this Marnie, especially with our Crobat already burned. I think it's pretty unlikely. We'll see. Oh, okay. Zacian at the end. Okay, at least we can Intrepid Sword without using the Ultra Ball. That's something for Luke. But then your Crobat is getting punched for 110 damage. That is not good. All right. Yeah, even if Miloslav... Did Miloslav just draw twice? Am I trolling? I think maybe missed the card on the first draw. I mean, just punching for 110 here as Miloslav is like fine. Like, even that is like good enough for sure. Maybe trying to attach like an energy to a Greninja or something. Use Greninja. Yep, there's just 110 punch. Like, that's like... Miloslav is still in a ridiculously good spot here. All right. Luke does have a Bird Keeper in hand, I believe, but Bird Keeper... Actually, Bird Keeper punch with Zamazenta is not terrible because Luke does play Zigzagoon, so... See an Ultra Ball first here as well. Actually, no, the Birdkeeper's Prize. What's the supporter in hand? I thought there was a supporter in hand. Maybe I'm trolling. The Birdkeeper's Prize, but I thought I saw Birdkeeper in Luke's hand. I don't know what's in Luke's hand then. We'll see. Maybe it's a Serena or something. Here comes Greninja. Draw 2. Ball and something. No clue what it is. Escape Rope as well. Yeah, I'm not sure what I thought was the Birdkeeper, but the Birdkeeper's definitely... Maybe I saw it in the prize cards and just thought it was in the hand. Mew. There's the Escape Rope. Probably going to be a comfy push from Milo. Could send up... Oh, wait, maybe it wasn't an Escape Rope there. Could send up the Greninja. If you think Luke can't get off the attack with Brave Blade, then yeah, I kind of like the Greninja send up here. I like the Greninja send up here, guys. If you think they won't be able to pull off the Brave Blade attack, and with that, I think with those options, there's no way Luke is pulling off the Brave Blade here. So it's either Zam hit for 100 or pass. Neither of those are very good. Yeah, this is just a terrible spot for Luke. A really good spot for Miloslav. I don't even know what like the best play here from Miloslav is on the next turn. Cross switchers on a Raikou to try and stall it. Luke's end up their own Greninja. Yeah, like what is even like the best play here potentially from... Wait, what was that? What just happened there? I'm so confused. Luke used Serena. It had to have been a Serena that I saw. That must have been it. Intrepid Sword for 3. All right. Raikou in the active here for Miloslav does have Fleet-Footed to work with. Might have an energy in hand to potentially combo with Greninja. Fleet-Footed first. Any hit here from Miloslav, once again, still keeps them in a really good spot. Even just like Cram Punch Zam would be fine. Has a Mirage Gate though, so it looks like the Raikou's gonna get loaded up. Raikou knockout the active is also fine. You might want to retreat the Raikou instead potentially. Even better would probably be like an attack with I think attack with Greninja here would be like the best play probably if there's the energy in the deck for it, but we'll have to wait and see. Water Metal. There is not a possibility to attack with Greninja here. So maybe you just take the knockout here as Miloslav. It looks like they're going to play. They're actually, the rest of the hand is not that good for your... It's just 2 quick balls, a Battle VIP Pass, a Cram, and a Sableye. Maybe, yeah, that's actually kind of awkward. Do you just take the knockout here as Miloslav, or should you just retreat punch with Cram? I don't hate the idea of retreat punch with Cram, to be honest. Oh, okay. Miloslav instead is going to attack. I like this. Attack with Luminion. Shuffle that back to the deck, and then has Quick Ball to get the Luminion back out of the deck and find a Chorus for the next turn. But you don't actually KO the Greninja with this play. So you don't actually get a prize card, and it does open the opportunity for Luke to actually kind of reset your turn. I'm playing a Quick Ball as well. I'm curious to see what this grabs. Can't put it down. Yeah, I'm curious to see what that actually grabbed there. Okay, there's the retreat and shuffle back. And then I assume... Oh, Greninja's actually going to be the send-up here, which is interesting. I was going to say I assume a Comfy or a Cram would be sent up here. But goes to the Greninja send-up, which I'm not as big of a fan of. I feel like you should assume Luke can probably knock out the Greninja this turn. I mean, Luke's got to do something eventually, right? I guess that's what you assume, but it's possible Luke does nothing ever. Let's see, another station. There's the Collapse to remove the damaged Crobat, so Luke was able to find it. And then just Intrepid Sword? Oh my gosh. That's so bad. Not able to capitalize on the slow turn from Miloslav at all. That is unfortunate. And yeah, then just go ahead and Intrepid Sword. I guess the play from Miloslav also means like you didn't take a knockout, so the Zamazenta being able to get a knockout is like unlikely. Oh no. Uh-oh. Okay, this was I thought this game was going to be not have enough time to actually for Miloslav to lose. But Collapse Stadium, you can't bench the Guru. All right, we're gonna skip ahead a little bit here. This could actually end up in a tie now. It's actually like possible for Luke to potentially get the dub here. Actually, yeah, you can't bench the Guru. You can't bench it because of Collapse Stadium, and then used. Hold up. So I assume it'll be a double prize penalty because they saw the extra card. Let's see though. Let's get back into it and see what they say. Okay. Do they ever like signal on the screen anywhere if it's going to be a double prize penalty? Maybe it isn't. All right, quick ball to Cram. Can get Luminion, but you can't play the Luminion here as Miloslav now because of the Collapse Stadium. So it's possible that this Greninja just survives another turn. And finally, I'm going to assume that Luke will finally be able to attack next turn. This is like turn 4 for Luke, and Luke has not attacked yet. Actually absurd. Yeah, there's nothing on the screen indicating that there was a prize penalty, so I'm just going to assume there's not. Yeah, draw, quick ball, pass. There's the scoop up net. Here comes the Zacian. Concealed cards. Should have concealed cards before the scoop up net because could have concealed cards again. And it's just going to be a knockout for 200 on the Greninja. First prize card drawn here for Luke. Miloslav has 5 prize cards left. Going to start with the Comfy send up. There's 2 minutes left in the round. I don't think you saw the card off Guru. Oh, that is possible. It's possible you didn't see the card off Guru yet and was stopped before, which would be good. This actually kind of like this scenario kind of flipped around pretty fast. I don't know if there's going to be enough time though for Luke to take advantage of the scenario flipping around though. I don't know if there's going to be enough time. I don't know if there's going to be enough time for them to take for Luke to take advantage of this though. We'll see. 1 minute left. What is the even? I mean, just punching with Cram here as Miloslav is probably fine, to be honest. You kind of want to attack with Raikou before it could get KO'd, but I don't know if that's even that big of a deal, to be honest. If you just, like, keep 2 prizes out of play at this point, I don't think there's enough time for Luke to actually win the game. 40 seconds left. So, yeah, even if Miloslav is not turn 0 here, and then Luke goes boss KO Raikou, there's still not enough time for Luke to win the game in turns at that point. But yeah, just punching with Cram here from Miloslav is probably reasonable enough. Oh, does put a second 2-prizer in play, though. I feel like this does give an opportunity for Luke, potentially. Goes for a boss. So I think it's because Miloslav is out of Colress, but that is time called. I saw the pen from the judge indicating whose turn is whose. So Miloslav turn 0. So only 1 more turn for Miloslav, but only 2 turns left for Luke, which means there's not enough turns for Luke to draw 5 prize cards. I think Miloslav was just going to go boss up the Zacian V and try and trap it for a turn. Yeah, and then punch it with Cram. If they can even get to the Cram. It's possible they can't even get to the Cram. You appreciate the 4-month resub there, Darby. There's not even a switch card in hand. There is a Marnie, so possibly could find a switch card. Actually, yeah, there's 2 air balloons in the list. I think there's still both those are left. But I don't think it's going to matter here anymore at this point. The only thing that Luke or Miloslav should play around at this point is... actually, there's nothing to play around because Luke needs 5 prize cards. There's nothing to play around at this point, I don't think. Yeah, I don't even think there's anything worth playing around at this point. Air balloon is in the deck. Only 1 air balloon in the deck here for Luke. But yeah, it doesn't matter at this point. Won't be able to actually get a dub in 2 turns. So we can go ahead and skip ahead to the end of this one. And then we'll wrap it up for today. I mean, I'm pretty sure they tie. 24. 14. I can't imagine it's any other way. Yeah. All right, chat. That's going to do it for me for today. I'm out of here as we close out this last round for the day. So we end up, what? Was it round 10, 11? 10, 11? All right. We'll finish... Miloslav did get a 2 prize penalty from the Guru play. Oh, they did? Oh, they did get a 2 prize penalty. I wish I'd put it on the screen somewhere, though. Oh, so the question here, so we're actually at the last turn. So the question is, does Luke get the Gust? Greninja for 2. There's two prizes in play. Does Luke have the Gust? Nope, no Gust. Okay. It was close then. Okay, if there was no 2 prize penalty, then it would have been close, but... All right, chat, that's going to do it for me. I'm out of here. I'll see y'all tomorrow. We'll finish the rest of Bochum, however you say it, regionals. And then I will also... What will I also be doing? We'll also be playing in Doom's tournament tomorrow as well. That's going to be the plan for tomorrow. That's going to be the plan for tomorrow. If you guys want to pre-order any... if you guys are looking to pre-order any Scarlet and Violet cards, sealed product is available over at fullgripgames.com. Put exclamation point pre-order in the chat to get the link directly over to the pre-orders. So if you guys are looking to pre-order anything for Scarlet and Violet, any sealed product, no singles available yet, but those will be available soon. Go over to fullgripgames.com. Exclamation point pre-order in the chat. Am I going to do Knoxville? I don't know if I'm going to do Knoxville. Maybe. It's a lot of the same format to do. I was like a little bit more excited to do Bochum because I wasn't there and I didn't know as much of what was going on. So that was a little bit more exciting. The idea of doing it is a little bit more exciting. But just kind of doing Knoxville, like I was at Knoxville, so it's like a little bit less exciting. I'm going to go ahead and raid Sierra before I head off here. All right, chat, have a good one. I'll catch y'all tomorrow. Check out the YouTube channel. I'm uploading again regularly over on the YouTube channel, AzulGG and AzulGG2. Check out both YouTube channels. I'll catch y'all tomorrow for some more Bochum regionals action, and then gonna play in the Doom tournament as well. So we got that on the on the schedule. See you tomorrow. Peace.